I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminished there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminished a minute. Don't trip. I'm looking at a massive risk. Balancing the past I live. Pushing with a massive gift. I'm looking at life like hues on a spectrum, running off steam and mist. I'm standing at the edge of a rift in a paradigm shift with demands on my wrist while I'm penning my mix of emotions. I'm a dormant explosive, and I don't think anybody noticed. Spreading all the weight on my shoulders. I'm feeling like a magnet opposing a polar opponent. My options are open and closed at the same time. On a landmine, in a minefield, trying to mind sweep with an idea in a program. But I'm right here, where y'all get way too far to die here. A lot to them, to us, a lie here. Applying pressure all on my fears. A mass correction of what I feel. A resurrection of the ideal. And kept the tension on the high tier. And pulled dimensions from the right ears. I remember nights when I took an L in the room just to get it right. Trying to make way for a look, but you gotta fight if you want your name on the books. Staring at the path for 10 months straight, looking for the strength in my own soul to create. Had to realign just for me to find checkmate. F1 straight to C4. I don't feel no remorse. I can't break to see yours. I can't wait, you need more. If you hate, that mean war. If you take, you need force. Every push gon' mean tour. Hit record and get torched. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminished there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminished a minute. It's foolish of me to consider my peak as a mapped out release that I keep to repeat and preserve my belief in the weed while I'm digging for the beast that sleeps underneath the critiques. I can never let lies override my reach. Word to the wise, recognize my peace. Looking at the patterns of crease, I'm at ease, I can leave, but the weight I'm putting down people need. Mandatory, they can't ignore me again. All the allegories are planned for when I begin. All the land below me is scanned over what I miss. No advantages on me, I handle what's on me to live. And it's damage a homie, I can't be the only one in. I feel like none of them know me and nobody in it to win. Pouring live and direct from the mind of the best. Every line is compressed to the line of the crest. Now I see all the ways of passing. I'm fighting to the late madness. Every demand I weigh the average. It feel like nothing really matters. They say you want it, you can have it. Paradox all up in my passion. Getting lost all up in my stanzas. Paranoid, how could all this happen? This is all I get when I call, make amends. And again, when I find a pressure on, it connects and reflects in the pen in my palm. When I press what is left, when I write, just to fight off the stress. All the weight of the mess is laid on my chest. And for days, what has kept this checks on the net is a technical file. And for now, I'm a rep. Maybe I'm falling off the ladder. I feel them all collecting data. It's hard to see the wind is scattered. I think the key is to attack it. I think we in a different bracket. Burning eternally, this is a start, an emergency. I don't know where the fan is. Maybe I'll never manage. We gotta slow down. Right now. Find out. We gotta slow down.
Yeah, let's go. We hit the ball, ain't no delay. Signature moves in every play. This ain't a game, we paved the way. Hardware on full display. Know that we aiming for victory. Going way up in our energy. Seeing the view, plenty to prove. Making our move, no secrecy. Yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret. Take a peek at how we do. Check the paper. We the news. Hit a whistle. Then bring the boom. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. 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 Bringing the fire. Lead the way, light the spark. We never tire. No quit, full of heart. Ready, set, and we'll go. Our history will be told. Grab these wins, they all know. Reaching for gold. Yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret. Take a peek at how we do. Check the paper. We the news. Hit a whistle, then bring the boom. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. Yeah, now is the time. It's now or never. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. It's now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature.
Building the energy, feel the electricity. Whole world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. Out of this world magnetic, charged up, come get it. Interdimensional, it's so incredible. Breaking the rules kinetic. This work, go get it, it's sensational. Generational. It feels electric. It feels electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. It feels electric.
Electric.
Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity.
Goes with that white girl, say wrestling.
Can't get out of my head. 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 Get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head.
me. Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings, I change. Don't ask for my pain, get some jeans, some brains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G'd up. I'm top, don't speak up, drop up, down, they need us. Type beyond me, can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break, I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit that new topic overnight. 不用介绍由来，全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我还有谁存活？关我屁事都别问我，不接受建议是我的建立，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid.
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 Yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
屁股的架子的流力炮，在你嘴唇上吐一个泡泡。一不小心力透过我气调，在悄悄地转一点飘。你们像是边角料，在我切个钻石之间消耗，看看那些小动物牵条脚，猎场面会被分销掉。Drip drop。Drip drip drop， 没有的跳的刷 Visa， 有时我也忘了密码，开始 pray like a diva， 活着在很短的 Venus， 没让我再次陷入迷茫，他就从来给我启发。连没什么可马歇了，艺术文化都不想要啊，可能以后像那个创业家，也有烦忙忙的接电话。Basta， 全部都我拍秀 Basta， 不理会你爱就 TikTok， 我的表现在镜子 zigzag， 你看不清我秀秀。
Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid.
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 Yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
In pitch black darkness, you illuminate. I walk in shadows and you scream my name. You lure me in like a magnet. You keep me safe. I need to return to you. I'll be surrounded by every spoon. No one lifts me up like you do. I need to return to you. Coming home and dig up my jewels. No one lifts me up like you do. In the end, all I want is you.
alright. All my women kings, frankly, we do what we like. Wait for the drop, we don't take losses. All of my women are bosses. Clap, 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 clap. You know that we never lack. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. Clap, 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 clap. Turn around and bring it back. Clap, 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 clap. Spin around and bring it back. Put some gasolina. Shut down big arenas. I got kick like Zena. Shut down big arenas. Wait for the drop. We don't take losses. All of my women are bosses. Clap, 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 clap. You know that we never lack. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know.
the book, I've seen the ending. The flames, they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time, pretending a prisoner of reasons why. All this time these promises make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of, they take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises, I promise there'll be no more promises. Beneath the setting sun, promises
with me.
Ride the wave, yeah. Like that, like that. 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 Playing with my mind, 'cause I miss you. Why's it gotta be like that? Ride the wave, yeah. Like that, like that. 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 Like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah. Like that, like that. Like that, like that.
Yeah. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop and roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. When I feel the pressure start to build, I try to redefine what I find real. I try to redesign all my ideals. I'm feeling like a diamond worth a mil. I lie, doubling down on my fears. I write. What I live now can reveal my light, bringing my sound to a newfound height. When I look around, it surrounds my life, and the whole process automated. We had to augment all the basics. We here to revise all your statements, indeed not to refine all your payments. I've been accredited beyond paper. The new baseline is beyond labor. They got no leverage and too unstable. I'm ahead of my time and I'll debate it. This is called a heat check. I predated. I just raised it for years. See y'all later. Unrelated reflex y'all created. 93 degrees set on the pavement. All the heat is direct beyond breaking head and neck and knee sweat. All related. On and off the stage domination. And if you don't want it, you're not gonna take it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop and roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop and roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above. Looking right through my POV. They own when I copy to cut the key. They be on obnoxious and what I see. The people need options. I'm here all week. Movements I'm making them be on free. Fruits of my labor are beyond sweet. When they gon' take it is be on me. I feel gravity on me increase. This is cold till the middle of July. Walking home not paying no mind. Nothing but pain when you look in my eyes. There in a day when you might not fry. Duck down. Waiting for the moon to arrive. Not now. Had a whip AC broke. I'm a bounce. I count too many days I found. My tolerance is bottoming out. Learning lessons I could read it. They won't get it. If you don't adapt and see yourself omitted. I'm too busy manifesting dreams until I live it. I'ma make them feel the heat, that's my incentive. Press it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop and roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop and roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them.
up with the jet ski. I'm a Jet Li, I'm a Rob, I'm a gang name.
And welcome everyone to MSI 2024 live from Chengdu, China. Yesterday we got a glimpse of what's ahead of us here in the first international competition of the year as we got to meet teams in Group A. And as you can see on screen right now, we got to meet teams in Group B today. And the last 4 teams we will see in play-ins. I'm Laure, and I will be joined by Raz and the most based KT enjoyer here,
Yes, let's go! Sadly, KT are not here.
For good reason. I'm telling you, that's my takeaway from day one.
Look, you're
you're surrounded here. You don't have any friends here.
You don't want to do this.
Anyway,
my chat is my chat.
Let's talk about the teams that we actually have here at MSI. As I say, we got to meet teams in Group A yesterday, so let's see how things unfolded from these teams here. T1 passed, of course, followed by FlyQuest. Any reactions here, Emily, on what happened yesterday?
I mean, honestly, I was pretty impressed with Estrel's approach to T1. We knew that matchup was going to be very one-sided. I thought they acquitted themselves very, very well. They showed us a lot of really interesting plays. And then for my boys on FlyQuest, you know, I thought they had a much better map understanding in all 3 games, actually, but I did think they got beaten out in teamfights in the first game.
Yeah, and from PSG side, they made it a very close series. That one's going to be a shocker going into the lower bracket. I wonder how that's going to be. That's going to be my favorite, I think, lower bracket of this play-in stage, so I'm looking out for that one.
And as a reminder, 2 wins and you advance. So, of course, the stakes are higher than ever, and you wanted to win yesterday, of course, but the rest of the team will have a second chance. Let's focus a bit on the game. As we said, lane swap is here to stay, Emily.
Yeah, not everyone loves him, but I do. And I wanted to go over this reaction from Estrel because I did think it was really good, and I also think this is probably what you're going to see in terms of responding teams to when opponents want to lane swap. So this is important because obviously you're sending your top laner down to mid. They end up getting that kill on FLICKR, and then they're going to set up a 4-man dive on bot. And actually after this, they successively dive bot again onto Zeus, right? And I thought this is actually a surprisingly, in my opinion, clean response from Estrel. We saw a similar thing from PSG against FlyQuest. It was a little bit shakier, but I think, yeah, everyone should get used to this kind of response where you're sending that top laner into mid first and then doing the 4-man dive bot.
Yeah, definitely here to stay. That was the majority of the games, and like looking in, another takeaway from me is the fact that Kalista is 100% presence rate. So, I mean, it's the Kalista that we kind of were seeing going into this event. It's the lethality, Q-Max, and Kalista. Yeah, I know it's really tough to play against. I think T1 had a pretty interesting combination with Rumble and then Nico, so they're pairing it with flex picks and making teams really have to deal with, not only you're dealing with really tough bot lanes, but you don't even know if it's going there or if it's being flexed straight towards mid lane. So it's here to stay for sure. It
is here to stay for sure, and we'll see if lane swap is here to stay as well and how teams can utilize it around these new picks either. And we're going to focus on the schedule we have although today as we're gonna meet Fnatic and Gam in our first game of the day, followed by TES and Loud. Any expectations from these matchups, maybe more?
These ones are going to be a lot more brutal than yesterday's.
Yeah.
In two ways. Brutal, I think it's going to be one-sided, but also there's just going to be a lot of fist fights because yesterday there was a lot more of a cerebral gameplay. For this one, And we'll go straight into GAM Esports because for them, every time they've been at an international, we've been accustomed to seeing them being very aggressive teams. So, of course, Kiaya and Levi are the two players that are coming in. Emo, Easy Love, and Ilya are, of course, players that we haven't seen prior.
Yep.
So it's going to be interesting how they come out into the major international stage. As you could see, when they won their domestic title, it was very emotional for those players, the trials and tribulations that they had regionally and being able to come up on top.
I think that's the big thing is with everything that was going on in the VCS, to have this team come out, still be able to represent Vietnam on the international stage. And especially, I think that's where you do have to look towards the top side of the map, right? With Levi and Kiaya, kind of these two staples of the Vietnamese scene at this point, particularly Levi, kind of leading this roster to victory.
Yeah, it's a reminder that Levi has been a part of the 9 VCS championships that GAM has ended up winning. And just talking about their playstyle, Nocturne just being the iconic pick there for Levi, and then just watching the playoffs there, Kiaya's picks, most played during the playoffs, Rumble, Twisted Fate, and then Smolder, just unpredictable. He gets a lot of the resources, and for good reason, he will pay it off. So I love seeing this team in international play because they'll have something unpredictable.
And that's what is really interesting, because talking to the regional experts, despite the fact that it's a revamped version of GAM, they keep their identity and they keep the aggressive playstyle that we want to see from them, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a staple of the VCS, right? Like, they are just a very, very bloody region that's willing to fight a lot, even more so, I'd say, than the LPL a lot of the time.
Speaking of bloody region.
I mean, yeah.
What has been happening over in the Atlantic or in Europe?
I'm so interested in seeing Fnatic, especially this iteration, because, guys, we haven't seen Fnatic at MSI in such a long time. The last time, actually, was 2018, I believe, and they're back. They're back with the best iteration of the lineup they had ever since we saw them at MSI.
It's crazy because Jun is the new addition to this team, and he has fit in like a glove. The fact that he's really damn good on engaged picks, don't give him the Blitzcrank if you're the enemy team, because he will hit them 100% of the time, those hooks. They have been, we were talking about the VCS being bloody. Fnatic, about all major regions, are like tied as the bloodiest team in the world for major regions. So it's actually crazy seeing this team. They're just going at you at all times. You can take Hilly out of the team, but they're still going to be aggressive. They got that Hilly spirit.
It's a chaos, but it's an organized chaos. At least that's how it feels when we watch the LEC. What makes Fnatic GAM special when you watch them, Emily?
Yeah, I mean, I just love watching them because they're really willing to take any fight, right? And like this team specifically, we're going to talk about him a little later, but Razork, I think, has improved so much as a jungler since he first started in LEC, and this is his, in my opinion, his best split. Like, he's just had a phenomenal split. And I mean, watching them, especially against G2 in the finals, they were in so many winning positions, and then sometimes they maybe overstretch a bit and fight a little too much. And so I think that's where you're looking at. I love the aggressiveness coming out of this team. Temper it maybe a little bit, but I think they're obviously going up against GAM. This is going to be an incredibly bloody game.
It's going to be bloody. I'm expecting GAM to want a lane swap from bot side because Noah he has the world on his shoulder for Fnatic. They give him all the resources. He plays like a demon. He plays on the edge. He's like the only player from the West that I want to be seeing play Ezreal because of how good he is on that champion. So I'm excited to see them go up against GAM. That's why I said going into today, it's going to be a very bloody day.
And there's history between these two teams. First time they met was 2017. They met again at Worlds last year. I want to see that rematch because every time we have Fnatic versus GAM, it's an absolute banger of game.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the fun thing about this as we rewatch it back is that during that 2017 MSI, when we first really saw GAM and they burst out onto the international stage, they were lane swapping, right? Like they were using Achi, they were lane swapping, and guess what? Lane swaps are back. I would also recommend that be a strategy that they practice because I don't think this GAM bot lane wants to go up against Fnatic's bot lane. So I do actually think that looking at the way these two teams match up, lane swapping for GAM is going to be a very, very viable strategy. And then you're going to be looking at Kiaya's strengths to kind of mitigate any in the 2v1. Yeah.
That's where I feel like they're going to be at a pretty large disadvantage as a team because if you're a topside team, if you're going to be putting a lot of carries on Kiaya and then suddenly in this lane swap meta, you're not getting many resources at all and they have to change to it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to be a little bit more creative and try and protect Kiaya on the way with supports like that. So I'm interested in see what the playstyle will look like for this team going into their first series.
And it's a different take on Let's Swap compared to what we used to see back then. But let's take a look at a specific matchup and the jungle, the maestros in the jungle, actually, in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Levi and Razork, two junglers who decide the success of their teams like no other. They will face off in our feature matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Levi has cemented himself as one of the most exciting junglers to watch. With his unpredictable aggression, Gam can snag a win out of nowhere.
TL have to hold their own in front of this Baron. The steal, Levi's in! Oh! PL, how could you let him do it?
Expectations for Fnatic are high as always, and with the legacy that this organization has, good is simply not good enough. Razork will have to be in his best form from the get-go in order to deal with Levi.
There's the CC onto the jungle, but Razork might be able to get into the pit. It's still he sealed it!
Fnatic should be considered the favorites after their victory against GAM Esports in the Worlds 2023 Swiss stage. But you can never count out a team like GAM Esports. With these junglers, the outcome of this match can be decided by a single smite.
And talking about Razork again, like I said, he's really, really impressed me. I think this is the best split of his career individually. I think he was unequivocally the best jungler in the LEC. And the way he plays with these Fnatic lanes is often very, very creative. Like, I've really enjoyed tracking his pathing. I think he's become so much more like thoughtful about the way he plays, because we've always knew that he had like mechanics and aggression, right? And this is one of the first splits where I've really seen him be a lot more thoughtful about where he applies it on this Fnatic team, and it's been a real joy to watch.
And it's a really tricky balance to be able to hit that while wanting to still kind of take the fights that you feel like you could. So like that Lee Sin meme was like, your mind's telling you no. Both of these guys are going to be in those similar situations. They're both incredible Lee Sin players. So I'm excited. You already talked about it from Razork's perspective. I would love to see how GAM is going to be able to play into that. They always send their resources into Kiaya, but for sure it's going to be coming from Levi.
Yeah.
Levi's been playing a lot of Wukong in playoffs, and of course there's been patches since then, but he's always had picks that he's confident in, regardless of what the rest of the world is playing, that they will make work. I remember when they took down Top Esports at Worlds, that made them very sad. And it was off the Karthus pick, so they've had time to prep. I'm interested to see what they have for us.
Graves got buffed.
That's a pick. There it
Graves and
is.
Nocturne, the Levi specials.
I mean, that's the thing. If I expect two junglers today to try and innovate in the jungle and bring new picks, it has to be Levi and Razork. You want to check the fan predictions, maybe?
Yeah.
Check those predictions.
In here with the MasterCard fan predictions. Let's see what the fans think. Yesterday was quite even in the first series that we have.
Which pissed me off.
And yeah, 77.2% of the fans think that Fnatic is gonna win. I do feel like it makes sense here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually surprised it's not a little bit more lopsided, because as we talked about, obviously we want to really praise this GAM roster for making it, but they have not had a lot of time together outside of Levi and Kiaya playing together for years, so they're still really coming together. I'm very curious to see how much boot camp has helped their synergy, right? Like, hopefully that'll be a thing where they've improved since their finals performance. But this is, in my opinion, a very favorable, like heavily, heavily favorable for Fnatic.
I feel like that 22% is because GAM has a very loyal fan base. Obviously, yes, in Vietnam, but out the global fans, they love GAM because every international.
They're so fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, they are a fun team.
How can you hate them? And I feel like this event is only going to kind of increase that.
Yeah.
So interested to see what they got. I love the fans. I guess the 22% optimism or hope. A little bit of cope, just a tiny bit.
Is it cope or hope on our side, though? What do we think? What are our predictions? Let's
It's straight cope. Let me see if I got it correctly. I got to
find mine. Yeah.
LEC all the way, Fnatic 2-0. I love seeing VCS play against LEC because usually it gives for bloody game entertainment. I want to see our boys win, of course, but I want to see bloody games, as we said. I think it's gonna be the main word here for this.
Yeah. It's just Fnatic.
2-0,
I don't think it's going to be
2-0.
close.
Right.
This might be the fastest day. I mean, we'd had 2 days, but so
we
far.
said this yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, they give them the run of their money. What do we want to see in game? Anything that we want to see in this first game that we are looking forward to for this matchup?
Actually, usually Gam's pretty smart at how to play with Ryze, and Ryze got a pretty massive buff on the
That'd be
slow on Rune
interesting,
Prism. So like, usually Ryze is great for creativity on how you use Realm, your ulti. So like, maybe you can find something there, just a new pick that can change things up.
I know everyone is going to boo me right now for being a lane swap enjoyer, but I do think it's the best strategy for GAM because they just do not want to go up against that Fnatic bot lane. Producers are even booing me in my ear.
There it is.
Wow. I want to see if we're going to have a support engage on the side of June. That's what I want to see. He's been popping off with this kind of champions. Let's see what the teams have planned. The stage is set for our first series of the day, GAM Esports versus Fnatic. It's time to meet the teams.
成都已然蓄势待发，我迫不及待地想要目睹历史的璀璨光芒，在这片古老的土地上绚烂绽放。
因为今年 MSI 在中国，这是我们的主场。
我觉得 LPL 队伍能在 MSI 拿这么多次冠军，是因为其实我们本身实力比较强，然后其次是我们在春天在那个版本的理解上面会比较好。
热情洋溢的巴西赛区 ，Loud 是否严阵以待，为这片赛区铸就新的历史
Meu objetivo para esse campeonato é representar o Brasil do jeito que ele merece, que é chegar à fase de bracket. Para mim significaria uma honra extrema, porque eles são ótimos jogadores, tem muitos jogadores que já foram campeões mundiais, são os melhores jogadores do mundo, então derrotar eles seria incrível.
所有来中国的队伍只能品尝一下美食，根本带不走冠军。
这个春天会是我们的。
MSI năm ngoái là một thất bại lớn.
LLL has knocked the VCS out of MSI.
Vì vậy, ở năm nay, bọn tôi muốn chiến thắng và sẽ vào vòng bracket. Hãy tin vào bọn tôi. Sẽ không dễ đâu, nhưng bọn tôi sẽ làm được.
It's been 3 years since my last MSI, but I'm here now and I'm ready to go. I know we can reach our full potential this tournament.
Khu vực châu Âu sử dụng rất nhiều tình huống swap lane và mình nghĩ các khu vực khác cũng đều học đều tương tự. Ở MSI lần này, chắc chắn các đội đã có những sự chuẩn bị kỹ càng để tạo ra hỗn loạn. Đánh khủng, đánh điên là sở trường của tụi mình.
I'm always confident that I can play against everyone. My personal goal this tournament is to show that I'm still capable of playing against the best mid laners in the world.
Đây sẽ là một trận đẫm máu.
No matter what, I trust my teammates. I have no reason to be scared.
《欢迎来到2024英雄联盟季中冠军赛入围赛第2比赛日的现场。今天的第1场比赛将由 LEC 赛区的 Fnatic 对阵 VCS 赛区的 GAM Esports。首先有请 Fnatic 登场。 《 接下来有请 Game Esports 登场。FLICKR 对阵 Game Esports 的比赛即将开始，让我们共同期待两支战队的精彩表现。
Fantastic introductions as always. Welcome everyone to the caster desk for our first series of Day 2, Stage 1 here at MSI 2024 in Chengdu. I'm Dracos, joined by Dagda for what I think all of us LEC fans and pundits are hoping will be a Fnatic win, but that slight bit of nervousness. Maybe because they played that clip back where a Nocturne was level 6 at like 4 minutes in the game and kind of slaughtered us back in 2017.
It can't happen anymore.
It can't happen
it's
anymore.
Okay.
Just like lane swaps, it'll never happen.
It'll never
right?
come back again. Yeah.
You know,
you're safe.
So some nerves, I think, for our boys in orange today from the EU perspective, but of course from the global perspective, just excited to see what'll hopefully be a good match. You heard it on the desk, hoping for a bit of blood. Emily called out a lane swap. I know she wants it for tactical reasons, for strategic reasons, but for entertainment reasons, please, normal lanes.
I do love how lane swaps always draw this out of people. You get the in-depth analysis heads who are just like, I need a lane swap because, look, the mind game will happen when you place this ward, the spot's this thing that doesn't. And then there's other people like, I just want them to kill each other. Just kill each other, please.
Ultimately, you know, I think that I'm one of those people who wants people to fight, Rob. And it's not just because it's my job to talk about people when they fight. Nocturne ban!
No way!
EU does not forget! That and it's like solid in the meta, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, he played it twice.
Good at it. Yeah, like just generally good at it.
He played twice in playoffs, won both, 15 KDA, so not fully surprised. I was getting rid of the Draven, so very much looking to say like, hey, we want to try and lock down a lot of this early game stuff with the Draven and the Nocturne, and then Easy Love and Helio kind of fallen back towards the Senna quite a bit. But Vi, going to be taken immediately here, so I'm curious to see what the response is, because we got a little sneak peek of what the meta was yesterday, but I think there's a lot more to show, and it kind of depends what scrim bubble you're in.
And Vi was essentially permabanned. This is a champion that was very hot and cold domestically in the LEC. It had a lot of games where it took over, it had a lot of games where it was banned, and it had a decent but small number of games where it did nothing, so not surprised to see it prioritized here. Now, Rumble response, likely for Kiaya, although technically on the global scale can be flexed into support, and is something he has played before. Tristana alongside it would be a decent option.
That'd be sick.
This does set up for a potential lane swap if it is a Rumble support. And Tristana notoriously strong at taking towers. Rumble very good at pushing. If it's Rumble top lane, of course, we wouldn't expect a lane swap. Rumble a pretty bad champion in the lane swap, but Fnatic, I would say pretty safe, pretty stable draft thus far.
Yeah, so you've kind of got a bunch of options. Kerry yesterday was like, I'm happy to actually play the Rumble into these lane swaps because it means I can roam, I can actually deal damage in the early stages and try and play elsewhere on the map. But I'm curious to see if GAM want to go for something similar here. But as you say, Tristana, and if it is Rumble bot, is hyper aggressive. So Jun and Noah going for a Desire Khan kind of says, hey, look, we're not going to be as strong in a potential lane swap, but you can still take Demolish and stuff, still have your Guardian proc for the Rakan, and then still get access to a lot of these waves and towers. So I'm curious to see how this one pans out, but at the moment, we're setting up for two heavy team fighting squads either way.
I like the amount of engage that has been drafted, especially on the Fnatic side. Jun and Raz work together, of course, the big point of improvement for them domestically in our spring split. Them shaping up and working well together is part of the reason why Fnatic were able to make a much deeper run. That said, now seeing some support bans taken away, it seems still anticipating that the Rumble will go into the top side of the map, not wanting to give away the free point-and-click engage of the Nautilus. GAM, not 100% sure where most of these champions are going. Maokai in the jungle feels like the only safe bet.
Oh, okay. I was actually going to say, I wonder if GAM are setting up for the Talia pick here, trying to get rid of the Azir and make sure they're all good. But I imagine now with both the Azir and the Talia gone, maybe just an Ahri pick up here for Emo in the mid lane. Something that's very safe, something that can try and play in towards sides and still be a nuisance if you have to try and play any sort of like 1-3-1 or 1-4 with the Ahri. And especially when we've seen Fnatic have can lean on team fights, but also have gone for these kind of overload plays in side lanes, it makes sense to have something that can threaten sides a lot against a team like Fnatic.
Yeah. What is the option going to be here? Again, solid 3-4 for Fnatic, good defensive tools, good engage tools. A lot of explosive team fighting options with the Rumble Alt and the Maokai Alt, but it depends, of course, where they're going to be playing. Zeri locked in, would confirm the Tristana into mid lane for Emo. He's played it twice already. This will be his 3rd game this season. Of course, new patch, but still very much the same Tristana. Has a lot of safety in the mid lane, but it does leave open counter pick for Humanoid.
Yeah, I'm curious because I think Orin can do relatively okay if you see some sort of lane swap. Okay, so you basically are going full team fight here. Orin can do relatively well in the lane swap, but honestly, I think this is going to be more standard lanes. Oscarinen has looked great on picks like the Cassante, so it feels like Orin kind of fitting into that wheelhouse as well. And then the opposite side for Gam, I mean, you've got options. You could go for someone like the Cassante yourself if you wanted to for Kiai on that top side. You could put the Rumble up there, decent matchup. Excuse me, sorry, into the Orin.
Also,
so
when we look at this team overall,
that would be his, yes.
There you go. Okay, Twisted Fate. So really leveraging the flex of the Rumble until the last possible second. Now, Zeri Rumble is not my favorite duo lane, but remember that when you talk about this team, it is jungle and top lane for GAM that we are expecting to be the focus. These are by far the best players on the team. So setting Kiai up with the counter option to just snowball wildly ahead of this Ornn early on is pretty powerful. That said, if Fnatic swap now, Ornn much better in a lane swap scenario than the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate, one of the worst possible options to deal with those 3v1 tower dives early on.
I do think you're in a bit of a hard spot as Fnatic though, because I think in isolation, Tristana should have a decent time against the Quay as well, where you just get to push in waves and you can start to take towers. And even if you start to open up the map, you can always reset, put Twisted Fate mid, and actually have your Tristana that's starting to play out on side lanes as well. So I think you do have options here as GAM. But this is going to be super interesting to see. I hope we do get standard lanes though, because I think in the grand scheme of things, a lot of these matchups are super spicy. And if, as GAM, you are able to leverage that top jungle synergy, this could be a focal point where Oscarinen just starts to fall massively far behind.
Oscarinen has been kind of the touted weak point, considered among many the weakest Western representative between the LEC and the LCS in the top lane. Has a lot to prove here. Now, while a lot of pieces of the GAM puzzle feel a little bit weaker coming into this tournament, top lane remains as strong as ever. So a decent opportunity for Oscar to prove himself in this counter matchup. What can he do? What impact can he have? Even if the lane phase is set up to be a struggle, big question on the minds of a lot of fans. We get ready for our first game in this best of 3. Regardless though, I'm just ready to see some fights. I want to see the angles, I want to see the Rumble Alts, I want to see the setup with the Maokai, the gold cards, the responses on the opposite side from Jun and Razork especially, see if they can continue their dominant streak that we saw even in the finals, that they were unable to win. You know, these two players playing very well together to take the game off G2.
Yeah, I think the only problem that I see for GAM in this matchup is if they start to fall behind, they don't actually have a huge amount of engage, or in general, they're just very, very squishy. So if they don't get the ball rolling early, I think it is going to be a massive struggle for them, because when it comes to team fights, Humanoid hitting you from 2 screens away, Noah with a lot of self-peel for what is essentially either just a gold card with rapid fire cannon or just a Maokai ultimate, I think you're going to be pretty happy here as Fnatic if you can get to those late game fights.
Yeah. Having the Unstoppable for the TF for any potential follow-up ganks. Also, not the most immediate damage when you have the Maokai locked in, right? This is a champion who scales. This is a champion who provides so much in terms of team fight damage, in terms of utility, tower dive setup, but the early game can be a little bit rough. So a window of opportunity here for Razork to try to snowball an advantage, to find a bigger lead. That said, you know, Vi, I think compared to Maokai, can feel a little bit more like an early activity jungler, but also is a champion who very often for us domestically, at least in the LEC, did sit back a lot less of the early level 3, level 4 ganks, a lot more of waiting till level 6 and the sure thing kind of plays, using your laner's CC.
And I do think we'll continue with that trend, especially because it's kind of a sure thing for Humanoid, where you get that Severing Bolt off thanks to the ultimate from the Vi. We saw it a lot when G2 were bringing it out initially, when Hui started to come onto the board, and you'd see something like the Zac in the top lane to just guarantee all this setup for Humanoid. So I do like this pairing, but it definitely gives you significantly less control in the early stages.
Yeah, but as we're talking about the jungle, it is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Razork versus Levi, excuse me. And you can understand why. Obviously, 2 of the best individual players on their team. Emily said it on the desk, and I'm inclined to agree. Probably the best performing jungler in the LEC, both in spring and winter to a certain degree. And while neither of these players, you know, played perfect seasons, I don't think anybody does. They're still always going to be the center of attention. But here, of course, taking a look at all 3 lanes simultaneously. Now that we've opted away from the lane swap, there is a bit of attention that I think can get paid to the bottom side. Not sure what to expect from the Rumble support in this context, other than a lot of early damage. And it seems like Fnatic are just going to have to concede push here. What does the advantage do here? As Humanoid is going to struggle to fight back early on. It does feel like Fnatic are just losing out 2 lanes of pressure. Hard for the Hwei to step up, hard for Fnatic's bot lane to step up.
Yeah, and I think that's going to just kind of continue. This is the big upside of having that Rumble support, is just how much damage he deals in the early stages. About a poke that can come through from the E and set up then for Easy Love, who if you get a couple of chip shots. And they make sure that Levi should be in a decent spot here to not get invaded, not be under much pressure. And this is kind of what we're talking about for Emo versus Humanoid. This Tristana is such an easy trade pattern against the Hwei that in these quick trades, the Tristana should continuously come out on top.
Yeah. And while the Hwei will provide a ton, especially with all the reliable CC options that Fnatic have, the reliable long-range engage options, as we get later into the game, right now it is going to be a bit of a struggle. Kind of a story of losing gracefully for Humanoid in terms of pressure and CS. As long as he can stop Tristana from taking plates, from really leveraging the power of that satchel charge to get an extra bit of early gold, it won't feel too bad as we get later into the game.
Yeah, I think, though, the problem is for Fnatic, you have 3 losing lanes, essentially, now. So if I was the Maokai or even Leo in this point, I'd love to get a deep ward in, spot it where the Vi is, and then it gives me an opportunity to try and desync myself. They haven't spotted Razork, which is why we kind of saw Kiaya playing a little bit cautious in that top side of the map, but early vision control here will be massive in just saying, hey, what lane can actually push and play aggressive? Walk 1 can start to chip away those turret plates, but without that vision at the moment, GAM kind of have to play on the back foot a little bit and play more to where Levi is on the map.
Jun, knock up there, pull back from Noah is good. Solid trade, Easy Love immediately going to fire back, but of course, Zeri early trading, not really that lethal. What do they do with this bot lane prio though? No one in position to capitalize. Kiaya using his top lane advantage to just spot and keep an eye on Razork. Scuttlecrab will be warded, so they will have relatively perfect information as their observers wonderfully highlight the Tristana using TP back to lane, matching Humanoid now.
Watch Razork though, he's managed to sneak around that vision though, knowing that it was planted by Kiaya. Now, Oscarinin has Kiaya.
Good heads up play, flash ward, trying to force an early flash out from Kiaya. The chain CC is there though, it's looking pretty flawless. Gold card in, Kiaya, flash out, doesn't have the ghost as we so often see for Twisted Fate. Can't quite zoom to safety, he's so close, but first blood for Fnatic. Playing a bit on the edge there, but they do manage to grab the kill.
The red buff slow coming in to make sure they can follow down on Kiaya. Double flashes burnt, but now on the bottom side, and he'll not hit up by the feathers. Just about able to slam his way between the two of them.
Okay, but a nice early play. Gold lead now for the Vi. Can be a bit of a terrifying prospect. One champion on this team who can very reliably lock down that Zeri, getting ahead of the clock. Always going to feel like a bit of a threat as we get later into the game. And overall, good setup. Kiaya, I like, TP versus Ghost, I think has been a debate among TF top players. And in this case, I think the Ghost might have felt a little bit better, but the good news is he is able to immediately TP back to lane and doesn't lose out on too much, but being even in goal with the Ornn, as a Twisted Fate, a champion who literally prints money, is a pretty big feels bad. As we see a bit of a jungle exchange here, Razork, does he want to go for the Q smite? Who's going to get it? Ooh, Levi gets it, but it's going to cost him his life. Luckily, no. Phase rush. He's zooming out to safety, but Humanoid first to collapse, and frankly, Levi in enemy territory with no lane prio. Feels a little bit bad. Severing Bolt is going to make sure that Humanoid at least grabs an assist. Levitt turning back. Extra healing coming in from the Maokai passive. The flash forward, the pullback is clean.
Wait,
Humanoid with the setup. The Razork's getting lower and lower. They get one. They want to get one more. Kiaya. They have to get it to make it a good play. Spiraling Despair should just come out, and that's going to do it.
Oh, bot lane.
Meanwhile, bot lane, Noah's grabbing a kill. Excuse me, Jun's already dead. It's just a 1-for-1 so far. Level 5 versus level 4. Easy Love, does he just want to push the wave here? Noah's on the wrong side of the map.
He has no
vision. TPs. Noah, nice sidestep. Flash out.
Oh my God!
Blinking out! Battered, bruised. Neither side able to walk away with a kill. Rob, we wanted blood.
Yes.
6 minutes, 6 kills. I'd say we're getting it.
Man, this is just a little bit better than lane swaps, just a smidge.
It's a smidge.
This is sick. The fact that I thought it was a little bit of a whoopsie from Levi, right? In fades onto the top side, Emo wanted to go for the reset, so you end up in this position where you're overextended into the jungle, so they end up falling on top side. Now Noah, no flash, just a cleanse available. Elio's in behind them. Oh, they're recalling in the bush. They're recalling in the bush.
Just gonna try to body block. No one needs to run. Oh, that's one dead bird. All right, little fried chicken here on the bottom side. Levi gonna walk in, take that kill away, clear out a bit of vision on the way. Just overstaying a little bit from Noah, but excellent punish from the side of GAM.
They tried to get the wave pushed out, so then I think he wanted to try and finish off maybe an item there, but unfortunately not able to do so. But, I mean, we're going to get the replay here. This is Levi. Look at mid. Emo's already resetting, so Levi only has the 2 members there, whereas Fnatic bring a lot more company up to this top side. And here, I actually thought with that phase rush coming through again, Levi might be able to escape, but then the flash forward, and he's so low. But this was nice from Razork. Lines up the E through Kiaya to kill the Maokai, and then hitting the level 6 off of that kill. Humanoid's able to finish them off.
Levi getting a bit more than he bargained for when he invaded for the Gromp. As we take a look back at this, initial setup is solid here. Rumble gets down a ton of damage. They're not quite able to finish the kill initially, but we've got another play on top side. Point and click CC, baby. Gold card doing nothing. Duo on the top side of the map taking over. Kiaya wanted the counter matchup, but he did not bargain for the 2v1. Another knockup coming in. Humanoid with a severing bolt, a bit extra CC. Lightning Crash coming in for Easy Love, but it's a little too too late. Now dashing over the wall. Extra fast here. Not any parkour left. Humanoid, can he connect? Yeah, that's the Spiraling Despair. Goodbye, Easy Love. There's nowhere left to run. Humanoid now on a killing spree.
Humanoid's had some great roams in this early stages to set up his team for success. Gets the play on top, now the play on bot. With Oscar and Razork solidifying that lead now over Kiaya. Emo's kind of left to take a couple of Kurtur plates with Levi on towards the Void groups as well, but Fnatic are going to be delighted with the way this early game is going.
Yeah, Humanoid's getting scary. And look, Humanoid, this is the thing about him. As an EU pundit, if you're unfamiliar with this player, some games he's he's a little more relaxed. When the pressure's on, this man shows up, and clearly he's showing up today. Nice snipe to kick things off, and Easy Love, it looks all right, but it's not even a full item completed, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best you can do in this situation is Easy Love. Try and play forward to force them back, so maybe you can escape away from Humanoid, but the guy just doesn't miss from those positions. Able to secure another kill for himself. 3-0 now. As soon as he resets, he's going to have his Archangel staff already completed, and he is well on his way. And remember what we were talking about earlier, right? The fact that you get this combo with Razork makes it so easy for him to hit so much of his damage early on. And with Razork also being ahead, Divine Sunder already completed, or Sunder Sky even already completed, he's in a great spot.
And also when we look at this composition overall, right? Kiaya, Emo, Easy Love, 3 sources of damage, all very item reliant, right? No one has that much upfront burst damage, so when we come to early team fights around Drake, when we come to 1 to 2 item skirmishes, Fnatic are just going to be in a much better position, not just because they're ahead of the clock, but you've got 3 champions who are going to feel okay on 1 item, are going to feel good on 2, but really want to get to 3 before they can carry the fight the way their champions are designed to.
And I just don't think you're going to get to that point, because honestly, with the way Fnatic are playing, Oscar and trying to find the solo bowl onto Kiaya, he's going to be in a good spot. You're already looking at the opportunity to start looking for dragons and objectives, which I think is the next port of call that Fnatic really need to start playing for. Because if you can force this squad from GAM to teamfight, this is where you can try and solidify that win with how far ahead you are.
Levi looking for the setup on the roots, but not going to pull the trigger. Rumble Ultimate, obviously a very powerful damage output tool, but reliable CC doesn't exist in the bottom lane. They pull the trigger. Easy Love, Lightning Crash, barely alive. Noah burning, ticking. Starting to fall down. Elio gonna back away, overheating, but meanwhile in the mid lane, Razork gonna try to fish, gonna try to follow up the kill. Severing Bolt, I don't think he even needs the range. Humanoid doesn't have the follow-up. Nice knockback from Emo, but Red Buff again in top lane, now here in mid, finishing the job for Fnatic.
Right, so it's gonna go on hunt for the tree, but Kiaya's on the way as well. He might have bitten off more he can chew here. Where are you going? What's the plan?
All right. Was trying to execute, it would appear, but Kiaya patient enough on the ulti. So it does get a big shutdown for the Twisted Fate. First Gold League has had in quite some time, even despite the passive. So maybe an opportunity for GAM to recoup some advantages in the top lane.
I do like this call as well. They're going to try and shove in mid as GAM and immediately look for the dragon, which again is a nice takeaway when you're trying to play this composition that essentially just wants the 1-3-1. So if you can get this earlier objective, it would be nice, but I think they might be missing their window here. Easy Love hasn't shoved in bot side as quickly as they would have liked to, and it looks like they're just going to have to back away instead.
1.5k gold lead, 8 kills to 4. Fnatic very much in control, and I think the struggle for GAM here is if they start to lose the vision control, if they start to fall away from these objectives, Fnatic just have so many, or just have more effective tools to really kick things off. Rakan ultimate, Vi ultimate, the Ornn ultimate, they can pick off single targets so easily, and GAM really reliant on 1 or 2 key pieces, things like the Rumble ult, the gold card, to lock down those targets.
Yeah, and even when you're going for the Kraken Star for Kiaya as well, means that you're not going to be as heavy on the split push as Noah. Yeah.
I mean, no, only 400 gold ahead, but crucially, you can see Kraken Slayer completed, and that is a huge difference in relative damage output.
Razork's in behind them here, though. And Maokai's nowhere to be seen. Jun, ultimate is about to tick over. They're just looking for
the second his ulti is available. R-Flash W if he wants to go for it. Instead, Fnatic's just going to be happy with a bit of bot side priority. Playing for control of the tri-bush here. As long as Fnatic have vision or control of this brush, GAM really cannot step forward anywhere near that Drake.
Especially if they spot that all these camps on the bottom side are taken. They'll have a fairly decent idea that Levi's up on the top side, but Oscar in it.
Walking away, can't go unstoppable. Nice timing though coming through. Dash out to get out of range of the gold card means a relatively clean escape for Oscar. And again, credit to Oscar with support of Razork weathering the early game storm of this TF, now in a very comfortable position. That was the counterpunch for GAM on the top side, was trying to find the pick onto Oscar while Fnatic took the Drake, and they get essentially nothing from it. Wave gonna get instantly deleted. And yeah, a bit of poke, a bit of harassment coming in from the Twisted Fate, but really nothing else.
Fnatic looking for the pick. Hide on bush is the plan. An easy love would just about manage to escape. Nice job from him. But you're going to lose out on a lot on this bot side. Yes, you will get Void Grubs, which means you'll tick over to 6 here for GAM, which is nice when a lot of your plan is to split push. But if you're already this far behind, and it's only getting worse.
Humanoid flashback to make sure he can't get knocked into the tower. Good follow-up damage here. Razork now ulting though, might just get burned down, and the trade is going to be a 1-for-1 thus far. Ulti probably going to connect on the back end of that fight, but now here comes the ult for Oscar. Knockup not going to connect, but does just dash into range against Kiaya. One more auto, the gold card. You got to get it out of there, Twisted Fate. But on the way back in, Maokai not going to Twisted advance forward, instead focusing on the pressure. Blinking health bars mean that the dive won't come through, instead just about resetting the wave there.
The thing is though, you've already got a ton of plates on bot side taken. Fnatic now take a ton of plates mid as well. This TF isn't really in a position to carry his easy love.
Not going to connect with the ulti will. Pull back clean, Humanoid. Barely any mana left, but he doesn't even need it. Rampage for Hui in the mid lane.
It's a bit of a stomp. I mean, GAM, they look confused in the map. They don't really know where they're supposed to be. Yes, you got Rift Herald coming up, but they just feel lost.
Yeah. And you can see in this play, it feels like they have a decent idea of what they want to get here. The buffer comes through, Humanoid with the Respect Flash. And yes, they are able to kill Razork, but not a whole lot else coming from it.
Yeah, and again, you kind of like hovering on mid, he's just trying to be in useless to stop the recall from Humanoid, maybe slow down the tempo a bit. You could potentially look for a Rift Herald off of like wave states and stuff like that, but it takes a step too far forward and Jun's able to catch him. Now it's Fnatic with the advantage taking Rift Herald. They're going to have that available for the Dragon, which is going to spawn in just under 3 minutes time, but you can start to put that pressure mid. But honestly, I mean, Humanoid with Jun should take the spot tower here. You can rotate pressure into mid as well. Fnatic just have the map state so heavily in their favor. I don't think you even need Rift Herald to start threatening a lot of these tier 1s.
I mean, realistically, any 2 members of Fnatic can pick off and one-shot any member of GAM. So they have to be so careful about approaching that tower. That's why you see immediately Kiaya backing off. He knows he has no business being there. As we take a look at the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, unsurprisingly, pretty damn favorable for Fnatic. Support position, yes, a little bit extra gold. TF finally back to printing money, but otherwise it's all Fnatic all the time. Get another pullback going to come through. Ma from Humanoid. Followed from Razork, though. One very vulnerable Rumble. Not a whole lot left. And disengage all now coming in from Levy off to the side, but maybe they want to get the fight started. Razork getting lower and lower. One more TP coming in. It's going to be matched. Jun now trying to turn the fight, stopping the TF from getting any CC down. Nemo getting out to safety. Jun now forced to back away, but here comes Oscar. Humanoid untouched on the backside, continuing to lay down damage, but the satchel charge is popping, and it's Easy Love's time to shine. But 2 pieces of CC instantly coming in. Still the Zeri stands. Easy Love living for far too long, but Humanoid and Fnatic, they've got the money to make it work. Shutdown going through for Levi. Messy fight across the board.
It was a scramble as Fnatic try to find the members that they need to turn that fight back around, because Oscar Ernan had gone, or sorry, Razork had gone that little bit too deep. But with Oscar Ernan coming in, Fnatic were able to take control of the situation again, but it looked a little bit dicey. Humanoid ends up throwing out a bunch of these Severing bolts, which just burns through his mana so quickly here, but without the continued CC setup, he's not actually able to land a huge amount of them, so GAM able to play around them. Razork goes a little bit too deep, and at this stage you start to see the Humanoids running out of mana, and Noah starting to take a chunk off his health bar as well as he goes up towards Kiaya. But regardless, the CC comes through. They manage to get the kill onto Kiaya. Noah's able to start to back away. Great job from Emo here to get the ult to guarantee the damage that you need to kill off Noah. and then Razork is able to turn it around here. But this is the position I was talking about. Humanoid just completely out of mana. He's just auto-attacking anyone he can, trying to avoid whatever abilities that are coming in his way. But Fnatic just are too far ahead at this stage and able to close it out.
But it does show, especially when we take a look at the teamfight damage, right? They have to be careful on the side of Fnatic about spending all their cooldowns and continuing to try to fight. There are effectively 380 carries on the opposite side. When it comes to sustained damage in later game stages, when the side of GAM has 2 items, you're not going to outmatch them. If that was an even fight, Fnatic probably lose that. It is their lead that allowed them to win, despite, you know, some rough moments. That said, Fnatic only want to continue to extend that lead. First tower going to get knocked down. Oscar about to charge the Herald into the second. Ulti comes in from Maokai alongside the Rumble ulti, connected together. EasyLove goes over the wall, but he's now walking away from the rest of his team. And again, the Severing Bolt from a mile away, ensuring there is nowhere safe for the Zeri to play. EasyLove picked off. Likely this next charge won't hit, but Jun more than happy to have a big purple taxi to take him wherever he wants to go.
It looks like Dragon might be the call here. Might just try and move. Never mind. I was going to say Rift Guard into that bottom side to make sure that it gets it. But it will waddle its way back to whence they came from. Job is done. Taxi ride complete. And Fnatic get themselves a second Dragon. But at this stage, I really don't think the Dragons are going to be the make or break point in this game. It's going to be a case of just trying to get these last remaining outer towers. And again, we see this where Razork does end up going a little bit too far, but Severing Bolt hits from so far away. Jun does a great job of being able to follow up on him here as well. It's so difficult to escape away from this combo. And Fnatic, from that, are just able to immediately take mid tower, knowing that the TF is still on the top side.
And this is why so often when teams want to prioritize Zeri, it's about taking away champions like the Vi, who have the reliable point-and-click CC. Zeri's ability to get over walls shuts down the vast majority of champions in the game. Vi obviously not going to be one of them. We've seen our win probability powered by AWS, unsurprisingly pretty heavily in the favor of Fnatic. This is now breaking off. A lot of cooldowns initially going to go astray. So Fnatic just going to back off on that one. Happy to just try to play for the wave here as Noah clearing out a bit of vision with the Scryer's Bloom. Rob, I think they're in a tricky position here because they have a lead, but there's no Baron to guarantee towers. The good news is that's one beefy Ornn.
How beefy though?
But how beefy Kiaya! It's a wallet diff. Yes, Fnatic are so far ahead, but that's a 1.4k gold lead for the Twisted Fate. Oscar feeling confident, looking good, but Kiaya goes, look, in the 1v1, man, you're not doing anything.
But that's what I was going to talk about earlier, was the adaptation. Usually we see the static shiv when you're playing this to just try and shove the wave as heavily as the TF. But because he's gone for the Kraken Slayer early, watch how much these third autos are doing to his health bar. It's those chip autos that are coming in, and it's that final one that comes through right as Oscarden is about to knock him up. That Kraken Slayer finishes off the Ram and makes sure they can't follow through.
It's a classic League of Legends battle. Football referee versus God of the Forge. Football referee wins. Football referee coming in big on the bottom side, spiraling to spare. Nice Rumble equalizer across the top. Humanoid has the luxury item. He has the arm guard, but it's not enough to keep him standing. Suddenly, GAM's starting to tie up. The gold lead not looking so big. Massive shutdown in the bottom lane.
Greedy from Humanoid as well. I mean, Oscarden had just died, so there's no pressure for GAM to be on that top half of the map, so they're able to shift members down. Will is a big wave. That's the one we need to collect. I wasn't sure if Kiaya was going to TP up there, but nice pick from GAM. And if you get to continuously slow down this pace of Fnatic, well, maybe you get the opportunity to, as you see in Nemo on that bot side, look for these towers. Start to get some going in your favor. And if you get that tempo lead, you just saw Kiaya beats Oscarden in the side lane. Humanoid not going to have a great time against Emo in the extended side lane either. So you do have to be careful there as Fnatic.
Side lane threat is massive, right? Fnatic don't really have a good side laner into the Tristana, into the Twisted Fate. Fnatic gonna be about forcing these objectives, forcing fights. They're still at a pretty sizable lead. A lot of the money is just on the Twisted Fate. The other role's still relatively far behind, but execution gonna be the big name of the game here for Fnatic. They can't afford to, you know, get so discombobulated in these fights. You know what you need to do. You know how you need to play the game. You know you set up better for fights, but if you keep taking these scrappy skirmishes, if these cooldowns keep going awry, GAM is a good enough team to punish you, to shut you down when you overstep or miss a lot of those key cooldowns.
I think the one saving grace for Fnatic is how good Humanoid's wave clear is, because it makes it very hard for Emo to kind of push in on side lanes. So I still think, GAM, you have to be a little serendipitous here. Hope that you can catch Fnatic out at these moments and see if you can find a moment where they're trying to shift into, well, bot side now at the moment, but try and cover them. See if you can get an overextended play off of Kiaya.
Question is, does Razork feel confident enough to just jump in against Emo? Now that he's on 2 items, I don't think it's so clear-cut without the support of Humanoid, without the support of these Severing Bolts. Again, the recipe for success for Fnatic is clear. They have fantastic tools. It's all about connecting on those key cooldowns, finding those windows of opportunity. For now, it's just trading objectives across the map. Yes, tier 2 here should fall pretty quickly. Emo can't do a lot to stop this. The rest of GAM on the top side around the Baron right now. This would be a bold call from GAM, but I don't think there's any room for them to go for the counterplay. So essentially just a free tier 2 to the side of Fnatic.
I think they were trying to chase down Oscar and hoping that maybe with that, but they're going to go for it, yeah. I mean, Dragon is up in 30 seconds, so everyone on Fnatic is going for it. The TP, this is off of vision. Okay, they know.
Humanoid knows. They all know. The AoE here, the potential for Fnatic.
The Kraken Slayer, though.
They're just shredding through it. GAM are about to get the first Baron of the game. The Forge God is called, but nobody's picking up. GAM already out. Fnatic desperate. They need to find 1 or 2 kills here. This is crushing. Fnatic not respecting how quickly GAM could take the Baron.
You've double Kraken Slayer on Emo and Kiaya. They're able to rinse the Baron immediately. Now they'll be back out of the map. Now, yes, you will lose Dragon, but you get to reset. You get to set up the sidelines in your favor. And realistically, if you can start to push onto these tier 2s, that's where you really become a threat with this Baron.
And let's rewind 5 minutes ago. We were talking about how these Dragons don't really matter. This game's not going to last long enough at the rate Fnatic were playing, at the rate they were building a lead. Now, we're going to Seoul. Guaranteed. The question is it enough for Fnatic to clean up, play better together? Because 2 items for these 80 carries, 2.5 for Kiaya. It's only going to get more difficult for Fnatic to make these aggressive plays.
And if you can buy time for Easy Love to hit the Navori Quick Blades, you have a fairly strong team fighter with a Fnatic that will be relatively grouped up, trying to follow in on Razork's engage. So there is definitely carry potential here. And as Emo starts to hit up towards his 3rd item as well, that could be the big win con here. Last Whisper definitely going to be needed, though.
Catch, though, is going to be big here. A lot of cooldowns burning the Levi. Going to dodge the bolt, but the knockback coming through just in time to ensure the Levi drops. Noble attempted escape. Unfortunately, burns the flash in the process, so won't have that available for the next few minutes. 5 seconds till the ulti would have come up. Solid pick from Fnatic to deny any further advantages from this Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, they're just trying to eke as much as they could out of the Baron here. And Levi tries to cheat tempo, move in towards his topside jungle before he has mid and top really in a position to have support from his team.
Yeah.
And good job from Fnatic to collapse on it and deny that opportunity.
And unfortunate for Levi that twice now this game, it's this exact top side of the map where he's made 1 or 2 mistakes, where it's been a little bit difficult. You know, he's got caught out twice there. The first time up against Razork, overstaying for an extra camp steal. And the second time here as well. Stops the Baron push. No tier 2 is going to fall. Mid lane doesn't fall either. So, a bit of a stymied Baron power play. Down 500 gold from what the Baron gives you. So for GAM, we often talk about Baron buying time, and that's essentially it's all its spot.
And I do think it's worth it, though, right? Realistically, you are waiting on some of these items to come through as GAM. So if you can deny these objectives that force you out of these side lanes, you're in a better spot as GAM. And now they're just trying to ping-pong a couple of these waves. They can't really step up past mid-wave because they don't really have full control over the mid-wave with how well Noah clears out that wave. And Fnatic are kind of using that to say, right, let's slowly but surely start to eke control. But a lot of members starting to group around this mid lane for GAM. And Fnatic have left themselves a little bit exposed here with how many members were looking for Kiaya on that top side.
At this stage, though, I don't think GAM are going to take too many risks to force a pick. Mostly just shadowing to make sure they can push in where they want to. Oscar obviously just continuing to get tankier and tankier. The Ornn items start coming through shortly, only further extending the lead the Fnatic have built themselves. Down to about 3K. 3 Dragons might matter more here as we get later to the game, but really just need to keep our eyes on those key cooldowns in the fights to come. 5 flashes up for the side of Fnatic. Levi no flash to his name. Could make things a little bit trickier, but we're in this stalemate where both sides are just pushing waves. Neither side wants to overcommit.
So essentially what needs to happen for GAM here is what you're seeing for Kiaya now. If he can shove in this wave to the tier 2.
On to Levi, they know he's got no flash. There's no real follow-up here. He's all on his lonesome. Rumble already on the way out, and yet another pick onto the Maokai. Good heads-up play from Fnatic to punish the missing summoner spell.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you can get that wave shoved in top, then you can start to have Kiaya TP onto the mid-wave and threaten anyone who comes forward on Fnatic. But Fnatic beat them to the punch. They end up collapsing onto this topside jungle, knowing that GAM haven't got the members there, and again find that pick onto Levi. So nicely done by Fnatic. and just making sure that GAM can't play past this mid-wave, or sorry, this river point on the map without getting punished.
See if there's any follow-up, though. It feels like it's just going to be the pick, just a little bit more gold into the back pocket of Fnatic, just extend their lead a tiny bit. 2.5 items. Interestingly, double Last Whisper coming through for the side of GAM. We assume that's going to be a Lord Dominix. Very focused on just tearing through the front line. As we get later, Rob, I feel like Fnatic, excellent vision control on the top side of the map. If they can just keep catching members out from the side of GAM, they should have a sure path forward to Baron. And looking to close out this game, but for GAM, again, the carries are getting stronger.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for GAM is that you have to force yourself into these Last Whispers because you don't really have a guaranteed magic damage threat. Yes, you've got the Rumble, but it's a support Rumble on nerfed support item patch up against Oscarinin, who just gets to build armor against all these AD threats. So yeah, that's kind of where you need to get this early aggression. And unfortunately, if you don't get this completed earlier, Oscarinin is just going to be an absolute menace when it comes to these fights, and no one's really going to be able to kill him.
What we saw on the top lane 1v1 a while ago here is yet again Razork committed to finding these picks. The Q flash to secure it. Yaya spotted out now, is going to need to start running. Likely doesn't have enough time to get his ulti off. Can go for the gold card. The Crushing Maw already came through. Yet another pick. Yaya wants to tear through Humanoid, but the Seraph's shield is there. 2 picks, 30 seconds before Baron is up. The path in front of Fnatic's clear.
That's actually a bit heartbreaking. I think Kiaya could have got the reset off, but he expected the Severing Bolt from Humanoid to come through, but Humanoid had just used his QE combo on the wave, so wouldn't have had access to the Severing Bolt, and he would have been able to escape, but it's been unfortunate. But either way now, will be Fnatic with access to the map, and all we're looking at is bot side to see what Emo can get in return.
Emo just keep walking away from the Ornn. I don't think there's anything else to be got here, but Razork just wants to continue to play for picks. Knowing if they take Emo out, the Baron is still relatively easy. Flashback from Emo. Ulti there. Chain CC flawless. Knockback from Emo. Stops Oscarinin for a second, but it's Razork again on a killing spree. 7, 3, and 7. He has been everywhere on the map for Fnatic.
And easy love. Gotta just try and clear at the mid wave. Levi gonna get spotted here.
Throws down the ulti. Waiting, holding onto the Rumble ult. It's not available yet. Level 11 for Leo, but not really finding anything else here. So just a forced retreat. Severing Bolt, nice sidestep from Easy Love. Fnatic really trying to get control of the Baron area. Bit of vision on the top side of the pit for GAM. Otherwise relatively unwarded.
You can play very aggressive on mid-wave to make sure that you can't get the shove in, and maybe Fnatic can look towards the mid-turd in the base instead. But now Fnatic, they just turn over towards the objective and look for the Baron. And there's nothing you can do here as GAM. You have no flash, you have no way into the pit.
5K, it's getting lower. It would take a miracle to steal this one. Razork not going to let it happen. Baron buff, Dragon Soul for Fnatic, 6K gold lead. Surely this is just their win, but GAM want to keep going for these cheeky plays. Kiaya running through tower. It's going to feel pretty bad given how fast Razork is. Likely to punish. Levi covering, though, means Fnatic don't feel confident to immediately engage. TP in. Extended fight. Fnatic just continuing to chase.
They're just trying to look juicy, give their space.
Knockback. Good damage onto Kiaya. Just going to get teared through. It's like Razork versus the world right now. The rest of Fnatic playing for the objective as well, but it's just the Spy almost single-handedly shutting down GAM. Levi going to get away from the Grasping Maw. Just going to be a slow death here for the Maokai. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, already the pressure forward coming in from Noah and Jun. Yes, there is an effort on the top side of the map from Emo to push back to get a tier 2 for himself. He's likely to grab it, but it's probably going to cost him the inhibitor line. No ulti for the Rumble. Not a whole lot else to speak of. So Fnatic, scrappy exchange overall, but likely this is where they end it.
Yeah, Fnatic should be able to, it's not even the fact that you're going to be able to close it with just this push, but it's creating that pressure onto the bottom side of the map. Makes it so easy now to look towards mid, start to threaten the tier 2 on top, and Emo has to run the entire way back because Oscarinin is just trying to chase him down.
And even though they stop Emo from recalling, even though it's only 2 members in the base, Fnatic don't want to take the 2v2 under inhibitor towers, so GAM will at least survive for one more reset. We'll see. For now, Noah and Jun grouping in the mid lane, very likely to just push out mid, try to focus down these big objectives. And overall, I think some good efforts here from GAM. At the end of the day, the scoreboard's not going to look pretty, but found 1 or 2 fights to really stop Fnatic from pushing the lead forward. Now, however, I think it's just too much. Fnatic are simply too far ahead.
Yeah, I think it was the lack of early vision for GAM just gave so much control to Fnatic. Razork was able to get in position multiple times. Humanoid had some great roams, and now they're bearing the brunt of it. Dragon Soul, Baron buff, with a way that's very far ahead and just looking to take pop shots.
Just look how far back Humanoid's playing. He does not need to risk anything. He can just throw out ulti, he can just throw out QW, the Severing Bolt. That's the only thing he really needs to do in these team fights for Fnatic to come out on top. That said, continuing split push from Kiaya, he's pushing into Super Salver, so it seems like he's just more determined to get more money to get that 4th item, as it's very unlikely that he's going to be able to break an inhibitor tower. Fnatic, however, can just, knowing they have a man advantage, or assuming they do as they saw TF on bottom side, can start to get aggressive here in the mid lane.
Yeah, at this stage they can just dive the tower. Essentially they're just waiting for the wave.
Rumble ulti.
There you go.
They're trying to kill the wave, but they're too strong. Fnatic, Noah at 4 items. Fnatic very likely to just end it here. Gam, though, holding their own. Fnatic giving them a lot of respect.
Yeah, he hasn't stopped. He's still going.
TP now coming in from Oscar. It's 3 inhibitors down. I'm not going to tell you that this is good for Gam, but they at least stop Fnatic for ending.
Yeah, Kiaya gets the ult out. So, I mean, they do slow it down. Again, like, this will be Fnatic ending, but it's just Gam kind of poking them in the side, continuously just being frustrating. And they do have to reset. You still have those 6 Void Grubs buff on Gam with an ADTF. This is going to be a little bit terrifying when he gets access to towers, so they do have to respect it, which is why Oscar and TP's back in. And now, with the waves pushed out, it kind of feels like we're waiting for the 2 more waves to be shoved out, try and get Fnatic to push Gam back into the base. Maybe they look for an Elder, or maybe they just feel like they're strong enough to just dive the 2 Nexus turrets and look for the end there.
Feels pretty impossible for Gam to come back at this stage. An Elder Steal would do it if Fnatic want to try to risk going for it, but I think they're just going to be happy to push in here. They know they have a man advantage. Emo currently backing. Forge God called. Flash comes out from Elio, and he's immediately going to get locked up. Another Q flash from Razork. Does not hesitate to try and find his man. Gold card on the backside of Ki will lock up Razork for a brief moment, but they're just getting torn down. The 3 carries left standing, but all of the front line is dead. Gam. Long, slow end here coming in from Fnatic. Noah trying to style on Easy Love. The last man standing, and there the feathers pulling back will be a triple for Noah. Fnatic taking game 1 in the series.
Fnatic looking very confident in game number 1. Waited it out to close it, but realistically it was look for quick picks, look to make sure they were playing towards our win con, and a very successful early game. And it didn't really look like it was too much of an effort from Fnatic.
Yeah, I think 1 or 2 slip-ups that gave Gam some opportunities to come back, but from there, Gam's still making these little mistakes. A lot of individual members caught out. No real options, I think, for them to come back into that one, short of Fnatic catastrophic execution in a team fight. And credit to Fnatic, credit to Oscar, coming together on that top side to really stop the Twisted Fate from doing anything. And then Humanoid, Humanoid on this way, man. First 3 levels of lane, he loses a little bit against the Tristana. The rest of the game felt like the Humanoid and Razork show from start to finish. That said, don't forget to log into LLEsports.com using your RIDE ID to earn exclusive MSI drops. And in the meantime, let's head on over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
And we're back here at the desk after Fnatic takes game 1 here against Gam Esports. We have the signs. That's good. I got a bit scared, honestly, watching that mid-game from Fnatic, but we'll talk about this a bit later, guys. Let's talk about how things unfolded in the early game, especially. We expected some things seeing at this draft, but talk me through the game plan from Fnatic and why do you think it was maybe a good decision for them?
Yeah, so I thought it was interesting because initially when I was looking at Gam's draft, I was like, okay, they're going to draft for lane swap. They did not. They went with a TF top. And then I was like, okay, maybe Fnatic should lane swap because I don't want Oscar going up against Kiaya as this in this TF. And TF can get really put behind by a lane swap, right? But I thought Razork had, this is off of a Levi invade actually that went a little too long, but I thought Razork had a really good strategy of just camp top, right? Like we know that our bot lane is strong enough to deal with their bot lane. We know that Humanoid can deal with Emo in the mid lane. So we will just perma-camp Kiaya, make sure he can't get as ahead as he would have liked. And even then, I honestly thought Gam did a pretty good job in like mid to late trying to use Kiaya, trying to use that Twisted Fate to take turrets. He did still end up giving them a little bit of trouble. But I thought that early game approach from Fnatic was good, despite the fact that A, I think Gam should have drafted to lane swap and they didn't. And then B, it could have been a really nice lane swap angle for Fnatic if they had wanted to do it.
Yeah, I mean, like, depends what you define as mid-game, because I felt like Gam was still getting picked off. They were getting picked off a few times. Specifically, we were seeing Elio and his Rumble getting picked off on times on side lane. So Razork did a great job. I think the game really opened up the door in the HyperX Reflex replay when we go straight into it, because there was a team fight that went a little long, but it was Jun that I felt like was the champion of this fight because he saw the Twisted Fate kind of walk in a little bit too far forward, hop straight on top of him. The team just end up jumping on the Twisted Fate and killing him. And then, of course, yes, sure, the Xayah goes down, but I actually thought what Jun did immediately afterwards alongside Bai and being able to just jump straight on top of Easy Love to make it really hard for him to play out this team fight was great. So I thought really split second decisions being made from Fnatic to win this team fight.
Yeah, and you want to have lockdown for Zeri, right? Because we know how slippery she can be. And also Jun, we talked about more classic engage. Like obviously we brought up the Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
But his engage sense and timing is just so good. And Rakan is another champion that really allows him to flex.
Yeah, and this is what made Fnatic clutch, I feel like, since the beginning of the year and especially in playoffs. For me, I feel like we see textbook Fnatic for the better and the worse, because when it comes to mid-game, I still see the sloppiness that cost them some playoffs game when it comes to handling skirmishes. When they have information, for me, it's more of a lack of discipline here, Noraz, on the side of Fnatic.
It's so funny because for the fans that are out there, if you guys had a camera, what you guys are reacting during the game, you guys were living.
It's the thing is because you can see these like really brilliant team fights or like really good strategies from them, right? And then you can see stuff like that tiny dip in there, right? That is actually when, so we had the play on top side where I thought it was really good from Gam. Kiaya gets the solo kill, then they make a play on bot side with the TF. That was really nice from Gam. And then the like 22-30 Baron where Fnatic have vision and they're still just like pushing bot side and they just give it up. And it's like when we talk about Fnatic going forward in this event and facing stronger teams, that is going to be a lot more punishing against a team that is not Gam.
Yeah, when you got your foot off the gas pedal there, because they had a pretty sizable lead, they looked like they were confident in the game where they were trying to play both sides of the map. And then, yeah, they were making mistakes. And it's really hard to discern, because this happened yesterday too for T1, where they were really sloppy by the end of it. It was like, okay, how much of this is disrespecting your opponent with the lead that you have, and how much of it is, like to the point that you made, kind of still those same habits being brought back from regional play? I think it's a bit of both.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's probably both. I also think, like, again, these are not things, I know Laura will back me up on this, these are not things that we are unused to seeing from Fnatic.
Yeah, sadly. And I love the approach that Fnatic had, though, here in Game 1. Let's see how they can check things up in Game 2. As Gam selected blue side, anything we want to see here on the side of Gam here, in terms of peak priorities maybe here, and how they want to utilize them?
You go first.
I mean, as much as I like that they were like, Kiaya's really good, we're going to go with the TF, we've got this, right? Like, this is our carry player. I don't disagree with that. I still think they have to swap to have a chance.
Yeah, I think I would like to see them go towards Kalista was banned from Gam's side. Go for a Kalista, go for a strong bot lane. I actually thought they handled themselves in the lane quite well. There was actually a weird timing when the camera went back bot lane. I was like, oh, wait a minute. They're on the opposite side of the lane, both at like sub 10% HP. And then the jungler came in and cleaned up Noah. So I was like, okay, they're handling themselves quite well. You could actually probably give them a stronger lane to deal with.
I want to clarify one thing I said. I don't want them to swap with the TF.
Yep.
No.
Don't draft to swap.
I agree with that completely.
Fnatic backstage. What do you think would be the adjustments here? We saw Nightshare. He looked really relaxed talking to them. I think it's more about, as I said, being disciplined rather than gameplay issues themselves. I feel like Fnatic can keep on doing the things we saw in Game 1, but maybe cleaner. We'll see what they can bring here in Game 2. That's all for us here on the side of the desk. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back for GAM Esports vs Fnatic Game 2. See you.
The light is fading.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that little thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, yeah.
Right.
I think it's coming up. Welcome back. Ahead of our second game in this series between Fnatic and GAM. First game, pretty decisive from Fnatic. You heard it on the desk, one or two little itty-bitty hiccups, but otherwise the Fnatic show just about from start to finish. Razork and Jun getting to play their best see hero, kill hero style of game, but now GAM are on the blue side, so the draft at the very least will be swapped up a little bit, and we'll see what's going to come through.
Yeah, Lucian ban surprises me, although we did see a little bit of it coming in towards our playoffs for Fnatic, but Varus, Vi, going to be taken off the board. Rumble, I kind of respect. I think Elio had a really good job of playing into that, or playing as that in the last game, and putting a bit of pressure onto that bottom side of the map. So taking that away, I would have to see exactly how aggressive you want to be now, and what this first pick is going to include for GAM.
What do they want to prioritize? What is left for them that they feel like they can blind pick here? Maybe just securing a strong jungler. But again, Tristana. Now, I like the theory of the Tristana, even as a mid laner. Didn't really amount to much in that game, of course, partially because Humanoid just snowballed so quickly, so early.
I do think as well this is kind of like a symptom of lane swaps, where it's like they are threatening essentially the lane swap, where it goes, if you go for cool, we'll take Tristana, we'll take maybe even a Lulu, we'll run double demolish, and we'll just absolutely rinse through your towers and just speed up the game, so effectively that Tristana gets to take over. So I think this is why they're having that high priority, and then as you say, they can still flex it to mid, even if they don't want to play it in that bottom side of the map, and especially against the likes of the Rakan and Xayah. More than likely, we'll see it go mid again. I just need to see some sort of AP priority here then for Kiaya in the top side, because I think that's the downside, is that you just don't have the AP fallback a lot of the time in that top lane, unless you want to go towards like a Mordekaiser, which we did see some buffs to, or Gwen, excuse me, or something along these lines.
Now, with the Zeri immediately locked in, it feels like we're shifting away from the lane swap. Still potential for it to come through, but not a very common pairing, and now the Vigar are going to come out. Okay.
This is probably just a
hover. Yeah,
plus.
excuse me, I'm getting excited by the...
Yeah, I think we'll probably see something like the Sejuani or the Maokai probably come through here. More than likely a Maokai, to be honest with the... Oh! It is going to be the Veigar. So Veigar support going down to try and cover for the Rakan. That's super interesting.
It's really...
he's played it before as well.
Yeah. It's the second time we're going to see this. But the thing for me is I really want to see more proactive engage tools or stronger disengage tools. Now, it's not the Rumble, it is the Veigar, so there are some good disengage tools when you have these double AD carries. And I hope the rest of the comp continues to round that out. Because that was a big issue for me, is that they just had no way to stop Fnatic from one-shot killing anyone on their team for overstepping and starting a team fight at a massive advantage.
The downside to going for the Veigar, though, is that it doesn't give you a huge amount of push in that bottom side. It's more about controlling the Rakan, right? So I think when you look towards now not having the Rumble, Xayah Rakan should be able to get control of this bot lane level 1, level 2, and then open up for some sort of opportunity for Razork to invade and look for these plays. And I think that was where, when we look back at the start of winter, this play where Fnatic really shone was trying to go for these invades and playing around Razork. And if Humanoid is able to take something that is a decent answer into the Tristana as well, that could set up for these pushing lanes, or even honestly for Osgurden with the counter pick that you can look to play off of as Fnatic.
Yeah. We'll see how the Vigar works out. Right, I don't love it. I would have rather seen something like a Talia in the mid lane. Of course, that option disappears when you lock in the Tristana and the Zeri, unless you're really going to flex a Tristana top lane, which I can't imagine anyone is going to do at this point in the tournament. The Karthus banned away.
It's the AP junglers, right?
Yeah, like, look, if there's anyone on this team to be scared of, it's Levi. It's the jungle position.
He's a beast.
So we saw Nocturne in game 1 banned. Now we're going to see the Karthus in game 2. Maybe just hoping to limit any of the really, really strong scaling options the game can bring to the table in the AP department.
Yeah, it's kind of like, what do you do now? Because as we said, like, Kiaya has to try and go for the AP, because the other AD options that you're kind of thinking of in the jungle are like Evelyn, this kind of stuff. Talia could have even been flexed into the jungle, but now that being taken away for Humanoid means that that's off the table, so you're kind of stuck here. Like, maybe a little bit of us, but this is what I mean. You're fishing for jungle, so it kind of has to fall to Kiaya to have some sort of AP answer. But a blind AP top laner isn't the best of times. And look, you can kind of go, Zeri does some AP damage, Veigar does obviously AP damage, but you can see in the last game how difficult it was. But Brand! There it is.
You want magic damage? He will give it to you. Yeah, been a while since we saw Brand, obviously hit back a bit since he was the premier jungle option for that brief period at the start of the year. And now alongside a relatively safe blind pick Asante. But I do like the overall structure of this composition. Magic damage in the jungle, effectively double AD. And, you know, Asante obviously does a little bit here and there with the true damage. But yeah.
The only problem that I see is that trying to kill Razork is going to be a pain. You have a lot of people that want to play at range. Asante is the only one that can really get in there. So if Razork starts to get ahead, which kind of has opportunities to playing off of the TF top, the ability to play off of Jun and knowing that bottom side, this is where it can cause issues for GAM. So you're going to need to see very good early game vision coming through from GAM to protect Levi in his jungle.
We'll track. That's the diligence we didn't see from them in the previous early game, laying down the vision, respecting when they did and didn't have priority around some of those early plays, from Levi especially. On the Brand, you always kind of have to be a bit more conservative because you lack summoners, even if you're pretty strong in a 1v1. But now it's Oscar's turn to try out the Twisted Fate, see if he can dominate here. Domestically, this was not one of his better champions, often falling flat against many of our top laners. But in a matchup up against the Cassante, see if he can start to take over. Had a pretty solid game 1 on the Ornn overall, really shutting down Kiaya on the Twisted Fate. So now gets more or less the opposite side of the matchup, at least Twisted Fate into a tank. Although, K'Sante a little more kill pressure, you know? I think it's safe to say. I do think Oscar will probably take Ghost in this matchup.
Especially since, I mean, K'Sante doesn't take Ghost himself and getting run down like that is never fun.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think definitely a big 1-3-1 setup here for Fnatic. They want to try and play through, especially if you can get control in the early stages by playing around the TF in the top half. But I think you got a lot of options. And again, it's Gam. I think if you can just come into this early game stronger, the fact that you saw so many hiccups from Fnatic will give you easier ways to get back into the game. And this isn't a composition that I feel as much as you will just immediately lose the game if you fall behind. So there is options here for Gam to try and push us to that game number 3.
Certainly are. It will be a tall task, however. No doubt about that. LEO, solid in game 1's laning phase. Really making sure they could keep some of that early, bot side prio, but was getting picked out in a number of instances. Need to see if he can clean up the play on the Vigar. And similarly for Levi, like, Brand, we said if they fall behind, it's not too big of a deal, but Brand is definitely a champion where you want to snowball. You want to get a lead. You come into those early fights on one item, whew, you're living your dream. You're burning everybody.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that if you're kind of coming in on equal footing or even slightly behind, it's not the end of the world. Because you end up looking at Fnatic, yes, they have a squad that can team fight, but they're all relatively squishy. It's Jun being reliant as the main engage dealer, and Brand does pretty well into compositions that want to stick as a group, which when you look at the backline of Fnatic, relatively want to. Also, Jun being able to bring that Brand ult into the team is also going to be a big one. The controlling of space with Elio, like, you have options to fight against what Fnatic have brought to the table. It's just a case of not falling behind, which is why I love this.
We're swapping. All right, of course it is spotted out by Fnatic, so their bot lane immediately steps up to try to get lane prio. Opportunity for Emo really to push in mid here and ensure that Humanoid cannot roam to support any of these plays. Just find advantage in his isolated 1v1. And we said it in the previous draft, Twisted Fate, one of the absolute worst champions in a lane swap. That said, I don't know what Vigar Zeri does. They don't push very fast. They don't do a ton of tower damage, as now Oscar, a quick gank into the mid lane. I take it back, he might not be good in the lane swap, but an early gold card. Gonna at least force Emo away. He's ticking down. One more auto, or an extra rock. Gonna finish the job.
That's huge, getting that kill in the mid lane, and now they're gonna start to move into this bottom side, potentially look for the dive. As you can see, Razork starting to clear out his final camp on this bot side and gonna move in here, but at least the push already coming through for the Veigar and the Zeri as they get access to that turret.
Oscar also at the setup here. Kiaya gets level 2, it's not going to feel too bad, but he has not taken a skill yet. We'll take the Pathmaker, but this is a 4-man dive. Should be an easy setup. Oscar goes in, takes it first with gold card to ensure unstoppable. Now coming out onto Kiaya. Plenty of damage here to finish the job. Fnatic clean on the 4v1 tower dive.
They end up crashing the third wave as Fnatic versus the second wave on Gam. So there's going to be the immediate crash, so you can't really follow up there as Oscar in to go towards the top side. So I wouldn't be surprised if he hovers around here to see if you get the TP in from Kiaya, because he would love to be able to pick up this wave, but not going to be the case because Kiaya did place that ward.
Okay, he's going back. And now it's time for the redive. Knock up there, he's unstoppable. Again, he just needs to find one kill back. Jun now tanking the tower. One more shot, Jun, the heal has to come out. Kiaya still alive for an extra second, but Noah, it's a clean flash to stay standing. Kiaya, oh, that hurts.
That's heartbreaking. The one advantage that you really had for Kiaya into this Twist of Fate was the fact you had that teleport. You were going to be able to get in towards those waves, and I loved the ward he placed down in towards that brush to spot out if Oscar was going to stick around, if Fnatic were going to look for the redive, but he ends up pulling the trigger thinking maybe he can get some of the experience in the CS under the turret, but he ends up falling to it. There will be a sizable, I was going to say sizable, he'll be able to pick up some of the turret, or the minions on this bottom side.
He's going to get level 2.
Yeah. But
that's really about it.
Yeah, but now we're seeing Jun going to move up towards his top side to try and help out Oscar in it, to make sure that he can hit the level 2 as well, grab this wave. And it's a bit of a fake, because essentially what's going to happen is Gam is going to reset, look to move into this bottom side. Oh, it's not actually Oscar. Sorry, it's Noah's gone top push. Elio, a little bit behind on the reset.
And honestly, disrupting that recall is big for tempo in favor of Fnatic. Remember, in 5 minutes, the topside tower plating falls away, and Emo getting a face full of rocks.
That's like opening your front door and immediately just getting wailed up with the rain outside. You're like, I regret life choices today.
Yeah. My man just got hailed on. That was not... Wow, all right. Humanoid again, off to a fantastic start. Emo, I guess that felt like that was his only option. But he miscalculated. Elio stopping Noah from pushing here. But keep in mind, if Fnatic keep this pressure up, it's easy access to the grubs. They do spawn at 6 minutes now, though.
It's also the fact that Elio didn't get the reset, so he's behind. So he has to reset now, which is going to give Noah and Jun that opportunity now to push in this top side, and they will get the advantage in the 2v1. So Fnatic are winning out on mid. They're winning out on top. And yes, you are a little bit behind when it comes towards the experience on bot side, but it's really not a huge amount. So for Fnatic, if they can now, in this position, continue to match GAM in the 2v2, they're going to be in a great spot.
I also just think that the timing works out so well for Fnatic. They get a ton of time bot lane. When there's no tower reinforcement, they get 3 plates. They move back topside right as that tower reinforcement starts up or falls away. So if GAM swap down to the bottom side at this point, they're going to be at a massive disadvantage. Flick back from Humanoid is good. I mean, at this point, he's got an experience lead and he's about 1,000 gold ahead, so it's definitely not getting any easier for Emo.
Fnatic faking the reset here, trying to see if they can pick off GAM as they get deeper vision. Great Scryer's Bloom from Levi to spot this out, because they want to try and trade Dragon for the Void Grubs as GAM. Fnatic know it, they want to stick around, but can't really get into a position now, because look at where the Tristan is in mid lane. Emo shoving in this wave, but Mao might get caught.
Oh, he W'd in. He does not have the cooldown available yet. He flashed previously, and it's an easy pick-off for Fnatic. Humanoid, it's just getting funneled kills. I mean, 3-0 at 6 minutes. This is a shellacking.
And now Fnatic do get to go towards the Void Grubs. And remember, on this patch, Void Grubs spawn at 6 minutes, but also give you the little Void Mites if you can get 4 of them. So picking up 2 here is great for them. And even Oscar in on the bottom side doing work now into this matchup against Kiaya. You'll get to collect the wave on top side as GAM trying to deny Noah and Jun access to that.
Yeah, pretty ruthless replay on the picture-in-picture of that mid lane play. It looked like Emo jumping forward to just get autos down on Humanoid, potentially to stop the Weaver's Wall from rotating him into Herald, as Levi caught out a bit here. Again, the brand damage is tough to deal with. Set up for Viger, extra movement speed. Emo once again going over the wall, then caught out Humanoid. Huge shutdown into Easy Love's back pocket.
Noah had moved back up towards the top side to collect that wave that we talked about, Easy Love and Elio pushing in as Fnatic were on the Void Grub. So GAM were like, great, you can only have 3 people here. We've got 4. That's a bigger number. Let's just take the fight. And they managed to catch out Humanoid.
I could keep it simple for us, Rob. Yeah. Number bigger.
Bigger number, better person.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right, well, Demolish, of course, getting picked up by Vigar here in the lane swap situation makes a ton of sense. And Emo going to grab a plate, so Humanoid's still wildly far ahead, but a very positive play for the side of GAM. Oscar gets the gold card off. Kiaya, once he gets to level 6, is going to be a bit more threatening. But Oscar building a lot of a pretty big gold lead here, despite spending all of his time not farming, at least for the first 3 minutes of the game.
And Noah, again, collecting this top side. I wasn't sure if they were going to try and get Noah to rotate down for the Dragon, because that would be something Fnatic would like to get, but I think because Oscar Inan has this tower so low already, they're just happy to try and leave him in this matchup. But
card
6 hits.
Yeah, Q3. Alti's immediately going to go for the all-in. Ghost versus Ghost. Oscar needs to run this down. 1 Q missing. Oscar getting the gold card. Dash through from Kiaya. He's running out of cooldowns. Oscar needs to get a bit more space. Q3 not going to slow. Q2 rather. Q3 now coming in. But the rest of the team on the way. Oscar, does he just ult out to safety? Does he even know? Can they even do anything? The TP? Oh, he's caught in the cage. He's forced to flash.
He's forced to flash. He will get the reset, though. Can ult back in to collect this wave under tower. And up top, because Elio and the Easy Love are all on this bottom side, that's going to be the push coming through on the top half of the map for Noah and Jun. And Oscar Inan, he can TP back in and have Razork here to support him as he collects his wave. So Fnatic going to try and put GAM behind as much as possible here.
Oscar trying to get back onto this tower. Has Razork to cover for him. That is one squishy Vigar. Razork flashing over the wall to get the damage down. Full confidence, and now Levi's in trouble with a fireball. It's bouncing back and forth. Easy Love, he got a bit extra kill gold early on. If he can get the red buff, he might be able to turn this back onto Oscar. Gold card coming in. The cleanse isn't good. He was already knocked up. He desperately wants this kill, but the shock laser whiffs.
And
disaster!
And on the top side, Kiaya goes down as well. The dive successful from Fnatic. Fnatic pick up wins entirely across the board, but now Emo hovering for vision.
Should just grab the kill here. Kill back onto Oscar, try to make it an even trade outside of the kill that happened on the top side. Gold card, walks back, he doesn't know the brush is warded, flash forward. Bit messy, but the kill still comes through.
It's still Fnatic coming out on top though. They managed to get the win on the top half of the map. They get 3 turret plates themselves to push in as well. And yes, Emo got at least a little bit of it, but you can see at the bottom of your screens, 1.1k nearly entirely across that top side for each of the different players. But we'll see here, Razork immediately goes on to Elio, manages to get the knock up, and I thought this might have been a bit of a mistake. Oscar tries to go-kart the FLICKR instead of go-karting Levi. Maybe, and you can see here, Razork, because he's in melee range of the brand, ends up taking a ton of damage. So maybe there was a way that you could have kept Razork alive, but either way, Fnatic going to be very, very happy with that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Humanoid, of course, able to easily roam up. They know Kiaya has no ultimate. So much of his ability to threaten to kill back on the dive just removed because of the bottom side play. And overall, if you're winning 2 plays or going even in 1 play and winning a play on the other side of the map, you feel fantastic. And let me tell you, Fnatic feel fantastic right now. 4-1 for Humanoid. Game 1, he got off to a swift start. He's getting off even faster this time around. Emo. Knockback, gets 1 shot under the tower. Here comes the FLICKR, point and click!
Outplayed!
Tiny master of evil, baby! Can't be stopped. All right, Oscar in, now trying to back away. See where the Seer goes. Ooh, waits on the Seer. Ulti just gonna bounce into the wave, however, not a lot left to grab.
That's like 3 waves, though, that now has been lost to Oscar in on this top side, though. He was initially denied access as Kiaya was taking the turret, so actually a bit of a sizable win now for Kiaya. He got about a 400 gold for himself in the matchup, and now opening up a bit of an experience lead for himself as well. Don't know if he'll be able to get the tower fully with the TP coming through.
Gold card, locks up, unstoppable from Kiaya, will start to walk away, gets on the other side of the wall, FLICKR, baby cage. Stopping anything else, but this is a questionable TP. Emo, he missed the memo. The play ended 3 seconds ago, but that TP could not cancel it.
That was a bit of a whoopsie there from Emo, going that little bit too far forward, and now it's Fnatic who have numbers advantage on this top side. Razork finds Levi.
Just fully go in, knowing there's no cage available. Flash over from Levi. Manages to make it over the wall, but he has to walk back into Fnatic if he wants to escape this one. No flash. That means 1 very dead brand, but Fnatic just want to keep going. Oscar zooming towards the FLICKR, but will not walk in the gold card.
Yeah.
And this is Fnatic in a nutshell. Once the blood starts flowing, it never stops. Oscar, quick gold card. A few more rocks to come out, waiting for the wave. Jun can just flash W, but I don't think they're going to commit anything more than they need to. Humanoid grabbing another kill. It's a Talia montage as Noah wants to go for the 1v1 versus Easy Love. Whips the chains a little bit. Easy Love lightning crash a bit late, and Noah on a killing spree. Game 1, Fnatic were winning. Game 2, Fnatic are styling on GAM.
Yeah, the Kraken Slayer comes in clutch there again. The fact that you only have access to 1 kind of burst damage from the Static Shiv means that Noah's just able to get so much more value from multiple auto attacks coming out. Burst down, Easy Love, and resets now to pick up more on the way back out. GAM, they need to find some way to disrupt them, but unfortunately for them, you know, Oscar and Humanoid love playing this 1-3-1 style when these 2 are out, so you're relying on kind of on Fnatic on making a mistake as Jun spots Elio.
Good bit of damage comes in from Emo. Nice cage to stop Jun from following up as Levi just tries to grab the Scuttle Crab, but we talked about small leads being playable for the side of GAM. This is not a small lead, this is a massive lead. Oscar not going to use the ultimate. Gets the information he needs from the Destiny, allows him to keep pushing, and he'll set up Razork to take the Drake. Does go over the wall without crossing the Scuttle Crab vision, so GAM can guess that this is happening, but do not know for sure.
Yeah, at least they'll trade a tower on the top side for it, which is nice for themselves. They have invested a lot of people onto the bottom side, though, so I think if Fnatic want to, they can still contest any sort of Rift Trail play on this top half of the map. And with Noah heavily contesting in mid. Oh, hang on, Humanoid
going up. Pull back, good from Kiaya. Knockback to get away from the Unraveled Earth. Now Humanoid is running away.
You still got Elio on the way, though. Fnatic second to the play here, so Humanoid invests the ultimate, thinks he can go for the 1v1 because Kiaya's far behind, but Sheen picked up and at least has a no magic mantle for himself as well, so able to trade that one back around. But this just nice from Noah. Yeah, again, like you got the Kraken Slayer, you're getting some good damage out of it, and for Easy Love, you just don't have enough to burst him down. You're great at clearing waves, you're great in team fights because that AoE is crucial, but in a straight up 1v1, it just ain't it.
Yeah, the late lightning crash doesn't feel good either. If you're going to use it, you got to use it immediately. Regardless, works out very well. Well played by Noah to go for the aggressive kill there. And while the plates are close, I think mostly because of the lane swap, to be honest, and because Fnatic have been playing for these kills and for these picks, while Emo has been pushing on a side lane, the gold still very much in favor of Fnatic. Only 2 grubs to their name. GAM will get the extra little grubby, or the extra little mite when they push. But don't think that is enough to balance out the discrepancy here.
I think at this stage it's going to be tough for GAM to try and get something back in their favor. They need to... Oh, hang on. No. I was going to say, they need to try and find some way to force a fight mid that they can win, but honestly, they don't really win out in the 3v3 because Razor can act as a tank, whereas you just don't have that option as GAM. So unless you can catch out, you know, Noah as he steps too far forward with a baby cage, that could be an answer, but he has cleanse available, he has flash, he's the ult, so I mean, you're kind of seeing it here. The Fnatic just aren't really scared of this Veigar right now. And if you're getting this much control in the enemy jungle, essentially for free, you're just going to immediately turn onto the bottom side.
No surprise to see all red on the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. It's Fnatic favored, to say the least, at this stage of the game. And I think GAM, they've got a little bit more burst damage in the jungle position for Brand this time around, but it is the Rylai's. Obviously disrupts, obviously makes a lot of these extended fights much easier to lock down some of those squishier targets, but they don't really have enough threat without a ton of members grouped up.
Yeah, you're kind of hoping that a big Brand ult could maybe set them up for something, but at this stage it's very, very tough. 2 members of Fnatic pushing them back, drawing 3 members of GAM down means that you have the reset for Noah, who's going to move in towards mid. It's actually going to be Jun, who I think is going to freeze this wave for a colleague up in this top half of the map, but yeah, I think it's just a waiting game now for Fnatic. Keep lanes in your favor, make sure that then you're able to play for the likes of Baron when it comes up, Dragon maybe in 2 minutes time, but with only this mid tower remaining, it feels like pushing out both sides and then immediately collapsing onto the mid is the way Fnatic are going to try and play this one out.
Yes, sir. We are now in the... this is the moment as a caster you have to choose. Do we bring up the narrative? Do we spin a tale about something unrelated? Do you talk about how Veigar looks cute in pajamas? Instead, we'll talk about the flash. Okay, burn. Fnatic set up on mid. But this game... nigh impossible for GAM to play out. These cages will start to be much more threatening as we get later, and there's actually follow-up damage, but for now, Noah just throws down an emote, which I think reflects the exact situation of this game, and Humanoid sidestepping every relevant skill as Jun comes in from over the wall, but this cage, the flash out, Ki off to the side, shut down on a Humanoid should just come through, but now Ki wants to keep the fight going instantly onto Noah there. Feathers are going to fly, now backing away. Emo overstaying. Razor turns right back onto the squishy Veigar. Oscar Renan looks to get one more for himself. GAM, they thought they could turn the play back against Fnatic, but Fnatic, too good, too clean in the execution, too far ahead. And it's still going. Gaia, all out's going to fade away, and nothing left for Cassante to do, but dive very slowly to the Bird Lady.
There's very little that you could do there. GAM was a nice attempt. Try to jump onto Fnatic, but again, as you said, just the gold lead is too much. Even Noah just having that flash available and the ult available, this is why it's so difficult to lock down Isaiah, but at the start it looks fine. You know, pick off, get some damage onto Levi, you can then set up the vision that you want to on this bottom side, but as they commit forward, the cage from Elio actually does a good job of keeping Jun in place, Humanoid in place, and the ult from the Brand. This is what we're talking about, like hitting multiple people that want to play at the same range. And then Kiaya goes over the wall and nearly able to get enough follow-up, but Noah has the flash to get away. Emo, unfortunately, just hits nothing as he goes in, and then GAM are just running for the hills, trying to get out of the situation they put themselves in.
Really tough. Gold card comes out, EC Love dashing over the wall. Fnatic just keeps this relentless siege focus on the mid lane. The damage from Humanoid, disgusting. Cloud Drake up and available if Fnatic want to go for it. You see immediate TP topside. Coming in from GAM, coming in from Emo. He knows his job. He's just going to split push on side. There is no thing they can do to contest this Drake.
I mean, rapid fire and the cleanse being down on for Easy Love means that Oscar Renan would find a very easy job to select this area and make her life very unfortunate in the upcoming fights. Instead, they try to look for the topside play, but Humanoid aren't in position. And Fnatic are responding the opposite end of the map. They've shoved it in mid, and they're just going to look for the tier 2 instead with the Rift Shard.
Should just be able to crash this one.
Oh no, Emo.
They aren't going to mount up. Emo now running. He's going to die. And sadly, this has been a rough game. You know, game 1 for Emo, not too bad. Humanoid kind of got ahead because of other lanes, but in the 1v1, Emo fell behind this game very quickly. Talia obviously with a lot better tools early on to fight than the Hwei has. And now it's 7-3 for Humanoid. 7K gold lead for Fnatic. I know you're all capable of reading at home, but it's important to remember that Fnatic are
So
Giga
you're only
Fed.
going to give me crap when I read out numbers and tell you which number's bigger. But when you do it, it's fine. Is that how this goes?
Yeah.
All right,
Yes.
thanks, man.
Rules
Appreciate
for
it.
thee, but not for me. Rob.
Yeah.
This is a tough one. I don't think you could do anything here. No. Like, you're really waiting for Fnatic to just do the Fnatic thing, which they have been known to do domestically, where they just fight for no reason. But they're so far ahead, I think they don't need a reason to fight anymore past we want to.
Yeah, and it'll work for them. You know,
Yeah,
that is the reason.
that's the problem.
Because it will work out for you in the long run. And they're going to find their way to the top side. It's just like, yeah, this is a bit of a doomed one for GAM. And look, it looked decent when it got to the mid-game point from GAM in the last game. But you can kind of see that Fnatic, they're like, look, we tossed away a few of these leads. We're just instead going to look to play our game, make sure we're not getting caught. And now Easy Love might actually be the one that's caught. But top Fnatic were coming across, but actually just going to look for the reset instead.
All Shock Laser, Razork and Humanoid zooming their way through the river. The tower will drop for GAM. Nice bit of gold back. Objective bounties. Still, though, about an 8K difference between the teams. Yeah, GAM made the whoopsie that many teams have made. They let Fnatic into their zone. Absolutely cannot do that, Rob. Their zone being getting massively ahead and being allowed to take fights wherever they want to.
Sorry, I just had don't let me enter my zone in my head.
Yeah. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yeah,
I don't know how obviously I could reference that. But
Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah, we're good. I mean, after Yamato Cannon has told me how much he enjoys hip hop and rap, I feel like I've gone down a rabbit hole now thanks to him about all the hip hop diss tracks.
How many references? Oh yeah. Hey Rob,
so I'm deep in it.
Do you want hate messages on social media? Would you like to tell me if you prefer Drake or Kendrick? Tweet now with the hashtag MSI 2024. I'm kidding. I'm not trying to start that. Or am I? Kendrick. Anyway.
I think it's more not who started it, but who ended it.
Who ended it?
Yeah.
Better question. Kind of like who's winning. Maybe in that beef it doesn't feel as clear to some people. In this beef, the Fnatic GAM beef, Fnatic are winning. Oscar gonna step forward with the gold card. Zoning tool down for the Vigar. The cage gone. Nice damage from the Brand, though. This is the potential threat, but the feathers are flying. All of GAM are flashing out, and Fnatic are walking away empty-handed thus far. Easy Love with an Ultra Shock Laser. Aldi comes in from the Zen to stop any potential follow-up kills. They're trying to take down Noah. Clean CC combo to finish off the 80 carry. Fnatic again. We saw it last game. We're seeing it here, potentially a misstep. Oscar ghosting forward, has the gold card in the emo. Input buffer takes him out to safety. Kiaya off to the side. Nice baby cage to lock up Jun, but Kiaya now going to be the one in trouble. Pull back takes Jun all the way through. Jun goes down. Kiaya still standing. Goes back into Oscar in the side flip, but Oscar comes out on top. Meanwhile, oh, it's just the Vigar left and Hilly, or Humanoid, excuse me. He's just too good at throwing rocks.
GAM thought they found the bridge over, but Biddy bye-bye. It's Fnatic who are closing it up here. Immediately move over towards the Baron. Able to get themselves out. It was so close for GAM. That looked like their moment. But again, it kind of comes back to Razork. This ultimate makes it so difficult to kill him as Oscar. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Has he ever played a raid? The answer is maybe, but he's running away from the Baron.
Wait.
Oscar. All right.
Easy. Not even close.
Fnatic fans, take a breath. You will not be relentlessly memed for dying to Baron.
Well, look, you can see it here. This is a really nice set. Well, Fnatic, let's be real, overextend. You got Terror here, but with Easy Love's ult clearing out the wave, they immediately feel the need to go forward. But Razork's tanking this whole time, and even though this looks like a great setup here, Razork isn't taking any damage from Easy Love while he's stunned up the whole time. Noah does end up going down, but you still have another threat from Humanoid on the opposite side, and Razork is so far ahead at this stage, has around with Domin, so he's pretty tanky too. And he's just healing up as he starts to go through this fight. They focus down Kiaya, and then Emo, just unfortunately because he's so far behind, just doesn't have what he needs to beat down Humanoid and Razork as they win on the opposite side. You also see in the picture-in-picture, Dragon goes down, and so does Emo once more.
And I mean, the Humanoid and Razork duo across this entire series, everyone on Fnatic has had highlight moments, but those two playing incredibly well. Another pick. Delio, Levi. Good damage onto Humanoid. With the shield. Oh. The burn from the Brand. The burn. Leandres. Well, this is just a little goofy, isn't it? Fnatic's gold lead has only gotten bigger, though. As hype as this has all been, the replays, there are fights, there's some kills getting traded back and forth. Fnatic are now 10K ahead with 3 Drakes. But it's Hextech.
But this is what I've always loved about the VCS, is that they never go down without a fight. They will keep swinging every single step of the way. And look, they're finding some things back, but unfortunately Fnatic, they're about to crack up the base. Maybe easy to skull as well.
Dash forward, wind becomes lightning. Grim reference from Dagda. As the skull is indeed cracked. All of GAM retreating. Shut down. Over to Emo. This man is getting so much money from shutdowns on Fnatic players. Maybe it'll be enough in the fights. Kiaya, I think the standout in this game has had some really solid moments on the Cassante. Pullback is there onto Noah. Feather's immediately going to fly, but now it's Kiaya who's gone a little bit too far. You do not win that 1v1 versus Razork, and now Humanoid TPing back in means that's going to be the end of the play, and Noah will grab the kill in the end.
I just don't think you have the items that you really need to right now as GAM to follow this one through. You're still waiting on the third item for Emo. Well, he's gotten a good bit of money. It's just not enough. And Fnatic now looking for this bot side. Humanoid catching Levi potentially.
Back step. Razork, does he want to go into the tower? Humanoid.
Oh, he's dead.
Again is going to die. That's a caster curse. We praised him. He died twice consecutively. Or Humanoid's a little bit greedy.
And the other half of the jungle.
Razork. Is he going to get taken out as well? GAM live. That's the third shutdown. I don't think Emo's gotten a single kill that hasn't just been worth so much more money.
He's at 3 items now, and he's just going to be able to go back and pick up another one. So, look, is it enough? I don't think so, but yeah, I mean, you see here, Emo getting caught out in the sideline.
Oh, the timing just slightly off.
And Humanoid absolutely rinses him, but the follow-up is there with Levi. And then Oscar in, and you can see this is the problem, that while we're all focused on the top side, GAM still getting work done. Fnatic's still getting work done elsewhere on the map. They get at least something back with Levi here. But it's still a bit, it's a silver lining on a very dark day.
Most certainly is. All right, back to live. Let's take stock. It was a 10K gold lead. Now, somehow, despite so many shutdowns going over to GAM, it is 11th. How do Fnatic continue to grow their lead despite giving away gold in increments of 1,000 to the enemy team?
Towers and waves, Dracos, towers and waves.
Thank you, Rob. All right. Again,
do you want numbers again? Do you want me to go through
every time we say Fnatic are favored, they do something like this. All right, Razork takes 0 damage. No one steps inside.
Definitely takes damage,
The stoppy circle. Jun with the follow-up. Noah off to the side. He can't walk into 280 carries, though. Razork starting to burn. That's the Blaze passive coming in. Good damage going over the wall, but Easy Love gets flicked back. Lightning Crash doesn't hit on anybody, and now Noah can just start to tear through the fight. Feathers are flown, but the pullback is there. Noah's going to go down as well. Shutdown is big. Kiaya, the last man standing. One Cassante versus the world. Balance team have been generous to this champion, but it's not enough. Even here, Fnatic finally found their fight.
The gold lead is just too much. Fnatic, they will close out the series in 2-0 fashion. Fair play to GAM in trying to make it a tough fought fight for Fnatic, but there was just nothing they can do until this far behind.
The kills tell the story of the game. Fnatic just getting more at each and every turn. Love the game, we're willing to fight for it, but ultimately it's Fnatic moving on to the upper bracket match against the victor of today's second series. We'll see who it is coming up. But Fnatic, a solid first showing on the international stage. EU fans happy to see the win, but it would appear that their brief time scrimming in Chengdu did not solve all of their problems. That said, still a solid start to the tournament. Pretty good moments across the board for the Fnatic lineup, and of course, hearts out to GAM on the opposite side. We'll see what they can do to rally, to come together for their series later this week.
Of course, Fnatic will now go up against the winner of Top Esports versus Loud later. I'm curious how their performance will be, because this felt very laissez-faire. It was like, hey, we got a very early lead. We're not too worried about if we're going to overextend here, have a bit of fun with it because the gold lead was so big. But I think the fact you can see them get roams and get these early leads is more the focal point for me.
It was a bit of a loosey-goosey series. I'd agree with that. It will be interesting to see in the days to come what we have actually learned from that series. I don't think a whole heck of a lot. Fnatic just feels like they played what they were comfortable with. They were clearly ready for the lane swaps as they were in the LEC finals, and you know, individually I think outmatched a lot of their respective opponents on the side of GAM. So I think for international analysts, for Fnatic fans, you can be happy with the win, but maybe not a whole lot to be learned there. For Game, obviously an opportunity to grow, to learn in the next few days, to find the opportunities to clean up their play, maybe adjust their draft in the scrims, and again, see what they can do. Expected opponent for them is Loud, short of a monumental upset.
Seen it before. It was the VCS last time against Top Esports, so maybe I'm hoping for another miracle. But either way, I think it's, as you say, Gam, I think going back to the drawing board, kind of understanding, hey, how aggressive do we want to be in these early stages? Because I think that's what came back to bite them, was the individual performers and the aggression that they tried to have in lane being punished. And if you can bring that back, especially game one, their mid game wasn't that like, they were fighting Fnatic on a lot of different wave states. It looked decent.
And we mentioned a few times, but here you can see the updated bracket. Top Esports and Loud playing a little bit later today. The victor will go up against Fnatic. The loser will play up against GAM. Of course, there are only 2 spots to the next stage, but it is double elim, so GAM are not out here. They'll get one more shot. Maybe 2, maybe 3, depending on how far they can make that lower bracket run work for them. And overall, you know, results coming out as expected, but some good looks from GAM and Fnatic. Still looking dominant, still looking solid. We'll see how they shape up for upcoming matches. For now, though, we're headed for a quick break with the Verizon post-game interview with Razork waiting for you on the other side.
This world magnetic, charged up, come get it. Interdimensional, it's so incredible. Breaking the rules, kinetic. This work, go get it. It's sensational, generational. It feels electric. It feels electric. Electric. Powerful. feels electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All of the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All of the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity.
Welcome back to MSI 2024. I'm here with Razork for the interview. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
How do you feel about having a clean start to the tournament?
It feels good to start 2-0. I mean, I feel like our gameplay could have been cleaner. We kind of trolled a little bit, but yeah, it feels good to start 2-0 and looking forward to the next opponent tomorrow.
I think clean 2-0 start is a really good sign for Fnatic as well, considering the opponent was GAM, especially a very aggressive team from VCS, and they're very well known for always creating upsets. So what did Fnatic focus on the most in order to prevent that from happening?
Well, I'm personally myself, I knew that the Levi was really aggressive jungler and he really likes to invade a lot. So I was always like aware of when he could invade. So I think I actually managed that pretty well. I prevented that. The first game with the Vi pretty decent, I think. And the second game when he played Brand, I mean, we didn't really expect them to pick Brand, but we know he is like really carry shining jungler. But I don't think he had too much impact in the game, or we kind of neutralized him good because we did adapt good with the lane swap.
Speaking of Brand, how did Fnatic players react to the Brand Veigar comp?
I mean, Brand is more normal, I think, but I mean, Veigar, I don't really see it much. I was like really old, like, or really big Brand player, and I really like him a lot. And so I know how to play against him and counter him, but the Veigar was kind of surprising for us, but I don't think it did much, honestly.
Did Noah and John also feel a little flustered to deal with Veigar support, or no?
I mean, they really didn't lane against him, no?
Oh,
it was like kind of lane swap, so, I mean, it's just a stun cage later on in teamfights, and he was not very useful, in my opinion.
Speaking of lane swap, so lane swap has officially become a meta right now. As a jungler, do you like it or dislike it?
I like it.
Why?
I think it gives some spiciness for the game. I personally feel like you kind of lose the jungler surprise factor, or of like, oh, all laners have to be aware of where enemy jungler is, because in lane swaps, like there is one side of the map that is for one team and the other one is for the other team, and it's like who takes plays faster and who dives enemy top. So the one that is getting annoyed is the top laner, kinda, that he's level 1, level 2 at minute 5, and yeah, me personally as a jungler, I think it's fine because I get kind of assist and kills early on top laners.
A lot of actions, which is fun, right?
Yeah.
And I think you and Humanoid especially were able to pop off throughout the series today. So do you think all the players are now fully kind of warmed up and adapted to the new stage? How are the players feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I think Humanoid played good. I think I played pretty decent too. And I mean, personally, I am really happy for June because it's like his first international game, you know. He didn't play at Worlds or MSI once. So he was a little bit nervous. He told me before the game. So, I mean, I hope this win makes him feel more comfortable, even though I think he played pretty good. It makes him more comfortable so he can play better next games.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Razor, for the interview, and wish you the best of luck in the upcoming matches.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. Amazing hearing from El Cachorro de la Jungla, as we call him in Europe. Razork popping off as the rest of Fnatic here in this series. Let's talk a bit about the second game, because it feels like they cleaned up their gameplay, and I don't know, for me, they passed second gear here against GAM.
Yeah, and I think for me, it was about... Fnatic played really solid, and GAM were playing way too over-aggressive and basically being caught off guard. Specifically, Emo had quite a poor game there, so I really did like, to your point, that Fnatic cleaned it up just a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, they responded to the lane swap really well, right? Like, we were talking about how GAM are in kind of a tough position. You want them to lane swap, but then obviously Fnatic responded really well. And fun fact now, after this series, that the entire series had about a 1.3 combined kills per minute.
Fnatic game.
Yeah, just a classic Fnatic
It was
series.
1.57 in that last game we just watched.
We see that man on stage behind us. Of course, we're going to talk about the second series right after that, but Humanoid popping off left and right in that last game, especially on the mid lane with Talia.
Yeah, and we've talked about how much of a staple he's been in Europe as an EU mid. He's kind of such a great pivot point for this Fnatic team, and I thought, especially in this second game, but also even in the first game where he had a lot of really good roams from mid as well, he communicates with the rest of the lanes, and I thought, I mean, he just played out of his mind today.
Amazing. Amazing here from Fnatic. They advance to the next round. We will see GAM later, though, but let's move on to the next series we have on our hands today, Loud versus TES. And here, they play on home turf, and we have the biggest stars we could see in the LPL, Jackie Love and Meiko. They're hugely popular.
Yeah, just throughout their careers, the fans have been pretty rabid. No matter what team they've been on, they followed them.
Yep.
So it's great to be able to see them at the level they are. The fans being as rabid as they are. There it is. What's funny too, for years now, anytime they've won a game on stage, they've always had fans kind of give them gifts or anything like that.
Oh, so cute.
Have a word of support for the players. It's always been heartfelt, and they've always followed them. I remember, anytime there's an international event, remind me of New York and Worlds, the fans were incredibly loud, traveled from China to be able to see their favorite players.
Look at this. Yeah, and I mean, it's really hard to communicate to the international audience who doesn't see them as frequently in China, just how popular these two players all are, and also just how popular this bot lane is as a whole, right? Because throughout his entire career, Meiko, obviously, he was on that EDG lineup that won in 2015. This is his first time back to MSI since. And then partnering with Jackie Love, who people were like, please get him a top level support. And obviously he did win in 2018 with Baolan at Worlds, but people were so excited for this TES bot lane with Meiko coming over from EDG for the first time in his career.
Yeah, and it's great to see it, because they've been playing towards bot side quite heavily and allowing them to be as aggressive as possible. So that has been great. And I think that's allowed 369 to be as versatile as he has always been. He's been a great carry player. He's always had, the tank options there for himself, and he's just been as good as usual. I think you've said that he's one of the best top laners in the world.
I still think he is one of the best top laners in the world, actually.
And consistent as well.
I'll push back a little bit, because I think early on in his career, I remember seeing him first in I think 2017 Demacia Cup, right? He was that kind of player who was really aggressive, playing for the lane matchup, didn't have as good of an understanding of tanks, and I think the way that he's evolved, especially with his champ pool and his frontlining in teamfights, is just so incredible and really remarkable when we think about how many top laners come into the LPL and can play the 1v1 really well, but maybe not have the tank pool and the wherewithal in teamfights.
And he developed that when he was on JDG.
Yep.
And so that's where people have really saw him to be a lot more of a well-rounded top laner. So the whole meme that he had of 369, what dice roll are you going to get, to me is no longer relevant. He's just always, to me, very solid. So this is the scariest team to face.
I mean, that's the thing. I remember 369 last year, the expectations were high already when it comes to international stage.
Yeah.
How can we reevaluate this year? What can we expect from 369, and how do you rate his evolution in the first split we saw in the LPL?
Well, sadly, we're in the lane swap meta, so I think he's going to be going towards more tanks, and I think that's not a bad thing. He's quite a smart player. So I think he's going to be going towards, honestly, more Cassante play. And I think it's going to be quite good for him.
Well, to that point, though, I think one of the things that I'd really encourage people to watch out for with 369 is his team fighting, right? And specifically his team fight targeting, especially if he is on the tank and frontlining. Like, in particular, we've called this out, but his Ornn is absolutely stellar. Yes. Right? So if you know, maybe they won't be playing the lane depending on if there is a lane swap, but then you look out for his team fight targeting.
And they're going to be going up against Loud. So really tough competition for Loud to be going up against top esports with really, it felt like only a week and a half of preparation because they were the latest team to finish their finals. Sure, TES did, but I mean, they're literally in China, so not much of a travel time for them.
Yeah, and what a final it's been for them. 4-peat here, championship win on the side of Loud. Maybe the most successful team we have on the side of the Brazil region. What can we expect from this? We know them. They're used to the international stage. They come here for the huge success, and they want to give the best they have here, obviously, against TES.
Yeah, and I mean, coming into this year, if you watched Loud previously, the big change is that Seus left and went back to Kaboom. Redbird signed on, was not a popular pickup in
Probably
Brazil.
still isn't.
But I think for this team, you are looking at that top side. Specifically, Robo, just with this past win, became the winningest player in CBLOL, which is with 7 titles, which is just absolutely massive. And like you said, Laura, they are on their 4th straight title. And I think the big thing that this team does like to do, and specifically if you've seen Robo domestically or international events, he definitely does love to style on his opponents. He loves to bring out, obviously, I think people most know him for bringing out the Darius in top lane previously. But he'll obviously go for a lot of those lane matchups. So I am curious to see where, if we see a lane swap, where that swap's going to come from.
Yeah, and we're talking about accolades and personality. That's Robo. We're talking about just like the best player on the map for this team. It's Tinones. Tinones has had an incredible year talking to regional representatives and just watching the games. It's been very clear that he has been on his game. Now, it's funny, that 4-peat wasn't an easy one. That was a really difficult best of 5 that they had versus Pain. So it's been really difficult for them, and they have talked about how it's really now kind of been on Tinones alongside Croc to really play out the mid scale, like the mid portions of the game well. So they've changed around how they've communicated within the game, but a lot of the onus of carrying the games, I think, is going to be on the shoulders of Tinones.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I also think the big thing, and kind of the unfortunate thing, is like looking at this Loud roster, right?
Yeah.
In Brazil specifically, they do have the best understanding of like side wave management, right? And like map control, more so than their opponents. Some of it kind of regressed a little bit with Seus leaving, but like for the most part, that is their strength. And now they're going up against TES. And one thing I do want to bring up about TES, because we didn't necessarily see this from them in the LPL finals, but across the season, I actually thought their early to mid-game lane assignments were really, really smart. Like, this is an incredibly smart team, and I don't want their lackluster finals performance to kind of take away from that as a strength.
I want to shed some hope here because we saw the series Estral versus T1 yesterday. Estral exceeded expectations, I feel. And I remember Latin America, CBLOL and LLL included, surprised everyone last year at MSI. Do you think we can see a surprise on the side of Loud today? And where would it be coming from?
Well, my first immediate response is hell no. I'm pretty pessimistic on this one. But if you're asking me where it's going to be coming from, I think we haven't mentioned Root, who's always been, like last event, he was their better player. He was their best player. And if you put resources into him, as you can already see our predictions, it's just straight 2-0s. But it's going to be Root that, if he has a solid game versus Jekyll, maybe it's competitive. But it's going to be a really tough competition.
I think you rely on TES to make a lot of mistakes.
True. Maybe this is Tien's bad game. It could be.
Poor Tien. Has he suffered enough, Raz?
No, he hasn't.
Poor guy.
Maybe this game.
Oh, man. Raz hates Tien.
I don't. I don't.
No. But I think, like, that is, if you're looking at this TES team, they do make mistakes in the LPL, right? Like, most recently in the finals, we did see from them some lackluster gameplay a little bit. I do think it's going to be really, really hard, though.
Yeah, they're playing from home. They have the fans behind them as well, of course. Loud also has fans behind them as they come here usually to support their team. We'll see how things unfold here at MSI for the second series. TES is about to be ready on stage facing off against Loud. Let's meet the team right away.
I believe that you wanted to meet the teams. Instead, you will meet me and Dagda. We're the teams. Just kidding. We'll never do that to you, I promise. This is a professional esports broadcast. You'll never have to watch us play League of Legends. We are moments away from the team introductions kicking off. Gives us a chance to talk a little bit more about the matchup. And personally, I think the games today, and it was kind of also expected yesterday, these are going to be the most one-sided games of the tournament. That said, I am really excited to watch Loud, to see what they can bring to the table, and also excited to see if top esports are going to be able to play with such confidence, to play with such dominance that they can kind of upset expectations. Because while this series may not change a lot when it comes to public perception, this is a team that pretty much universally rated by everybody. Of all of the LCK and LPL representatives, people have the lowest, which, when you look at the names on this team, they're not going to be happy about being ranked 4th. Mako, Jackie Love, it's a star-studded roster.
Yeah, I think it's hard for top esports because they're trying to shift a lot of that international perspective of them. When you look back at Worlds 2022 when they lost towards GAM, and that kind of shifted a lot of the perspective away from, Jackie Love, who at that point in time was kind of a bit inconsistent. He was considered a coin flip player, but over the last 2 years since then has definitely become significantly more solid, wants to step up and be the big carry, and alongside having Mako, which feels like he's had this resurgence with just finally having an incredibly strong, one of the top LPL supports beside him, has been sick to see. So I think top esports definitely going to show a lot of people how strong they have been over the course of LPL, and that does mean that for the CBLOL, it's going to be a tough showing, because one of the big things that we saw for Loud is, their solo laners are kind of the big call-out spots. You look at Robo in the top half of the map, but the bottom side has been kind of the dodgy point for them. So when you're looking at going up against Jackie Love and Mako, it feels like a huge amount of this game has to be about controlling the duo that is on top esports.
Which is a tall task for, I think, most teams in this tournament. I would say just about any team in this tournament. The only bot lane who I think is just clearly better right now is Elkanon, right? And they're, for many people, the favorites of the tournament alongside Genji. So we'll have to see if CBLOL can engineer a way, if they can find a draft or a setup that will allow them to get around this. Now, again, I think Emily's brought it up before. This is the moment where we start to ask, are lane swaps going to be introduced? For my personal enjoyment, I would say, not my favorite thing. But from a tactical approach, again, you would respect it because it would get them away from what could be a very explosive, very catastrophic 2v2.
But the problem is it takes you away from what makes Loud strong. True. When you look at them domestically, it's playing through Tinones, playing through Robo. They're going to look for early Rift Heralds, try and snowball through their side lane play. And even from some of the interviews that we've seen talking about them in the CBLOL, it was, this is the team that is the best at macro, the best at understanding side lanes. So if you maybe want to lean into that, sure, you can try and play for some of these lane swaps, but it does seem like it's a difficult task when so much of your gameplay relies on Robo in particular, alongside Tinones being ahead. You're going to remove that aspect from your mid game because Robo by default will be so far behind.
I mean, it is a nigh impossible puzzle to solve,
exactly.
Right? It's why it is so heavily in favor of top. When we talk about this, we are about 2 minutes away from team introductions, and of course after that, champ select. So bear with us for a brief moment. And I think for CBLOL, right, it is this huge opportunity for a massive upset, the opportunity to show what you're about on the stage. I don't want to count them out immediately, right? To just assume they're dropping down and that they're going to be playing up against GAM later, would be a reasonable prediction. But let's just see what they can do. Let's see how hard they can hit. I think the other person that we have to keep our eye on across the tournament, as top fans will know, as international fans will know, Tien, a guy who in this series you expect him to dominate, but as the tournament goes on, we really want to see that consistency in form, because if he's playing at an incredibly high level, it feels to me to a certain degree like he has the power to single-handedly elevate top esports in people's minds, because he is, in the best and worst possible way for top esports, their X factor. He's a god when he's in great form, and oftentimes, the team falls apart when he's having a really rough game.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the thing, is that when Tien's on form, he looks absolutely fantastic. I mean, World Finals MVP, won the title for FPX. Yeah. But the problem is that he has come out in interviews and said, look, I do struggle with confidence. I do struggle when it comes towards, can I consistently build myself up when it's been a tough matchup? Now, I think on top esports, he's had to take less of the starring role because you have laners that are so strong individually. You've got 369. A lot of people tell him is the best top laner in the world coming into this. Styled, well, not styled, but one lane against Bin, I will say, in the finals, but still end up losing the game. Got Jackie Love and Mako, who are the 2v2 killers in that bottom lane in the LPL. So I think it's where Tien has to take less of a forefront and a presence in the game, and kind of just has to play a supporting role, which I think in this sort of situation works out well, because when you think back to when he won Worlds in FPX, it was like Doomby being able to set him up and work with him in that pairing. So I think strong laners is definitely something that suits TN, and why Top Esports were so competitive with BLG for nearly taking the #1 spot in the LPL.
I think you're completely correct, and I think one of the other advantages, right, you have such a massive home crowd advantage. I don't know if you can always see it when you're looking at the cameras of the overall venue, but the second that an LPL team is about to play fills up. Chance, double, triple in volume, and until you're in a best-of-5 against another LPL team, you're the fan favorite, baby. You've got all that support behind you, so you're the fan favorite for the rest of Stage 1 and for a decent chunk of Stage 2, depending on if they drop BLG or not.
I was talking to some of the Chinese fans that are here, though, like Jess, who awesome messages with info on Twitter and that, but it was really funny because he was like the sigh of relief from a lot of the Chinese fans when Gam and Top were pulled on opposite sides, so they potentially wouldn't face off because of Worlds was apparently fantastic. But they're like, do we want to let Top get the revenge, or do we want to just avoid Gam altogether? Well, we'll find out if Loud can maybe send them down to play against Gam, but it is very, very funny to see. It's still there.
As an EU pundit, being scared of the VCS comes very naturally to me. We will not forget what Mark Ruffalo and the Buffaloes did to us.
Yes.
G2 many years ago. We have been embarrassed many times at the hands of the VCS, so in that we are brothers, LPL fans. I mean, we'll see. Again, it seems like player intros are right around the corner, and I mean, I frankly just cannot wait to get into our next best of 3. This is going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what Cream is going to bring out in the mid lane, because this is a guy that was like, if the meta shifts in towards the Silases, the Akalis, the Yones, this kind of stuff, this man's going to have a fantastic time. But he didn't look too good. Like when Karma got dropped out of meta, he kind of just fell off. It was like, oh, I'm not having the best of times.
I want that for everyone, not just for Cream. Like, the
No
problem with
lane
lane swaps is it's like most
mid.
people aren't going mid, so it's just even more reason to just play control mages and chill. Like, bring me back to the Silases, the Akalis. Let Cream lead the way for all of them. That's my only request. Top. That's all I want.
Be Zeka. Just break the meta. Play your own style.
Or you can be
Cream,
Cream, but play the stuff Zeka played. You know,
yeah.
I think it's a compromise.
No, but I'm very excited. I think to see what Top Esports are able to bring out and what style they've decided on the game looks like for them, but then also going up against like Robo and Tinones, I think this is a big opportunity for them to prove their worth against what are some of the best laners that we have coming in, especially if Cream starts to fall back towards his own style. Now look, obviously he struggled a little bit with the meta that was coming in towards playoffs, but he's still a very, very strong player in his own right, so I'm excited to see how these two teams face up against each other.
Certainly, and I think tracking the mid lane meta is going to be important, especially for the LPL, right? People talk a lot about Knight. He has champions that he's incredible on, not a guy who's known for his ear. You know, he's a big champion in the meta, and we'll see if Cream is able to slot back into what we look at as his comfort zone. But now, I think we're about ready for team intros. So let's get into it. It's time to meet our next two teams.
欢迎回来，这里是2024英雄联盟季中冠军赛入围赛第2比赛日的现场。今天的第2场比赛将由 LPL 赛区的 Top Esports 对阵 CBLOL 赛区的 Loud。首先有请 Top Esports 登场。 接下来有请 Loud 登场。Esports 对阵 Loud， 比赛即将开始，让我们共同期待两支战队的精彩表现。
Front there, phone up, recording. TENO's jersey on.
They're always here.
I don't even know where we buy face paint in this country, Rob. This man figured it out. This man overcame a language barrier to show up here today and support his team. You gotta respect that.
Versus those who are just like Dongi shot as we desperately try to Google Translate.
If I can't screenshot it and Google Translate it, I'm not interacting with it. That's the rule for me. That said, I'm ready to get into this one, man. I'm so excited. You could hear all of Chengdu excited for top esports. Loud fans here, always impressive. Always have a showing at international tournament. Love the passion from this fan base. Hopefully it's well rewarded today. But obviously, uphill battle. Talked about it from just about every angle. And now draft, meta. That's the thing I'm most excited for in some of these early tournament games. You know, we talk about it at Worlds plans a lot, especially there. Champions who show up in the first few series and the first few games, never to be seen again. Things like Echo Jungle in years past, but maybe this time you get a little spice from the Loud side, maybe a little spice from the top side, indicator of what's to come in the later stages of the tournament. But that's just me being hopeful. I imagine it will be pretty similar to what we've seen in the last few series, but maybe some more Urgot games?
I don't know. I am always curious because, like, it feels like when we get to the two different stages, there's only two different styles of meta, but we'll have to see as we're already moving into things here.
Yep, and our champions like powered by Omen and HyperX, already seeing a lot of topside focus. 369, banning out Robo. That's the kind of respect we like to see. That said, I would have preferred the disrespect. Let him have his comfort and see how you can handle him at his strongest. But I understand it. Robo's the Saitama of the CB law. You don't want to give him any of his signature picks. 369, I get it. I respect it.
Yeah, it also feels like Loud are kind of targeting top esports with their own signature picks as well. Cream has been really good on the Ari over the course of this split. It's the second most played, but realistically, I really like him on the Aries and the Talias, because I think in reality, the way top esports want to try and play it is through the side lanes in 9 times out of 10 and shifting around the map when it gets to the mid game. So trying to remove some of that comfort for the moment and set up, hopefully, TENO's for a nice matchup in that mid lane against Cream.
What will the first pick bring? What did TES want to prioritize here? Varus is up and available. We talked a lot about Jackie Love on Varus, Rob, and how just it enables a lot of the, you know, playing through mid strategies that TES like to leverage pretty heavily, putting a lot of prio on the mid lane champions, or sorry, the bot lane champions who can always push. But the Senna, interestingly enough, not historically what many people who haven't been keeping up with the LPL would call a Jackie Love champion, but I feel like his repertoire has grown pretty significantly in the last few years.
Yeah, it kind of feels like what we've seen a lot from top esports is first pick Varus or first pick Nautilus and just being like, cool, we're going to dominate the 2v2. It's felt more when they're put into a pinch on red side, or where they're not really sure what exactly they're going up against, or they want to try and neutralize the matchup, they'll go for the Senna. I expect them to try and go for the more aggressive bot lane matchup here, but going to take the Senna. I imagine it'll be the Tam Kench for Mako alongside it, as you've seen it from them before, but not what I was expecting coming into this. As you say, like a lot of top lane focus bans, and then not opting for a more aggressive bot side.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. Now, one thing I will say is if you do go for a pairing like the Senna Tom Kench, one of their weaknesses historically is they push very slowly, especially pre-Bomby Cinder if the Tom Kench is the one farming. So if we are in a lane swap scenario, the Tom Kench Senna very likely to struggle to actually take turret plates early on.
I do feel like, though, if you're going to go for the lane swaps, you're not going to take the Nautilus, right? So I think that's kind of where we're realistically at. The Talia going to be taken away as well. Azir obviously getting nerfs coming into this patch, but with the Varus coming out as well, I kind of like what Loud have set up here. You should be able to get decent control for Tin Uns in that mid lane. Yeah, this gives you a nice matchup in that bottom side that you can just play for push. And then when you get into the mid game, you can actually try and play outside lanes, which is where Loud have been best in the CP law. So it definitely feels like comfort for Loud when you look at what this composition is going to bring to the table.
Yeah, I also like, getting yourself to Talia early on, like you talked about, playing towards side lanes, giving yourself that little extra bit of mobility. Varus, Nautilus, obviously notoriously powerful laning duo. And right now it feels like TES have a very powerful draft, but it's pretty conservative, right? You've got a Tahm Kench who probably doesn't need to devour the Senna as much if she's not farming. Instead can focus on keeping Cream alive. Your team fighting's gonna be good. You got good protection, you got good scaling, but it's not really explosive. We're gonna need to see what the jungle option looks like, what top lane looks like for 369 before we get the full picture of what TES are trying to do here.
I mean, you could end up seeing 369 go back towards like the Camille and that they got the buff. A lot of people kind of look at 369 over the last couple of years and are like, oh yeah, he's the tank role player, right? But if you go back to when 369 was on top esports in 2020, he didn't know what a tank looked like. He had never seen the thing, didn't understand what the champions were supposed to do. He was like, I play Jakes, I play carries, I mess you up in a side lane. This is all I know how to do. So you can definitely fall back towards that style, but it will be a question of whether top esports are willing to play that style coming in. But if there is a composition to do with, it is definitely when you've got like a Senna and a Tahm Kench and support and ease of access for that front line with your back line there.
Yeah. The other big thing I think we're waiting to see from the top esports side is reliable engage options. Right? They certainly don't need to play it, it just makes the game a little bit easier. The Lee Sin taken away from Qian. I mean, if you don't know about this, you've missed Worlds videos where he's literally animated as this champion. So catch up. That'd be my only thing. And then, also going to see the Xin taken away. So trying to make sure at least limit some of Loud's early snowballing options.
You've still got things like the Sejuani, though, that he can go back towards the Maokai even. There's still options there for him. I don't think he'll go for something a little bit more aggressive. Like I was going to say, with Xin Zhao taken away, I feel like trying to go towards like a Viego or something along these lines isn't really the best option because you don't have full control over bot side. You're going to be blind picking your top lane as well. So in theory, you should have nice opportunities to counterpick there for Loud. So I think he will just fall back towards, your bare bones base. But Sejuani banned by them as well. So who knows? Maybe some Maokai angle.
All right. This is... Okay, they're going to opt for the Renekton here.
It's going to be an Urgot angle, isn't it?
I feel like it has to be.
Yeah.
And this is, you would normally assume in this circumstance in draft that you would save last pick for top lane, right? Jungle pool is generally not nearly as much about having the counter pick, which makes me think that maybe Croc has something really spicy up his sleeve. Otherwise, Renekton is just a very high prio for the side of Robo. And again, it is, a champion he's played a few times. As we get the Mako spinner.
So, while I thought it would be the Urgot pick here, and then there's maybe the opportunity for a Poppy pick on the opposite side, because even though you're like not playing against Kalista, Viego wants the dash, Azir dash, now Cassante or Urgot dash, so you do have a lot of opportunities to try and deny things here, and even when you want to try and reset a fight, a lot of these members aren't particularly capable of diving away from the Poppy, so maybe that's the opportunity here. You just try and play for poke with the Varus and the Talia, but no, gonna go for the Wukong instead.
And this is obviously a composition that I actually really like from the side of Loud.
Yeah, I think
Look, they've got pushing bot lane. They've got a pretty solid pushing option in the mid lane. They've got, Renekton who's going to be fine early game, and you've got a jungler who scales really well and offers more CC options. Now, Viego is a scary champion. If he ever gets a reset against this composition, he can just take over a fight, but a lot of what Loud put together feels very good to me. On the opposite side for TES, though, still some pretty strong tools.
Yeah, I think the thing that I like for Loud is that this is their bread and butter, right? It's, hey, we've got a bot side that can take care of itself on this Varus. He'll push out waves. We'll unlock Redbird to start play around Tin Uns in the mid lane, start to work in towards both our solo laners, and you have two winning solo lane matchups. Essentially, hey, there's Candace, but we have two, so you can actually play with the Renekton to just look for plates, especially if you get the support from the Wukong in these early stages. So honestly, I really like what Loud have brought to the table. And it's going to be on top of Esports to try and disrupt what is a very strong early game from this Loud side.
That is, of course, the draft on paper. We're going to have to see. We know top esports has a lot of incredibly powerful individual players. Even if they're not drafted, even if they haven't set themselves up a champion select to dominate some of these lanes, there's always the room to outplay, to outperform. But if they're on even footing, Loud certainly have a lot of tools to take over this matchup and this match.
And I think that's why I'm looking at top side. Robo has to get a lead on this Renekton. You're going up against 369, who a lot of people have eyes on him for the tournament. And when it's the man that has won the most CB LOL titles, there is no better person to go up against 369.
He's like Brazilian Faker, in my eyes.
Yeah.
Brazilians might not be happy about that. They might want to give that. There are a lot of historic dynasties in the
He's
CB
the legend.
Whether it's Pain, whether it's Loud in this era, regardless.
I mean, had to surpass BRTT.
You had to surpass. That's true. I did. Yes. Yeah. And all I'm saying is I don't see Robo getting arm tattoos. So maybe an opportunity for him to improve his Brazilian GOAT game. That said, bit of early vision spotting out. Robo just hovering in the brush. Kind of expect this one to be a bit quiet. And you know what, Rob? You want to know the best news to you and the fans at home?
What is it?
So far, it's not too late. So, wait, hold on. Normal lanes. Everyone breathe a sigh of relief.
You can see Loud weren't certain because it
there's
has TP.
There's a TP on that Boris.
Yeah. He was like, I'm just in case. Because let's be real, Mako is always going to take TP as the Tam Kench. You see it all the time.
Absolutely.
So if there was some lane swaps going on, he would be able to move around the map better, and just having more access to those teleports makes it very difficult. So I do like the adaptation from Loud, and in theory, all the Root wants to do is farm up. He doesn't want to be taking hyper-aggressive trades or anything in these early stages. So it's nice. I think Loud definitely coming in with a solid game plan here and a really good foundation to set themselves up for the early game we want to see from them.
Yep. Mako and JackieLove going for a bit aggressive bit of early trading here on the bottom side. And Mako completely unafraid here. Root really struggling to step up and get those Halo Blades auto attacks off. Some very positive trades for the TES bottom lane. Bit of a concerning sign, or a worrying trend in the words of Mr. Joshua Leesman.
I mean, they tried to fight for the bush control level 1, and unfortunately they just end up coming out a little bit worse for wear in the grand scheme of things. So the fact that you lose a bush level 1 means that it does make it tougher for you to try and walk up and attack this bottom side. So they will get the push for JackieLove and Mako, which is actually a big win for them. Because as we were kind of talking about, what you want to do as Loud in a lot of these situations is try and keep control over bot side to then lean in towards both your solo laners. So I wasn't sure with TN having this push for Mako and for JackieLove on the bottom side if you wanted to look for an invade onto Croc, because the Wukong not particularly strong at these early levels.
No. And the Tahm Kench, while he often kind of lacks in certain circumstances, all-ins, tower dives, this is one of the most oppressive early game champions. Yeah, he doesn't have a hook, and that puts him behind some other picks like Nautilus very often, but if you have to walk into melee range of this champion, you're not winning a 1v1.
Tinone's going trading pretty heavy against Cream. He needs to get this wave pushed in. Cream doing a good job of trying to prevent that from happening, but here's where we're talking about, right? Tien using the push that he has on the bottom side to see what he can try and get on the map. Going to sneak in onto the upside. I think this one more to get vision and play for the scuttle that's about to spawn. But actually, going to rotate up towards that top side, so maybe a bit unsure as to where Croc started.
But they have double wards here, both in the tri-brush as well as further up in the jungle to at least spot out early jungle pathing. JackieLove 3 stacks of life, but they're not quite able to proc it. Tien gonna grab the crab. Good overall. Redbird has overstepped here a little bit, but Croc is on the way in. They're trying to stretch through this Nautilus to get the reset for Tien, but Tien's forced to back away because of the ignite. Croc doing good damage. Again, that Wukong passive starting to stack up, and not a whole lot here on the bottom side except for physical damage. So just a bit of a skirmish, just some warning shots fired back and forth from both sides, but it's Redbird who's incredibly low and might just be forced out of lane.
He did get the Aftershock proc off right before this big trade came in, so was able to absorb quite a bit of damage through the Aftershock, and that's why you could buy time for Loud to come in. But in the grand scheme of things, right, like you do get Tien going back. He would have wanted to back anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. But as you say, if Redbird has to reset, it's going to be difficult for Root to try and farm underneath this tower, especially if Mako and JackieLove can sniff out a potential dive here. But I don't think they get the wave pushed in quick enough.
No, and now they know exactly where the ward is placed. Tien immediately moves up, sweeps it out. Tenno's is going to have to be careful now, missing that piece of vision. Starting to play more towards the bottom side, knows at least that Viego's on the top side. Croc wanting to clear out this camp, but doesn't have smite. Luckily for him, neither does Tien. And so far, pretty quiet early game, I will say. JackieLove already at 21 souls pretty early on. Him and Mako very much running the bottom side of the map. Might get a little bit more difficult as Rouse starts to get some items under his belt, maybe some extra movement speed to weave in and out of those trades, but right now it's been tough.
Yeah, I think it'll be once you start to get the lethality items coming through for a Root, that's where it's really going to start to work in their favor. And this is what I was about to say, is getting Redbird out of this lane to look for roams. He's already in the mid lane, and this is something that he did a lot in playoffs, and setting up Tin Owns for success. Even just interrupting a reset here from Cream is massive. You don't want the kill. You just want to deny Cream access to reset.
Level 6 for 369. Pullback is good. Gets the extra tower shot on a Robo. Robo holds on to the Dominus crucially. Mako now going in, and oh, Root's all on his lonesome. Has to flash away. Center Root not going to connect.
And this is going to limit Redbird on the map. He has to play with Root now, because with that flash down, Root is a sitting duck underneath these towers. So it means that Redbird will have to try and stay with him to make sure that Root can farm up safely. Croc is down on the spot side again, but I think he's just going to farm out, reset, and maybe look for the Void Grubs on the upside. They are pinging it, so maybe they look to trade with the play on bot end instead.
Robo taking a little bit of a negative health trade there. Did match TPs here, and of course, early Bramble, not surprising to see from 369. Excellent hook from Redbird, though. Jackie Love now going to be in trouble. Good follow-up damage on the hail of arrows. Triple proc there. Redbird wants to keep this going.
Tin Owns is on the way. They really want to try and push back top Esports. So with that, they should actually be able to turn that in towards a Dragon. Robo trading heavily against 369 in the top lane. No junglers inside. This is just a 1v1.
Conqueror procs. Nice sidestep on the Q3. That's so tricky. That early healing reduction makes things so much more difficult. Nice hook again onto Tien. Redbird in trouble. They just need to deny the reset. Redbird trying to live as long as possible, but now the reset comes through. It's a stolen away, but Tin Owns is here to punish. 1 for 1 so far. Loud, 3-man advantage. Cream trying to come over the wall, ready to scoop up if he needs to be. Flashback from Mako is good. Croc walking away for now. Jackie Love just continuing to harass. Messy skirmish on the bottom side, but just 1 for 1 overall.
Yeah, we'll end up being 1 for 1, but there was no real reason for top Esports to try and over-contest with that. Loud were in a decent position where they were able to move over because Jackie Love had taken so much damage on the back end of it, but able to salvage it as Tien is able to get the damage onto Redbird, but almost a near miss from top Esports on the play.
Yeah. The reset crucial by a bit of extra time. The level 6s are going to be big for both of these junglers. We take a look back at this one.
Well, Jackie Love hits 5, but he's at half HP, so already in the 3v3, yes, Redbird takes a lot of damage, but you do have Tin Owns able to move from mid as well, so this could have been very, very risky. And the fact that you end up burning both flashes onto the top Esports bot lane is going to be terrifying, because we've already seen how aggressive they want to try and play in this bot lane. You hit 6 for Wukong, you immediately go into bot, and you can see how close he is. That little purple bar underneath the Wukong icon, that's how close the XP is. So but one more camp and he'll get it.
True, but crucially, Mako's been left alone to farm bottom side, which means he's about to hit level 6 as well, which as long as he's next to that key target, makes it so much harder for Loud to find the angle. Jackie Love roaming top. Robo double dash out is crucial, but Redbird again making his presence known in the mid lane. Flick back, almost connects from Tin Owns. Forces the flash out of Cream. Nice play in mid.
They're going to continue up towards top side though. 6 for Croc. They want to see if they can try and punish 369 and Jackie Love. They have the numbers advantage. They just try and get the vision instead. Jackie Love looking for the reset. But as you say, like, you do have Mako with the level 6, but if he's on bot side, you still have a ton of access for Wukong, and Wukong kind of gets a 2 for 1 special if he ends up knocking up Mako as well. So sure, you do have to be very, very careful in these scenarios. If you don't spot out top as top Esports where Croc is, it can end terribly.
Nice unstoppable coming in for 369. Immediately goes all out. So far just trading ulti for ulti. Robust, be very careful about extending this trade. We'll start to stack the Fury up. Ulti going, can just heal off the wave though. 369 knows the play is over, but getting the Renekton ult definitely does not feel too bad, especially because the Ghost is going to be at backup for 369 and not too distant future.
Yeah, I mean, ult for ult, but nice stun from Robo to be able to disengage away from that. Didn't know how many members were on that top side, but Redbird now, I mean, level 4, quite far behind, but Root does have the level advantage. Redbird not able to connect with the hook, but again, like, you can see how well Loud are trying to move around the map. It's Redbird, or we have push on bot, cool. Redbird, show up mid, get Cream's flash. We have push in mid now because Cream can't contest the wave. Great, Tin Owns, lean bot with the ultimate early up and available. And if any of these hooks hit and you've got Croc in position, it's going to be lights out for top Esports.
And I think pretty crucial that you find that opportunity soon, because Jackie Love is quietly just stacking up souls, right? Him leaving lane does not hurt nearly as much for other supports, because while he might miss out on a little bit of XP, he's getting another resource that is arguably equally as important as we get later into the game. But Croc is here, he has been spotted out. Tien now knows that he needs to stick around. Dragon is the option. Tien might just try to force the 3v2 in bot lane. And Loud, I think they're not going to be able to get the prize of forcing a fight yet.
Jackie Love are gonna hit 6 off this wave though, so they can push Loud back. They gotta go now.
This is gonna be big. Flip back into Mako, could do a decent amount of damage, but it's one tanky Tom Kench. Thick skin though, doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. Mako holding as long as he can, but he finally drops. Pushback is big from Cream. Croc now in trouble. Can't afford to give away the reset, but now it's TN set up to take over. Dash forward, leaps in with the clone. Now gets the reset on the Nautilus, gonna look for the hook as well. Tinone's too far away. Pushback from 369, taking Robo onto the tower. Robo double dashing out to safety. Good patience. If he had pushed any other button there, would have started taking tower aggro sooner, and starting to see some fights, Rob. I'm liking it.
TP for Mako into that bottom side now as well. I think they want to make sure they can get the Dragon here for top esports. It was so close to being a win for Loud on the bottom side, but Cream able to come in and get just a barely a pick onto Croc and set up with Tinones now in the vicinity. Redbird on the way. Root did not reset. They're still looking for a play.
Doesn't have a lot of mana. He's not. Flash in, gonna try to secure the kill. Mako could again be caught out, but he's so damn tanky. Abyssal dive, flawlessly timed. Right when they're out of CC, right when the cooldowns are down, he immediately pulls the trigger, makes it out to safety.
Just about able to get out. Tien had to burn his flash to get over the wall there, make sure that he was able to get away. Root should push in this wave and look for the reset. He can TP back into lane, so didn't have to worry too much about not going for the reset, but this top esports playing hyper aggressive on the spot wave because they want to hit 6 for Jackie Love on this spot wave. The TP from Cream immediately, and they do get a nice pick from Mako, but I think at this stage it's you got the pick, look for Dragon, but they look for more, and Cream gets a great ult here, and Redbird tries to save him, but doesn't get the hook around the wall, and ends up putting himself in harm's way to end up falling as well. So top esports coming out on top when they get the Dragon on top of everything.
Definitely feels like it favors them. And of course, as this Azir gets more and more farm under his belt, he's only going to be scarier. Right now, he is just kind of an ult bot in a lot of these exchanges, but you can see already getting the Nashers. Have to respect the threat on objectives as well in any composition with the Azir, especially alongside a champion like the Viego. But Cloud ready to fight, ready to contest every objective. They don't have setup here, and they still want to step in. Mako, Abyssal dive from mid lane, trying to get to the play a little bit faster. Redbird and Loud find the setup. Hook onto Cream is big. Immediately, everybody pushes their ult buttons. Barsalt hitting multiple people. Tien off to the side. For now, uncontested in terms of overall damage. Emperor's Divide not doing a whole heck of a lot, but Tien gets a reset. But instantly, Loud stopped the play from getting any further. Redbird now taken down, though. 369 gets here first, and that's what makes the difference.
The fact that you had the push for 369 on top lane meant that they were always going to have that numbers advantage, and everyone dives in onto Cream, thinking they have the pick, but flash in from Mako saves them. So what was nearly Loud picking up a win is top esports forcing them back.
And you got to say, this Tom Kench, such a nightmare for this team overall. They have to get all their CC. They have to layer all those cooldowns. But if they layer too many, you can see here for Mako, bam, instantly saves the day.
GJ for the TK, great flash over the wall to keep the Azir alive. And Croc ends up going down. But at this stage, you've already got in, you've committed too much, so Redbird kind of fall as well. I think that's kind of the downside of a Nautilus, is once you're in the fight, you're in the fight. There's not really getting back out of it. And with the push on top, they're in a good spot. But now, Loud moving into the spot side again.
Forcing this, though, is quite tricky.
Mako's not here yet. Doesn't have the ult either.
Mako's about... Can't Abyssal dive in, but he's been spotted out by the ward, crucially. 369, Robo just continuing to trade blows. Thornmail completed, though, makes this pretty tough. Tien trying to move in. They have to be careful. Instant TP now coming out. They want to shred through Robo. Robo's still standing for now. Execution gonna come in for Tien. No, Robo just barely makes it out, and that's everything because it's Routes TP. It's the 80 carry TP. He might have taken it for a lane swap, but here it's gonna save his top laner's life. 369 for now. Walking away, Mako there to cover. 5 seconds on Routes ultimate, but he doesn't have the angle to use it.
Robo should be able to reset though and make sure that he's in a great spot. So nice TP coming through from Root to set himself up. He's still going to be able to cover the mid push. Cream will get some damage on the bot side, but Tinone's resetting, getting into position there as well. So you're able to cover most of your bases here as Loud after getting that pick. Oh, Cream.
Again, Kata has flash. Gonna slide forward, hook will connect. Flick back is big. Cream doesn't even manage to find time to flash, but Jackie Love is here. Tinone's flashing over immediately. He needs one more auto. Just needs to finish the Azir off. The minions! The minions! My God, Cream! Again, he lives. First it was the devour for Mako, but Tinone's is not done. Route on the way in. Mako getting torn through. Tien next in line. He can't even take away the Nautilus. Loud in the extended play. Managed to make it work, but this is Psycho from Tinone's! It doesn't work! Cream, the backstep is clutch! They've spent so much. Tien
the resets. He can smell them, but he can't find the angle. He can't approach.
It was a bloodbath in that bottom side. TenOwnz falls, as does Mako and Cream, but are we still going to the upside? I wasn't sure how aggressive they wanted to go here, but still, control given over towards Loud, and Dragon going to be up now in 40 seconds. You're going to be able to get the reset and come back out onto the map. Rift Herald is up and available, which is why we're seeing Redbird try and get some vision on this top side. I'm curious, are Loud just going to give up Dragon for that Rift Herald? Look for the gold, look for towers?
Rob, I don't know what we just saw, but I need more. I need more of this, like a whale needs capsule skins, baby.
But this is the thing, right? We talked about how Loud like to try and play on the map states. Well, the wave was pushed in, or at least controlled by Root and mid, so they send Redbird to the bot lane. The minions saving Cream here is clutch. And then you get the proc on the Seraph's Embrace for TenOwnz as well, so he's able to continue to play aggressive enough to get the flick back, which kills Jackie Love. Then it's Redbird for Mako and Trade as supports, and then TenOwnz thinks he can make the play, tries to go further along the wall because he sees the soldier, and just barely Cream steps forward to be able to get the auto attack that he needs to finish him off. Root there to get one back as well.
Shutdown for the bars, looks good. I like that fist bump. This is a scrappy game.
This is what I wanted though. Like, it's scrappy, but you can tell that there's thought behind why we're trying to play into these different positions, and it is just both teams trying to match and, I mean, fight it out, which is exactly what you want.
Of course, the lane economy snapshot, remember that it's not swapped up for the Tom Kench farming, but overall, still a very contentious game. Very small difference in terms of the overall goal, but it's TES who've been winning the day in objectives. 2 dragons and 6 scrubs. Means they have more opportunities to force fights on their terms, and certainly can push harder. Loud or ever caught sleeping. Herald is up, and Loud moving, at least into mid lane for now. TP committed top side.
One to protect mid lane tower, one to try and kill Robo.
Robo has no creep to dash through. Was a single dash enough? But for the good pullback, nice bit of extra healing. Can't really afford to overstay here. All of Loud ready to collapse.
Top Esports had to commit Mako and Cream's TP, so Mako to mid, as Loud should just back away from this.
TES though, the prize is the Herald. Does Robo want to TP back to try to contest? We've seen this from the Thalivar so many times though. Mid prio, very easy to take. That said, when he's on his lonesome, Mako and Jackie Love do have a little bit more license to step up and contest the wave.
They have to be very careful though. They know Robo has TP, they just don't know if he has TP to somewhere in the jungle onto some of these wards, especially even with the Hex Gates. But Top Esports, they got what they needed. They put the pressure on towards Robo with the TP for Cream, sent him packing. They get Mako TP to mid to protect the mid tower. Now Redbird steps forward.
There's no wall, the hook! Redbird now retreating so incredibly low. Route needs to fire the ulti to disengage. Ulti from Senna coming over the top, and not quite enough to finish. Mako, he gets it away! Knocked back! Give Rev, baby, a Jackie Love pinata! Hand delivered to the CB Law, but Tien here to take prizes of his own. He resets, he takes the body of Robo, and it is Cream and 369 who bring the fight back.
Somehow, even with the bot lane getting caught, Top Esports for him to bring in enough damage to turn that fight around. It looked so good. The 2-for-1 special on the bot lane, but Top Esports, they turn around, they nearly get the flick back onto TenOwnz. But Tien waiting over the wall, they might have been able to take out the Talia as well.
I mean, incredibly close game. It's a Herald, it's a 1K gold lead, it's 2 Drakes, and the objectives, TES, are absolutely cleaning house, but in the fights, it's a knife's edge for either side.
Get to look at it again. And look, Redbird gets the aftershock off the auto attack. I believe onto Mako there, stops the missile dive and manages to survive for a bit. This is great because it sets them off, but you can see as Cream starts to move forward, he's actually getting a ton of damage off with this wall, being separating them. Even gets the flick back as well, thanks to that Azir ultimate. And in that position, you're just caught for Loud. They can't really get away. And they're able to follow on through with some good damage coming through from the Top Esports mid laner.
We take a look back though, that fight was all Cream. I think 369 TM, they both do a great job of cleaning up a little bit here and there. But right now this Azir is the problem that Loud are gonna have to solve in the fights to come. 4-1-4, 2 items completed. TenOwnz has been good, but in those late game team fights, Azir is king.
This is where it is going to start to get a little tough for Top. Okay, yeah. I think this is where if you can set up the Varus in mid lane as Loud, you can start to work off of Croc and Root, especially as the level 11 is now hit for Croc. Put Hook immediately.
Hook connects, ulti onto Jackie Love though. Tino's here to follow up, flick back onto Jackie Love. Mako this time has the Devour, takes him to safety. Good patience. Nice chunk out, but I don't really think there's anything else for Loud to get off of it.
It's a massive swing and a miss for Loud. Although it looks almost good, you lose top tower. You now have no Talia wall, no Varus ult, no Nautilus ult, 4 Dragon that's about to spawn in 45 seconds, and you've lost full control on top, which means Cream gets the move and shift into mid lane. Now you don't have the numbers advantage you need, and top esports, they're going to look for more.
Hook in onto Mako again, maybe not the ideal target this time. Redbird not tanky enough to survive. Croc now running, tower set up, knock up from Mako onto the Wukong and the clone. Hook in, 369, just gonna keep going, and look what he found, it's Tino's off on the side. He still had Ghost, he still had all, he didn't need to use it in the 1v1, and TES dominating in mid lane.
And it was just off that overforce from Loud in the mid lane. Cream gets to rotate mid, and Loud are just too late to the play. Top esports, they're gonna set up Baron, and there's no way for Croc to get here.
Luckily for them, it's Hextech Rift, so Redbird can get here pretty quickly, but it's 11 seconds. They don't have enough time. Robo, is he really going to go in? Is this where they want to bet their game? Hex flashed over the wall. Flick back onto Jackie Love is good, but Cream buys the space for the rest of the team, but he might just give away the shutdown. Tino's and Robo still standing. Redbird in the midst of the entire lineup. Mako going in. Tino's is the one that matters, though. He has the damage. TES tempering their aggression, backing away, not going to get lost in the moment. They give up the shutdown, but they take the Baron.
Top esports really just want to reset for Dragon. You got the pick on Redbird now, which means it is going to be a 4v4. Cream, if they can delay his top esports, can teleport into the play. So 369 immediately teleports onto that bot wave, get that pushed in. Someone has to respond on Loud on that bot side. And with Mako TPing into mid lane as well, you've now got 2 waves of pressure for top esports that Loud have to deal with before they can approach the Dragon.
And this is, I gotta say, this is delivering exactly what I wanted. I can't speak for the Loud fans, but this hits, Rob. This is an exciting game. That said, TES are getting further and further ahead. And 2 Drakes and 6 Scrubs. You know, when the gold was even, when the kills were even, wasn't gonna feel too bad, but now as that gold lead starts to get bigger and bigger, those objectives you didn't take early game are gonna start to count more and more against you.
But this is why it's been great to see the adaptation from top esports since we last saw them in the international stage in 2022. This is a team that still has some of those same players, but they look very, very different in how consistent they are, how tempered they are as they start to aggress onto the map. Loud have been taking shortcuts and trying to take risks that would catch out teams that aren't as tempered as them, where they end up getting caught on mid lane, where they end up getting caught in the enemy jungle. But top esports, they are slow and methodical. This is a new version of, especially players like Jackie Love, where they want to try and make sure that they're able to not give away the play off of their wave states. Like, look at this one. Top pushing on the top side with Cream. Now that unlocks Cream to try and play into mid, they pushed in bot, they're starting to group on mid, and they're just looking to choke Loud out of the game. This is the bread and butter that top esports brought from the LP.
Playing through mid with the flash over the hook, the aggressive play from Redbird, the input buffer from TN though to go unstoppable. 369 gonna dash to, but still gonna get locked up by the rocks. It's a messy bit of a split fight. Croc dashing in, now finally gonna use that ultimate. Mako caught off, TN still standing crucially, and it's 369 and Cream on the backside. Keep your eyes on that Azir when Cream goes in, but he doesn't have mana. He gets a little bit when the kill comes through though, and that can turn the fight in their favor. TES were already winning, but it's about to go from bad to worse for the side of Loud. Flick back is massive. Jackie Love taken down, but here comes Cream, and it doesn't matter. 369 finds the kill. The tier 2 will finally fall, but it's just a banger of a fight.
It is. Loud throw everything at top, but again, Cream just over the wall, getting so much damage off. 7, 2, and 6 on this Azir. He is monstrous in this lane.
Now it's starting to feel insurmountable. I like the aggressive look from Redbird. It starts off okay, but they can't take so many resources to finish off Tien. And look at, I mean, you just see the gold in the individual roles.
But again, it's Loud trying to engage, but the push is already there on the top side. Cream gets a ton of damage off into Robo as he's trying to come in, because Robo's just desperate to take the fight. And while we look at the rest of it, good ultimates coming through from 369, separates Root. So Root has to flash off the wall, but then when 369 continues over, Root has nowhere to go. Tin Owens is trying his best to be that main DPS, especially since Robo got taken out of the fight early thanks to the damage from Cream and elsewhere. And then Jackie Love, it's a great flick back from Tin Owens. It does cause Jackie Love to fall, but it means Loud commit to the rest of the play then. And Top Esports are more than happy to go into the turret with the 2 damage dealers that they have.
And honestly, watching that playback, that was all 369 and Cream. Just tag teaming the entire Loud lineup. Croc now moving in, but getting shredded through. The Senna is well and truly online. That's a reset for TN. Now he gets to be the Wukong. Dashes in onto Robo. A little bit extra healing. Dominus is going to do good work. Jackie Love going to get taken out. Robo still living for a brief moment, but he's going to get the reset. He's going to turn it Renekton, and he's going to do whatever he damn well pleases. TES again. They're simply too far ahead. It was close earlier on. They're still able to get their licks in. They're still able to get kills back, but TES can just go for the throat here.
They just take the inhibitor here if they want to. Cream is escorting the wave in on top side, so it's kind of 369 by himself. Maybe that's an opportunity for Loud, but you can see the rest of Top Esports come back to help their boy as Cream takes the top side. They're winning across the board, and Loud are desperately trying to find some way into this game.
Tall task. Wukong team fight is like the arguable scaling component in their favor, but with the Viego resets coming in, it's just so difficult. And you look at the opposite side, it's a Senna with 112 souls. An Azir with 3.5 items in the luxury item of the Seeker's Arm Guard to go golden in the midst of a fight. And on top of all of that, there is a Tom Kench who will say no to any attempt you have to pick off a single target.
It feels insurmountable. It's Robo and Croc have to get access to Cream, immediately set up for some sort of piercing arrow from Root to finish off Cream before not only Mako, but Jackie Love's ult comes through, a heal from Jackie Love comes through, something, because this Azir is monstrous alongside Tien. 7-4 and 7 on the Viego. He alone, once he starts to get resets in these fights, especially if it's Redbird, just sets himself up to be the carry after Cream goes down.
And hopefully in the last fight, Loud, well, hold that thought, Cream potentially caught out here. Ooh, minefield! Connects, flick back does not. Redbird though, hooking in. It does not work whatsoever. And now 369, free access, straight into Robo. Can go for the all-out if he wants to, but instead is just going to back away here. Tanking tower shots left and right, but he's too damn tanky. Cancels the all-out to ensure he doesn't take any further damage, and TES just keeping the siege going.
Redbird just mistimed the hook, was hoping the wall would go down and maybe could get onto Cream, but now with these minions available, with 6 Void Grubs, that tower does not last very long. And it's on towards bot and hit.
Back on Cream! But that's the luxury item, that's the purchase. They have to follow up flawlessly. They take Cream out. They buy themselves a bit more space. TES immediately back away. They know who's carrying.
The fact that they got Cream means that they can hold on to that mid lane inhibitor, because that was nearly about to be 2 inhibitors down, and a very short waltz in towards the top side for top to make sure they could get the final inhibitor turret. But Dragon is up. They're on a ward.
Ooh, excellent, excellent ward. Spots out the ambush. Loud need to be careful about approaching here. Tin owns the target that they have to protect. Jackie Love gonna hit the root, but only under Redbird. Redbird flash forward. He's gonna hit 369, but crucially he's gonna hit Jackie Love as well. 369 devoured by Mako. Loud is here, ready to follow up. Ulti connecting onto 369. Loud ready to turn the fight. 369 backing away. Shut down. Crucial. Root happy to pick up the gold, and the Drake denying the soul for the side of TES. It's not a lot. It doesn't shift the gold lead massively, but it's another little thing in the favor of Loud, keeping their hopes and dreams alive a little bit longer in this game.
It buys them the time that they desperately need. No objective on the map apart from Baron makes it a little bit easier for them to just keep vision on that top side. Make sure Top Esports aren't doing anything sneaky, and they can start to keep these mid and bot waves off of their structures. Top, though, can very much start to play off of that mid inhibitor if they want to, or are they just going to start up this Baron, see if they can get Loud out of their base?
Loud TPing in. Now forced to back away. As the spell shield, Cream stepping very far forward. I think Loud could have punished there, but they just didn't have the necessary information.
It would have been hard. Tin Owns still had to TP in, and he doesn't have any great TP wards available to him. So I think I respect the restraint from Loud there, not trying to go too far forward. Cream, though, definitely low, which is a big win.
Okay, they at least spot the pit. Double red ward, a little bit odd. Unfortunate there. A little bit of wasted vision, but happy to just deny the Baron for now. TP to the top side coming in for Cream. Tin Owns has used his teleport. Won't be able to return to a side lane. TES, do they have the discipline to just play through side to wait for a greater advantage here? Robo will be forced to catch a side lane. Cream also using a TP, though, means it's overall even.
Yeah, surprised to see the TP from Tin Owns. It felt rushed. It felt like they thought they're under pressure.
In no man's land, will be able to make it out in time. And like I say, this is tense, right? TES by all means favored. They still have all their flashes up. They have so many tools to protect Cream as their main source of damage, and the Baron's already been started. Loud know that they need to step up here, but they might just be walking face first into 369 and Mako. Now they're going to realize Croc forced to back away. 369, bit of damage on the clone, just trying to find access to the backline. TES have pulled off the Baron, though. That control ward, crucial. Gives them all the information they need.
Robo just spotted on the control ward on top side, though. He was trying to see if he could get the flanks to top Esports. Pull back, make sure there's no opportunity for the Renekton to get in onto their backline. The time bop by Tinons on the bot side is starting to go, as is Robo's time in this top
the one
end.
champion you can't double dash through. Nice sidestep onto Mako. 369 has so many tools to interrupt with him. Robo thought he had access to the wave, but TES take their time with it. Flash out from Robo. Can he keep going? Cream coming over the wall. Push in the mid lane is big from Loud, but it's not going to stop TES from taking the Baron. Double dash again from Robo. Living for now! Robo still alive. 369. Loud, is this your opportunity to turn back the fight, or can you at least reset? But now it's Redbird who's overextended. Pull back from 369 is good. Brings the knock up over the wall, but now it's Cream in trouble. Push back. Mako ult immediately to deny the follow-up damage. And TES are stone cold. They don't waste a single cooldown. They don't overcommit. They got minions pushing into the bottom wave, ready to break the base. TES continue the march forward. Turn back to the Baron, knowing it's the safer prize. But my God, the discipline from this team is outstanding, Rob.
They will get the Baron, but that was so rough for Loud. Robo survived for so long that I think even Loud were surprised. They had the plan of just going, we're going to run down mid, buy as much time as possible, we're going to try and take the tier 2, but then they're like, wait, this Renekton's still alive? You're actually going to be able to group with us? Okay, maybe we can do something, but I think that was a mistake. I think they should have just committed to Robo goes down, we try and get something elsewhere, but now top Esports coming back out of the map. Immediate TP from Mako in the mid to keep the pressure up. They want to make sure Loud cannot buy themselves the time, and the top can get as much value out of this Baron as possible.
1 minute and 30 seconds until Soul is on the board. 2.5 minutes on the Red Bull Baron power play. TES, you'd expect them to be able to end on this one. Again, Jackie Love's been quietly stacking up souls the entire time. Cream didn't burn his flash. He still has his Zhonya's, and he still has the ulti of Mako up and available in just about 15 seconds.
While lane inhibitors eventually respawn, that's the final super minion wave that's coming in. So top Esports going to go to meet it, to escort it in to make sure they get it.
Redbird a little bit wide, wall. Knockback onto Cream is big, he goes golden. Mako crucially flashes over the wall. They need to layer their CC and they can kill the Azir, but Mako manages to get the Devour out. Cream just starting to lay down damage. Tian in the back line trying to find the reset. Goes gold, not goes gold, gets the reset off the GA. All of Loud now retreating, the kill goes down. The body taken for Tian, finds the Wukong, and this is going to be the end of game 1. TES, calm and composed. Loud, so many great angles, but not enough to find the win. Shutdowns coming through. Tinon's still doing a lot of work, but TES can just hit the Nexus. No one can contest Cream. Fantastic game 1. TES coming out on top.
TES not overextending, not giving much to Loud. But Loud, they tried their damnedest. That was a fantastic game from the CB Law representatives. Really making sure that top Esports were under pressure consistently, working with Tinons to lean in towards bot side, to bring Redbird mid. They were throwing a lot of moves at top Esports, but they didn't flinch. And top Esports played disciplined in the fights and come out on top.
I muted myself in those final moments. I've now unmuted myself, excuse me. Honestly, Tinons, bro. These flickbacks, the confidence in these plays. Yes, he fumbled one on the bottom side, but it was so good. This is a man who's been playing since 2013. He kaboomed our region before either of us were casting it, Rob, and now he's back. Doing this kind of performance against the LPL, it's what you love to see.
Guys, beast. This was such a sick game, and honestly, if I'm the CB Law, I'm very happy with how we played. Loud, that was... The fact that they were consistently getting the mid pressure for Tinons to then lean in towards bot side, to put pressure onto Jackie Love and Mako, to get a ton of these summoner spells out, you could see there was a very deliberate game plan, and it was just 1 or 2 points where they tried to make a gamble, where they tried to take that step to go, we can break top Esports, but top Esports were just prepared, taking 1 step back, making sure they were out of position, or out of position for whatever engage was coming through. But this was a close game. This was sick.
Absolutely was. But you've heard enough from us about it. Let's head on over to the analyst desk to break down that game 1.
Welcome back to the desk. Laura's not feeling too well, so we'll wish her well.
Yeah, so we love Laura. It's us.
We love Laura. It's just us.
We've taken over.
So
massive LPL bias on this desk now.
Yes. Unfortunately.
TES had a little bit of a happy game. I feel like people are like, Emily, you said this team was smart.
Yeah.
And they're reconsidering all of my opinions.
Yeah, I think you're a liar. So explain the game to me. Talk about it a little bit.
So in TES's defense, I will say they got all early objectives,
yes.
right? So like while, again, it was a very, very back and forth, you see when the game like absolutely blows wide open here through the gold graph, and then I'd direct everyone's attention to objective control, right? Like the early game objective control from TES was very good. Any opening that Loud gave them, they were able to get. And even with, I thought Loud played really well.
They did.
Especially in the early game, I could definitely see why people are like, this is the smartest team in CBLOL, right? They kept it very close. And also, to your point, Tinones.
Yeah.
Man, his Talia flicks are great.
It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. To the point about the objectives you made. 1 Rift Herald, of course, all the Rift Heralds went towards top esports. 6 scrubs for top esports overall. A great amount of control for them. I actually really didn't like the draft from Loud in particular. I think the moment you see Senna, you recognize Senna Tom Kench is going to be a thing. You're going to Leah and Nautilus. It's just going to be a really difficult fight, especially once the Azir comes through.
And Jackie Love on Senna, right? Going into this game, that is a staple pick for him. He is such a massive Senna player. He has a 78.6 win rate on it going into this series. And then as we see this fight that Loud actually started, and it looks really good for them, and then we get a little bit too over-aggressive.
Yeah, this was hilarious because Cream was just playing the line on that one. Was really close to dying throughout this, and Loud was just making it really, really competitive. Now, I love this one from Loud, the fact that they were like, you know what, we're going to chase them down. Cream plays this one out exceptionally, so it's a tough situation to be in because we're singing Cream's praises for this fight, but this is the fight that they did lose in.
Yeah, and I mean, I think looking at across the entire game, Cream was an absolute star.
Yes.
Right? Like, he was such a massive damage dealer. Obviously, Azir is a kind of a signature pick of his. Once you get outside of the assassin pool, you know, that he enjoys. So I think shout out to Kareem, his international debut, obviously.
Yeah.
It was a great one.
Yeah, it was a great one. There were a lot of fights that Loud was taking the lead in.
Yeah.
It was getting really dicey in that fight up into the top side of the map, thanks to the reliable Cisco network. Kazante 369 comes in clutch and makes every second count. So talk me through this fight that happened at the top side of the map.
Yeah, so obviously I'm a 369 enjoyer. And again, to your point, a lot of the times, Loud they think they can get a pick onto Redbert. Loud comes in, is able to come back in, especially Tinones right here, right? Gets a flick onto Mako, and then here comes 369, and I did tell people, obviously Cream has a stellar performance in here too. The 369 comes in, is able to clean up this fight, and I did talk about 369's team fight targeting, right? And when he decides to come in, when he can TP in, and make the most of these fights. And it did get to the point where once it got really happy, I thought 369 and Cream were the two standouts. So they're looking around, they're like, guys, please, please, especially Kareem, he's looking around, he's like, you guys have all done this before. What's going on, man?
This should not be this hard. Jackie Love's already thinking about that 2018 IG games every time they had a much tougher. I remember IG going up against like Vici Gaming. I was like, guys, this should not be this hard of a game. But yes, they do end up cleaning it up. Of course, Loud does select blue side. Any expectation from Loud changing things up going into the next game?
So to your point about the team compositions, I think one of the reasons why we saw a lot of these team fights be like super messy is that TES had a lot of answers for everything they had in their composition, right? Like especially with the Nautilus into the Senna TK. So I'd like to see them kind of draft, again, I think they did draft around comfort. I'd like to see them focus on the Talia again. I think that was really good for Tinones. And we'll see going forward.
And we will. And as we head to a break, take a moment to experience our host city, Chengdu, thanks to our friends at Oppo.
Esport is the entertainment of the future.
Nobody takes a title from G2.
I'm doing something I've trained my whole life to do.
Claim their 9th title.
Find something you're good at, become a master at it, and then try to connect it to the esport world.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back. We're right about to hot drop into Champion Select. I'm Dracos. That's Dagda, aka Daddy, and we're about to head into Champ Select for Loud versus Top Esports Game 2. Now, I'm going to be honest, guys. We were hyping up Loud a lot in Game 1. And I want to say part of that's because they just performed at a level that I don't think we were ready for. TES out-traded, traded up in every single fight across that game, and overall, we're the better team. But I think that at the end of the day, it's still hype to see Loud do so much. But I do still think it's a pretty daunting task for TES or for Loud to take a single game off TES.
Yeah, I think the fact that you had the Tom Kench as an answer to so much of what Loud wanted to do was a big issue, which is why immediately we're seeing the Senna ban trying to get that out of the equation. But it's actually Top who are banning that one away. So I am curious to see how Top want to try and respond, because with the Senna gone, Varus has kind of been their go-to AD carry. So does Root take it away here? I wouldn't be surprised, because I think if you end up giving that across to Jackie Love and Mako, they're going to be very, very happy about that bot lane. But you can still go for some of these more aggressive bot lanes if you really want to here, with the opportunity for like an Ashe Kalista, something along those lines.
If I pick Ashe Kalista now, you're prophetic, and I will treat you as such forever. I would love more aggressive bot lane options. While I think the Tom Kench did a ton of work, and the Senna Tom Kench especially, Senna obviously banned, you know, we know Jackie Love to be that 2v2 bot lane you talked about, and Senna, you know, Senna Tom Kench not really that spicy 2v2. So the Kalista at least confirmed. Will they go for support here, or will they?
I think you could take the Nautilus away here and just go for the hyper aggressive bot lane, especially when you're playing into the Varus. The point-and-click CC is super nice, but it depends. Like, how worried about lane swaps are you?
Oh,
and I think that tells us a little bit more about how worried they are about lane swaps.
So giving that potential respect over, and also in the previous game, Cream at every stage of the game I think just played really, really well. Obviously there are a lot of standout moments across the board for TES, but just making sure that he has that power pick does make a ton of sense. Tinones grabbing the Azir here. Curious to see how he does on it. Obviously a champion that in general we consider to be very strong into the Azir. From what we've seen internationally. Can suffer if Azir gets a little bit of a lead and can start to just shuffle you on cooldown, but Loud respond, or TES respond with Renata. Fantastic, fantastic champion. Very frequently banned in the second phase.
Yeah, very good into the Nautilus. Also, for the composition the Loud are bringing, that you really want the ASOL to be able to play forward, use that flight path to get into aggressive position. Renata can do a lot of work and just try to shut that down, or at least catch him out of position. So I do think Top Esports kind of setting up well here in the draft. And now we're looking at a lot of jungle bans going to start coming through, just to ensure the fact that at least Tien will get a good matchup. But I am curious if he wants to go back towards the Viego again. He had, don't get me wrong, he had some good moments, but it definitely felt like he struggled at times in the positions that he was in.
I think overall, if like, obviously TES as a whole played pretty solid, but I think Tien was the weakest link in that game. It's pretty safe to say. Maybe he adjusts the strategy overall, though they still won. They still traded up for the vast majority, so don't really need to change too much. I like the Renata a lot, Rob. You highlighted it already. I think the other thing is the bailout is big. Even if you're going to die in the duration of the bailout, delaying the reset on Aurelion Sol's flight in a team fights is devastating, because the fact that it resets is something that many people draw issue with, but delaying it by even a tiny margin often stops this champion from just devastating 5v5s.
It could be a point here where we just see Tien go back towards Sejuani or something along those lines, though. I think you've already got a very, very strong team fight set up. You just need to get some engage realistically for yourself, but 369 has also played a lot of tanks, so maybe they just want to go back towards that option. But I mean, aggressive bot lane, decent control in the actually, I was going to say they don't really have control in mid lane, so they're going to be playing a lot off this bot lane to see if they can look for some sort of invade and plays for this Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
Let's set them up nicely.
The Renata Xin also feels really good, right? We've seen in so many games, whether in domestic playoffs or even here earlier in our series, you know, it's so easy to just waste cooldowns into the Xin Zhao ultimate, and when he's that much faster because of the bailout, because of those supporting utility, it can make things harder. But the Poppy, you mentioned it in game one. We didn't see it get picked up, but now it is getting locked in here. Not confirmed if it's going to be jungle or top lane.
Imagine it'd be jungle, and then maybe something like the Aatrox in the top lane here for Robo. He's a big Jax player, but that's already been taken away. Yeah, Cassante gone. It feels like you're going back in towards Aatrox with just the most blind pickable of champions.
Lane swap?
Okay, maybe.
All right, just for anyone who doesn't know, the second you see a Zac or a Sion, the lane swap alarm bells start ringing. That said, I'm not convinced that that would be the right choice here. But Zac, of course, still a relatively good top laner, loses pretty gracefully, offers a lot of utility. Similar to when Rek'Sai was unnerfed in a lot of our playoffs, just has an immense amount of sustain that a lot of top laners struggle to deal with. And it might just be the tank handshake.
Wasn't sure if we get the Urgot. I think it could be a decent angle, but yeah, just the tank handshake. So kind of saying, look, we can do fine with not really interacting on the top side and just playing for these big team fights. If you can snowball as Top Esports versus trying to delay and play a little bit more for that later point. as Loud.
And by picking another tank that also does pretty well in tower dives, you've also covered a potential swap option, right?
I will say, though, the Poppy does do a lot to disrupt Ornn when you're going for these. Like, a lot of how Ornn plays around tower dives is E headbutts into the tower, knocks up everyone close to the tower, and then looks for a lot of the resets through that with his W and the follow-up CC, but the Poppy going to make that a little bit more difficult, also being able to disrupt the ultimate, so it's not going to be the easiest if it's a lane swap, but I do think from looking at this, we're probably going to have standard lanes.
And again, it's a hope. We're fans of standard lanes here. Let's see if Loud can kind of keep up the pace that they found in the previous game. Obviously, it's the first game on stage for both of these lineups, so wouldn't be surprised if we see an uptick in performance and certainly in aggressiveness. Very often, first game on a stage, especially in an international tournament, teams are a bit more conservative. Play a bit further back. Last game, maybe not an indication of that, as we were well over a kill, more than like 1.5 kills per minute by the end of that game. So if that was the less aggressive version, I'm very excited for game 2.
Yeah, this is a scary bot lane. Like, Jackie Love and Makeup got a ton of 2v2 kills, even getting like 2v2 kills against Elkin on in finals. Like, these are the aggressive guys, and you've just given them Kalista Renata, which is arguably one of the most aggressive 2v2s.
It's scary based on nameplates, and it's double scary when you look at what you gave them in Champ Select, right? This is truly going to be a tall mountain for the side of Loud to climb to bring us to a game 3. It's not impossible. See what the setup looks like. For now, 80 carries pathing to the bottom lane.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
And you might not be able to hear it at home, but in the crowd here in Chengdu, there's a battle back and forth between the Gyos and the Vamos. Gyos are winning. They do have a bit of a man advantage, however, I would say overall.
Forward, yeah.
But that's not stopping the Vamoses from coming out. Side's trying to hide as much information as possible.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, it is a lane swap. Var's heading top, past a minute. Yeah, committing. Now, I will say, if there was any top laner in the world that I would not want to dive, it would be 369, probably. Actually, pretty much any of the representatives of the LCK or OPL, I would rather not dive. That said, if you're able to present...
Pretty good at League of Legends.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good surviving. That said, if they can set up another 4-man dive, or 3-man dive, depending on what wave they want to play off of, certainly have more than enough tools to take out a level 1 Ornn.
So here's one of the things, though, with the adaptation that we're seeing from top esports. They start on red, which means TN will get an extra camp on this top side of the map. So this is actually a pretty big win for TN, because it means that now we can start to move into a position. Oh, he's actually going to steal 2 camps. So
are they going to see Poppy? Are they going to see Poppy? They see Croc walking in, but Cream thinks that he's on Raptors. Doesn't know that there is a Zac here, about to jump on his face. Here he comes, one big cheesy Zac, baby. Not a lot of damage, though. Cream seems relatively unconcerned. Again, there's nothing for Robo to do right now, so this isn't too bad. But Croc not being able to knock back T into the wall is going to hurt a little bit. Robo, of course, starting with the Elastic Slingshot means he doesn't really have much follow-up whatsoever. 3v2 on the top side as Redbird is starting to wander down. Var's trying to push the wave in, but he's pushing in solo.
So this is actually used. So top esports get 2 camps, try to fight, but 369 might get caught actually here.
Up. Tinones is he ready to follow? Multiple flashes traded, a few extra stacks for Tinones in the midst of this.
So getting 2 camps, they try to take the fight. TN hits level 2, so they have the level 2 advantage, and that's what we saw top esports try to play. The idea is you draw Loud into the fight, and maybe you can sneak 369 in underneath the tower if the health bars are low enough to deny any sort of dive. But because 369 couldn't really get into position, it means that he's not able to actually tank this wave on the top side, but instead they're going to shift him into boss. And with Redbird having to move in to protect the top side, the push on top is slower, so top esports have the advantage there. And as well, you're going to be in a spot where you're able to shove. You've also got the 2 camps on the top side, so for Poppy, she's going to be behind in relation to TN because she just has less resources that she has access to now.
And additionally, TES obviously have the luxury of hitting the bottom tower, the one that is not reinforced for the first 5 minutes of the game. Loud, you can see how much longer it's taken them to hit even a second plate. They are a member down as well, but 369 just walking away. They wait for the next wave to collapse. Very likely that TES will go a plate up or be first on the reset. We'll see what they want to prioritize here, but another Demolish proc coming through for both the top side push and the bot side push.
See, this is what I mean. So actually, we're going to just go in towards mid. Cream is aware of this, should be aware of this.
Dash back. Oh, clean flash.
Much needed, because essentially now you can see where TN is. TN is going to clear at this bottom side, but Croc has nothing to do. None of the camps are on the top side of the map, which is where he's strongest, so he's just kind of in no man's land. So tries to make the play happen in mid anyway, because he's like, I got to try and do something. Cream did respect it, but just not enough, so has to flash away. And now 369 TPing into the top side. He wants to try and crash this wave, knowing Croc is more than likely on reset.
Leaping over. Difficult to die or to take out Robo when he has the luxury of that passive. Crucially, 369 was able to get a level in the bottom lane. Some experience shared over, makes it that much easier for him to survive. Now picking up level 3 as well. Robo going to need extra resources in the form of Croc to ensure that he can survive what is very likely to be a tower dive. Croc trying to hide in the darkness, but it's already warded. Knock back to the wall, good upfront damage without a tower to help. Things are getting very tricky very quickly. Good handshake, but the pullback is there from Robo as well. Passive going to get procced, but luckily at least one of the blobs is going to go under tower, however. Mako and Jackie have more than enough range to finish this kill off. First blood coming through from TES. 3.5 plates getting taken down. TES getting so much more out of this lane swap.
And Croc thought he'd be able to cover the play because he got the reset in, had the boots, had the Ruby Crystal, thought maybe I have enough gold spent that I can try and cover if TN comes down, because TN hadn't gone for the reset. But with the camps that they'd managed to pick up early, TN has the level advantage. So essentially 300 gold worth of resources off the level, and they're still able to make that tower dive happen, especially with Croc having used everything initially as TN went for that engage. So nice stuff by top Esports, just playing off these tiny little advantages that they managed to.
And the timing on the reset is fantastic as well. It's 5.5 minutes, so the tower reinforcement is falling down on the top side. If Varus tries to mismatch, he hasn't opted to do so, but it's also 6 minutes when the Void Grubs spawn. So they're going to be able to walk top, play for that objective, at the very least trade, but Robo just doing what he can to force this wave in. 369 a little bit behind, is probably going to lose 1 or 2 creeps. Actually, probably just the 1, given that the cannon is here. So overall, TES way more composed in this early lane swap.
But that's the thing, look how many creeps are here for 369, and he's essentially even on experience with Robo now. So 369 going to win out on the experience play. You've also now got the 2v2 that you wanted in that top side, although Jackie and Mako are a little bit behind on the experience just as they try and clear out this wave, but looking for the fight still. Handshake goes wide.
Good hook though, connecting onto Mako. Immediate Ignite gets taken down. Flash out from Mako, trying to get away from the hail of arrows, but Jackie Love laying down so many spears. There's going to be a big chunk on the route. Croc now trying to back away as Tien knows he's favored in the 1v1, and bot lane not really going to be able to show up for this play. Mako, though, blinking health bar. Cream ready to rotate through. Eyes on Jackie Love, though. The hook now coming through as well. That's going to be 1 kill traded back. So far, 1 for 1. But here comes the big old dragon, baby! Tino's coming in clutch as the double comes in for Root. Cream now getting chunked out here. Wants to push back. Gets 1. Clean flash back from Root. Bloody skirmish on the top side. Tino just continuing to stack. The bailout is there. This is incredibly aggressive. Tino's does get a couple extra stacks, but at the cost of his flash.
Alright, so the reason Loud are willing to play hyper-aggressive on the top side is that to get the 2v2 that Jackie Love and Mako wanted, they end up sacking that bot wave, the massive one that 369 picked up, and is now abusing against Robo, but it meant that they were a level down. Brute knows that, goes aggressive in the 2v2, especially as they miss the handshake on the top, which means that now Mako very low. Loud know they have the level advantage on Root, so they go aggressive onto Jackie Love as he's the main source of damage. They finish him off, and then Loud are able to follow up, but this works out initially great for Loud, but I think here you should have just called it quits. You'd already gotten what you needed for, and Cream managing to pick off Redbird, who just didn't have that flash available at the time, so ends up falling down as Cream goes in, and here Tino's has to flash as well, because again, we're talking about it, the bailout, backup and available for Mako.
Just ruining that potential to find the kill. 53 sacks for Tino's at this point in the game. Cream leading the XP by a slight margin as the pullback is good onto Redbird. Ulti now coming in, they're gonna get the flash as well. Redbird doesn't really have the chance to stay, but good damage again onto Tien. Croc exactly where he's needed. No kill's gonna come through. Tien going down. No big bailout for Tien. Now Mako has to play careful, good handshake to make it out to safety, but what started as such a great pick opportunity for TES was immediately turned by Croc on the top side.
Got the level 6 for Root, used, able to get what they wanted, 369 trading against Robo, but this is kind of where the trade-off has happened. 369 got the lead that he wanted after picking up that big wave as the magic, or the not the null magic.
Spectre's cow. Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Picked up for himself, so he's a bit more abusive in this matchup on the bot side. But for top Esports, they are quite far behind now in the 2v2. Jackie Love has just hit the level 6, but it's 3 kills for Root, and nearly 1,000 gold lead plus the experience. Like,
oh, they're going to scoop him. Tinons, nice early bit of flight there, and when becomes lightning going wide means he does walk away.
So top Esports going to try and leverage this now. I thought into Void Grubs with the way they're positioned on the map, but they're actually going to swap again from Loud. They want to try and look at the Dragon.
Rock doesn't have a lot of follow-up here. Tinon's already used the flight a moment ago, doesn't have the cooldown quite back up yet, but they're really committed to making this play happen. Forcing out the ult from Tien. Traded for the Poppy ult.
It's a bit of a messy one, because ideally it is great to get that ult out of Tien as Robo gets
him to Jackie Love. Ulting to clear the wave, just to threaten in case Jackie Love and Mako go for the dive.
It means, exactly, you can't go for the counter dive here. So Tien moves into bot side, wasn't going to go for the dive anyway, but at least Robo knows I cannot get dove now off of at least that wave. Trying to set up some defensive vision for himself as well, so then he's in a decent spot. You can see it in River, so that then he can't get any sort of counterplay. The quicker reset from Root and Redbird, though, means that they get to shove in bot. They can rotate towards Dragon. I think they needed Croc, though, to play with Tinons on mid-wave, because Cream getting a good amount of damage, but is it enough?
Just the edge of the Q hitting. Cream has to dash to safety. Tinons. Oh, trying to space it out. Obviously, once you start using the Breath of Light, you slow down a bit. So Tinons, decent spacing, pushing Cream back. But Cream holding onto that flash, crucially.
At the moment, though, Loud doing a decent job of, from this position now, playing off of Root and Redbird's advantage. They find
Mako. Only level 5. Croc ready to go over the wall. Has to Hex Flash, though. It's going to take a second. Oh. Thought they had the angle. Do get the ulti out from Jackie Love, though, crucially.
Still, they would love to be able to turn this in towards a Dragon or an objective at this stage, but it kind of feels like little wins that aren't really getting anything. Yeah, they will be able to push in. Maybe this is the Dragon angle, especially with Jackie Love's up and down, but Tien has just reset. He's coming back out of base with the Sundered Sky, so a big item advantage for top Esports if they try to make a fight happen here. And Mako just ticking over to 6 as well is huge, so I think Loud kind of aware that they've run their course now when it comes towards the advantage on that bottom side and just look to play for the lane states instead.
And again, we're in a situation where TES are slowly but surely building a gold lead. 17 CS advantage. And remember that 369 actually sacrificed a decent amount of CS to roam top ahead of schedule. Nice bit of ulti there, but there's the hostile takeover. Round's about to get hit up. Tien taking a little bit of damage here, but has the ulti off cooldown just in time. Croc, he's got nowhere left to go. Poppy slowly going to get shredded down. Double kill coming through for Jackie Love.
And again, it's just what we were talking about. Mako has hit the level 6. Redbird didn't have the ult available. So the support advantage with the ultimates coming through and sets up beautifully for Tien to separate out Loud. Even the push in mid for Cream meant that they couldn't have Tinons come into the play either. So Dragon will go the way of top Esports.
You can see here, Robo zoned off the wave for the most part. Wants to hit a creep desperately. Timing on that, pretty generous. Redbird, Hex Flash in, the pushback, just barely hitting, but Cream now dashing to the side. Ulti gonna go and he has to flash away to safety. Tinons again now following up this time. Surely the play works. Tien on the way. Is it gonna be enough?
The ult for Redbird, the ult for Redbird!
He's gonna look and he's gonna finish the job! Reset now for the Dragon, he can fly out to safety if he needs to. Pushback from Croc. Oh, protecting President. Tinons working out well for the side of Loud.
And they're gonna rotate on towards top side as well. 369 knows that he's low,
Robo,
but now he's under tower. They're coming!
Rest the team on the hunt. Train Conductor 369. Woo. A little bit of a hate train on the top side here from Loud, but they're going to just back away. Focus on the wave. Jackie Love! Oh.
If that was lethality Callista,
he's dead.
That could have been a very dead ASAL, but might be a dead Poppy instead. Cream!
Yeah, Cream going to try to... Well, that's going to safety. Successful thus far. Slippery little Yordle. Okay, let's take stock. Here we are. Almost 13 minutes in the game. Grubs are back up. Tinons stacking, 115, doing a good job thus far. A lot of pressure across the map. They're now going to get the TP out from 369, it looks like, to cover the bottom side. And overall, we got carries at 1 item on both teams. It's really a lead for Tien that feels like the most important part of the map. You highlighted already, that item completion crucial, and he still has a pretty big advantage.
So the problem was you actually had a lead for Loud when it came towards Root, and I think they would have been able to play off, but the fact that they end up having a couple of fights go astray means that now top Esports have control, and they're going for Robo.
Doing a little bit of damage to tower, waiting for the angle. Robo just gonna get shredded. So much damage on the top side, but now Loud want to follow up. Ulti hitting onto Jackie Love, immediate cleanse. Sidestep on the hostile takeover is big. They're isolating Jackie Love. Croc going in, trying to find the solo kill. Jackie Love, though, has the bailout. Croc needs to walk away. If this man dies, Jackie Love stands supreme, baby. Keeps on living. But in the meantime, Tinons off to the side, trying to take down Tien. 2 fights across 2 fronts. But TES is taking both of them. Tien's still stepping up. I was forced to flash out to safety, and overall, TES just fighting that one so much better.
Jackie Love just about gets that bailout to make it a massive win for Top Esports. They pick off Robo underneath the tower. They will lose away for Loud on that bot half as well as 369 able to shove that in, but Robo...
Handshake. Robo interrupted. Tinoz is on the way, but he's so far away, but it's the powered ultimate. It's about to hit 3. Knock him only onto 1. Tien about to get shredded. He has the reset, but he's in a bit of extra time because of the bailout, but now he can just fly face first into TES. Tinoz, good setup. Handshake pushback from Mako was key, however. Root, where's the arrow? Where's it going to hit? Mako positioned behind the tower. Nice sidestep, nice confidence, but he still gets clipped by it. And in the meantime, Croc is on the way. Jackie going to have to sacrifice the life of his support. Loud going to get at least one back. Grabbing the bounty as well, getting the gold a little bit closer, but already the counter punch is coming in the mid lane from TES. They're taking the mid lane tower.
Loud want to try and move over towards the Rift Tower if they can off the back of this, but I think they need to reset. Tinone's very low on mana, Root very low on health to Top Esports. They even start to push in towards that tier 2. They've already got a ton of vision established in this top side, so I think it's a rush to push out top wave and move over towards the Rift Tower for Top Esports.
Continuing to keep the pressure up. Almost so damn squishy. He doesn't have any boots. A tough game thus far. All right.
I think Loud had good control over the game. You can see that Root had managed to pick up an advantage, managed to pick up these kills, and a lot of it was Top Esports blundering on, trying to force the 2v2 lane. But after that, Top Esports find the fights. They get that quick reset, they manage to find the objectives that they want with Dragon, working off of Cream's pressure, and now it's coming down to plays like this where Top Esports are just outplaying in the moment. Yes, you get the knock up, but Jackie Love already had the ult off, knocks down Croc. They get the damage that they need to, with everyone turning to kill Croc, keeps Jackie Love alive. And then again, Mako getting into the way to stop Redbird from following up. Even on the bottom side here, Tien as well with the ultimate, just playing to distract the 2 carries of Loud from being able to get into position.
And you can see the passion here in Chengdu, but it's another situation where it was similar with the Tom Kench. There's so many moments where Loud, they almost have that kill. They're so close, but it's the Devour from the Tom Kench. In this case, it's the bailout from the Renata that just stops that play, that turns it back in the favor of TES. And as you take a look at the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, yeah, all things in favor of TS. I think the one that surprised me the most, to be honest, is 369, but when you think about the sheer amount of pressure that's been put on Robo, the amount of dives that have come through, it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's also, again, coming back to the fact that you gave up that massive wave on bot that Jackie Love could have taken, but it went to 369, just opened up for 369 to take very much a lead in this early stage, but now it's Root who's in trouble.
All called out, Root in trouble, but there's no immediate follow-up. Hostile takeover, not even going to clip him. Knock back into 369, but he's so damn tanky. Tien off to the side. They have to be careful. They need to protect this bar, so if they want to do anything here. Teno's on the way, though. Could be big. Lays down, isolates them away. Keeps them away from that vortex. Croc now trying to retreat as best as he can. Neither side able to find a kill. Flash still up for Teno's. Flash for Redbird available as well, so across the board, pretty close. The difference being TES now get access to the Drake.
A rare mistake from 369 on the Orin. Tries to go for the headbutt onto the pillar he'd set up, but actually misses. Comes a little bit too short, and it means that then Loud don't actually get the big knock-up. So Top Esports don't get what they wanted, but they still get the position that they need, so they will get Dragon. Tinone's going to try and move in towards this top side to pushing that big top wave. Maybe they can look to commit on towards the mid lane, but with that, I mean, you've got bounties available for Loud. You can kind of tell that this game is very quickly starting to slip away again as Top Esports just finding these moments.
Oh, Root, you don't know what's coming. Tien has the movement speed, but he misses the wind become lightning, and now Root gets to escape. Oh, I mean, sad Skarner, very fair there. That very well could have been a pick. Root definitely, I think, learning the lesson there on stepping too far up on that mid wave.
We'll all get the resets going through, though. And this is where, again, you're kind of looking at Top Esports being able to control sideways through Cream over Tinone's should be in a good spot. You guarantee the mid play as well, because even though Root is on the Varus, he's just, I think, a little bit too far behind Jackie Love, especially with Mako in check as well. It's very hard to step up as the 2v2 into this matchup, so you kind of have to accept second.
Cream. Actually caught out here. Ulti coming in for Robo. Push back there, but it's a little bit late. Ulti does not connect at all. And Tino's is now going to be in trouble. They need to back away to Redbird for 369. Happy to just use the TP to disengage the play. Redbird wants to keep it going, however, knock him onto Cream, but again, there's no follow-up damage there. Highly questionable all, and the rest of TS is now barreling down to the bottom side of the map. Loud need to get the hell out because Tien's on the way in. Wind becomes lightning. This is a turbo-fed Xin Zhao, and Loud know it. Immediately just going to back away.
Root and Redbird end up threatening on towards Jackie Love as the rest of Top Esports were starting to come down through the Loud jungle, so they couldn't get there as quickly as they wanted to top Esports. A bit disjointed. They get the TP from 369 as Loud, but they have to be careful of not losing out on this entire bottom side when it comes towards vision and the push. Yeah, you can see in the picture-in-picture, the ult actually goes wide, but they were just trying to put pressure on to Jackulov, so then he couldn't get down there as quickly as he would have liked to.
Cream immediately going to TP to the top wave, and then right as that play fizzles, keep the pressure up there. Baron in 46 seconds, it's a Kalista and Azir. These champions obliterate that objective if left alone, especially with the Ginsu's pickup from Jackulov. Brilliant Soul, I believe, already using the second empowered ultimate of the game, so likely will not have it for this fight, crucially for the side of TES. And it was a similar situation to the previous game. Again, Loud doing pretty well in some of these fights, but TES just continue to trade up, continue to find more and more favorable exchanges. Now the charge coming into the tier 2. 369 here. Loud doing what they can to clear the wave with the Varus, but after that initial piercing arrow, they don't have a lot left to clear out.
But this is what you expect from the LPL second seed, is not only are they able to kind of hand diff at times, it's also just how they play the map, making sure they're able to get a decent spot again. Now, they did end up backfiring a little bit with their initial swap into the 2v2 on the top end of the map, but apart from that, they've been playing well off of Cream's pressure in the mid lane, making sure that they're able to get a numbers advantage when they're looking at a lot of these skirmishes and reacting well to what Loud are doing. And that's kind of the big upset for Loud, is this is at least coming from a lot of the interviews that we saw in the CBLOL, that they just haven't really been contested when it comes to their side lane control, haven't really been contested when it comes to their macro, and now going up against a team that is able to contest them on those moments. You see Loud doing a good job, but it's just the last little detail, the finer details that are just barely missing from Loud's playbook.
Yeah, that are escaping them. Earlier I said Brilliant Soul had burned the second empowered ult of the game. I was incorrect. He does have it now, though, for what could be a Baron contest, but I don't really have good tools to take a Baron on this composition. Aurelion Soul's sustained damage is not bad. Lethality Varus pretty terrible at taking that objective, so I can't really imagine Loud are going to do much here on the top side other than lay down some vision to make sure that they are not the ones to concede it.
It's a big wave being lost in the bot lane, though. 369 already on it, Demolish taken as well, so going to get some nice work done on this bot tier 2. You have two members moving down to try and contest, but that does open up top Esports with timing on towards the Baron and the push in mid. Cream is going to be the one that shows, but do they actually try to commit towards us?
He spawns a soldier to bait Loud into thinking they're doing it, but luckily Loud had the vision on Tien, so they know that it's not actually happening. Rock walking in, Loud trying to leverage a man advantage here on the split TES. Jackulov and Mako really respecting that choke point, not wanting to walk it around as Croco now slowed. Initial follow-up, knockback on a Jackulov, does not find the stun. Croc now running. Ulti going wide from round is big. Tinones, good bit of damage. Hostile take over there. Tien immune to any long-range damage. Redbird gonna get picked off before anything else can happen. Croc now turning, trying to come back to the rest of the fight, but there's 369. Croc now needs to run back into enemy territory. Here comes the choo-choo train, baby. But it's not delivering food, it's delivering death. TES finding the kill. Support and jungle down, that should be their Baron.
They're going to immediately move over towards it. 369 could move in towards this bottom side just to collect the wave if they really want to. Has the TP available, but actually going to upgrade himself his Ord item there. And now top Esports, Baron and Toad. The TP coming in though. Loud want to force the 4v5, and it's with that big ultimate that you were highlighting, Dracos.
Ready to make the skies descend, but can they stop the Baron? Excellent pushback from Cream to deny the initial engage. Mako getting so damn low. The flash in, the ulti onto 3 in the pit. Tinones, this is your time to shine because the objective is already gone. You need to find these kills. Resets coming through. He can't quite make it over the wall. Crucially, TES turning the fight. It started so good for Loud with that ulti, but they don't have enough left. They don't have the damage. Jackulov and 369 still standing. Double for the Kalista, looking to make it 3. They get the Baron, and they're gonna get the ace. Croc, the last man standing, but there's nothing he can do.
And now there is nobody apart from Croc who can stand in the way of the push from top Esports. They considered Dragon. You could see Jackulov moving over towards it, but they don't really care. What's a Chemtech Dragon to a top tier 2, to a push in, to a Baron buff that top Esports going to look to close out this game.
You can see the potential makings of a comeback here with your Aurelion Soul ultimate, with the layering of the damage. But it's not enough.
Again, it's Cream, highlight moments. Ult out of Robo to make sure he has to flash into the pit. This big knockup is huge, right? But 369 is keeping the rest of the members out of the position. They managed to get the knockback on towards the Aurelion Sol, and then Cream goes in, goes forward, gets the Leandri's Anguish kill on towards the Varus. And then Jackie Love is just able to hop, skip, and jump his way around Robo to his heart's content. He just cannot kill this Kalista.
In the extended fights, TES just keep coming out on top. They try a cheeky steal there. Varus, Q damage for lethality, obviously. Potential without damage of smite. 6.5k damage from Jackie Love. Scary as Cream was in the game 1, Jackie Love equally scary here in game 2. 9, 1, and 2 upgraded Rage Play. 3.2k Red Bull Baron power play already. It's only going to grow more in their favor unless Loud can hold here on the bottom side.
Pushing mid for 369, massive wave with the Baron. It's going to be hard.
Robo just trying to zone them back. Wave getting cleared. Extra stacks. Croc going to go for the knockback. Going to connect onto one. 369 waiting off to the side. The Torn ult could be big. Looking to lock up Root. Not quite going to connect on the Aurelion Sol. Hostile takeover isn't going to hit, but it frankly does not matter. Redbird going to fall here. Knockback there, but he manages to get a hook back. Tinones finally gets the ulti up. Excellent stun to keep things going. Mako now going to be in trouble. But the Fate's Call brings him back into Jackie Love's arms. And TES just continue the siege on the bottom side. Looking to just end it here.
Now they're so low. They'll take the in-hit, but they will back away in time. They try so hard to hold on to their base, but again, the ult from 369 in onto Root takes him out immediately, and there's so little that he's able to do. And with 4,400 Red Bull Baron power play
and a 10k gold lead
come through, yeah, it's so difficult now to try and keep this one up. See, as we start to set up Cream, happy to push forward because he knows he can always escape with that sliding glide. And Croc tries to get in position to come around, but Mako marks him perfectly. And then 369, who had got the push in mid, just sets up then for the follow through. Tien managed to hit the Wind Become Lightning thanks to the knock up from the Oran Horn. And top Esports just followed through beautifully.
And I think it's so hard right now, if you're Root, to get any effective damage down. Hitting 369 is wasted.
Tien is wasted.
Yeah, hitting Tien is wasted. He just immediately ults, he stops any follow-up. They've got the resets. I mean, TES just using a lot of their team fighting tools beautifully to ensure that Loud do not have an angle to come back in these fights. Loud, one final hold, very likely. TES, though, I think, playing with a lot of respect here. Don't want to just rely on the hand zip. Want to make sure that the entire map is working in their favor. Going to start by pushing in that top wave. We are only 2 minutes till the next Baron, 2:40 till the next Drake. It would be Soul for TES, pushing things even further in their favor.
It's going to be so hard to try and get there, though. Top Esports, they're pushing in both these waves, trying to set them up so they hit at a similar time, and just trying to keep Loud in their base. I think at this stage, with the pressure on bot side and the double wave contest coming through on top and mid, getting vision control to take a peep at this Baron is going to be so tough. You can see 2 blue wards already for Tinones and Root to try and spot it if maybe they can start it, but top Esports can just wait those ones out and force Loud to face check.
Just continuing to box them in, making their base and the map feel smaller and smaller as they push up that vision line, as they take away more camps, as they start to bleed Loud dry. The Aurelion Sol's an angle. Tinones finally has some extra magic penetration on top of the Leandri's. Maybe he can get through that front line. 322 stacks. He's been doing well here to pick up waves or at least lay down the E and ensure that someone else is donating those stacks to him. But Croc caught out a bit here. Knockup not quite able to make it over the wall. 369 looking to lock up Croc. Tien flashing over. They want to end it right here. Tinones still has the ulti, still holding on, trying to fly out to safety. Jackie Love coming through. Keep your eyes on that Aurelion Sol ultimate. TES happy to have just the inhibitor. They picked up 2 members without losing much of anything. Only the Ornn ultimate used. It looks like TES just going to siege out here. Loud, one last final desperate stand. The Zac getting respected, though. They refuse to lose here. But focus on the wave coming in from Tinones. He gives the life of his top laner just to make sure the minion buff is there. But they've already got another wave on the bottom side. Loud are out of options. One final super ult isn't going to do enough. Tien right into the face of Tinones to deny him that flight path out. Another tower going to fall. The Aurelion Sol does a good little bit of work, but TES can just focus the objective. However, Tinones is still standing. TES need to be careful. They can hit the objective. Instead, they want to take the fight. They've got blinking health bars. They can just hit the Nexus, but they want to end this one in style. Croc still stepping up. Jackie Love needs to just hit the Nexus. Tinones flying into Tien, wants one more reset. Cream going in. Push back onto Croc. They want to end it in style. Not happy with just a win. They want to pad those KDAs. They want to make this 2-0 look even more dominant. Pull back into the tower. TES taking the series 2-0.
A confident win from Top Esports in the series. Slow, methodical, we got the lane swaps, but just able to outplay on the map, the finer details just missing from Loud's playbook. And I think Top Esports, you kind of got to see just how strong they can be on the map, but also some of those moments were just like that topside skirmish where the bailout comes in at the last second for Jackie Love. There was just these tiny moments of heartbreak for Loud so consistently over the course of this series.
It was tough, right? A lot of individual members getting caught, putting them at a disadvantage, letting TES have a bigger gold lead maybe than they should have. 369 so clean on a lot of these engages as well. And I think as we got later and later in that game, it became harder and harder for Root to really contribute in those team fights. But ultimately, well fought by TES, an expected result, but not the games we expected. Certainly Loud standing much higher than many international fans would expect.
I mean, for an organization and for a region that has never made it out of play-ins, this would be an incredible moment. For if you can see Loud go up against GAM and then go up against Fnatic with a performance like this, I could see them taking the win there and getting themselves out of play-ins.
I mean, making it to stage 2 would be incredible, right? And we think about the reputation of Brazilian teams. Often it's those big upsets that we remember, whether it was Kaboom, whether it was INTZ against EDG, that allowed H2K of all teams to make it out of groups, right? This is a region that has to always be respected. No matter how many times we underestimate them, I think they continuously manage to find performances or upsets that are just so impressive. That said, it's enough from us on the caster desk. We're going to head over to the analyst desk with an interview from Mako coming up soon.
Hi! We're back here. No, I was actually looking at the fan signs because we've talked about how Top Esports is one of the most famous teams we have in China. You're not on site to see this, but yeah, this is what the fan clubs actually prepare here to support the team. So yeah, that's actually what I was looking at. Dominant
out this stat.
here on the side of TES.
The one that Raz has is fun because it has all of their eyes.
Yeah,
like kind of I guess glaring.
Okay, I will hold it. Raz, hold it.
Yeah. The funniest thing too.
Yourself.
The funniest thing too is that it's very glittery, so I thought I was gonna get glitter.
Super well made. Well, if you can't be on side, at least you can see them. But I was saying dominant 2-0 on the side of Top Esports. But we'll talk about this a bit later because I think it's going to be interesting when they face off against Fnatic later. I do want to say though, I really like the draft from Loud, and I do feel like against another team, maybe he could have played off.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw just, especially in this game, more so than game 1 even, TES's map understanding. I thought their response to the lane swap was quite smart. I thought, obviously, 369 ended up in a much better position than Robo coming out of that. And even though when they ended up swapping back, there was a little, you know, misplays there. I think TES in general, a shaky win, but a solid game 2 from them in terms of macro.
Yeah, and to the point that you had made, Laura, on the draft, really enjoy the position that they put Poppy in. Tinone's had an incredible Aurelia and Soul game. Of course, you know, the game kind of ran away from them, and Kalista was quite fed. But overall, I thought, as you mentioned, the draft was great.
Yep.
Some of the execution within the game, I mean, they were trading 1-for-1 and making it really difficult for Cream and Kalista to hit. So I was like, okay, this is looking kind of good. Yeah. And then, yeah, Baron fight happened. There are a few fights that happened that did not go their way.
I mean, that's the thing. Grabbing kills doesn't translate to map advantage for Loud. You guys had a strong reaction when I said dominant 2 on the side of Top Esports, and I think it's fair in the sense that we see the same inconsistencies from the same members that we had in the LPL from this team.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other thing about Top, again, is that coming in, I know, I will stand by what I said. Throughout the season, I thought their map understanding, their lane assignments were good. I think you saw flashes of that, especially in game 2 here. However, they are known to, you know, overextend in terms of fights. In particular, they will take fights before itemization comes in or like certain members are online. And so I think you saw a little bit of that as well. And that's particularly interesting when you see them going up against Fnatic, who have similar, let's just say like some similar issues.
That's going to be my favorite series.
It's going to be a banger.
Probably. Yeah, that's going to be a really good one.
And they even have a pretty strong history between these two teams.
I mean,
as well.
it all starts with a rematch. With a rematch. And we've been waiting for this one. Let's take a look at the brackets and see how we end up this day. Because as I said, TES versus Fnatic is still an open wound in European fans' heart, I feel, but I'm happy that we're going to get to see the rematch. As I said, it is one of the most convincing versions of Fnatic that we've seen in years. Let's see how this one plays out. What is your first takeaway from what we could expect from this matchup, guys?
For both of these teams, their mid laners are performing. Cream and Humanoid had great series, and I think that's going to be my, matchup that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, again, can't praise Cream enough. I thought he played really, really well today. The other thing, though, is that Fnatic, and they've hopefully evolved past this, but I thought G2 did a really good job of lane swapping against them. Not know what to do. We saw TES today have a great response to that lane swap in game 2. So if it comes down to these lane swaps, I do think that's where TES could end up finding their advantage macro-wise.
And teamfight execution really is just the name of the game because both teams will opt into fights even if they're winning or losing.
Yeah.
For me, I thought that mid lane fight that we saw, I forget what point in the game it was, where it's like, okay, we just saw Ornn kind of completely buff his entire combo. Biff his combo didn't work out.
The rare 369 Ornn mistake. I was shocked. I was like, I talked you up, and you betray me like this.
It happens to everybody, but it happened to them.
I still love you.
So teamfight execution is going to be a good one. Jun also from Fnatic's side played really damn well, so I think that's going to be something that I'm looking forward to. 369 versus Oscar is another interesting one. So there's a lot of matchups we need to see.
Yeah.
We're just going to have to wait a few days for it.
We were talking about the mid lane, and earlier today Fnatic took down Esports in a commanding fashion, as we saw, and we got a chance to hear from the man himself in the mid lane in our Verizon Game Day interview. Let's check it out.
So let's talk a little bit about your opponent's Esports today, which is very known for their hyper-aggressive playstyle, and they went for scaling champions and early proactive plays today. It seemed like Fnatic had a great answer to this strategy. So what was your general game plan playing into this matchup?
Today I think we knew that if we just play our standard game, we should be able to win. So we wanted to play aggressive, just play our normal style, nothing special, and make sure that we know what to do if lane swaps happen. And other than that, that's pretty much it.
Fnatic hasn't been at MSI for nearly 6 years. What do you think is different with this iteration of Fnatic, and what are your personal goals in this tournament?
I think my personal goals is to show everyone that I can play against the best players in the world, especially against the Korean and Chinese teams. I think for us, the main goal for this tournament is to try to improve a lot because we play against the best teams, and I think we can also make it pretty far because I think we are pretty good now. So we just want to play our game and show everyone how we play.
You're the only player in this Fnatic roster who has been to MSI before, but all of your teammates, they all played really well in their MSI debut matchup. How would you rate their performance in today's matchup, and also were they nervous at all before today's match?
I think today I was kind of surprised that no one was really nervous. Everyone played really well, and I was expecting maybe someone to underperform because it's first game on a big stage, but I think everyone was comfortable, and I'm happy with how everyone played.
So out of 10, what's your rating about their performance today?
9.
9, that's a high one. Thank you again, Humanoid. Thank you for joining me, and good luck with the upcoming matchups.
Thank you.
It's like Humanoid read my mind, earlier in the interview, and he was like, I think we need to work on how we respond to lane swaps.
Yeah.
That's a good one, too.
Good read. Yeah, good read. But I do feel like Humanoid, we know that Fnatic has been on the same page since the beginning of the year, but I appreciate the fact that we've seen the best version of Humanoid since the beginning of the year, which is not something that we can say every League of Legends season. But it's good. I mean, looking ahead at MSI, because Iris was telling him what has been different since the last time we saw Fnatic at MSI. They had Cavs back then, but Humanoid in this form, facing off against top esports, that's the matchup I want to watch.
Exactly. And I mean, for the Oppo player of the series, I mean, we were just talking to him. It was Humanoid.
Hands down.
What a surprise.
Who else could it be? And I do feel like it came also from the way he was moving on sideline, helping the rest of his lane, and how he was basically setting up the rest of the team for success.
Yeah, that's the thing I've really appreciated as we see one of his roams here on the Hui in the first game, is that he, like, as you've seen his evolution as a player, it's not just about the 1v1 or like how he plays the lane, right? It's what he does with that pressure afterwards and his understanding of where to go to Fnatic sides. And we saw it in this game against GAM several times where he was going up top side, he was going up bot side. Whenever he could be in those side lanes, he was helping out. And it just really helped them snowball both of these games forward.
Yeah, and also how he reacted to Emo, of course, like constantly, the aggression that was coming straight towards him. So the fact that he just straight up realized, okay, split-second decision, this man is jumping on top of my head, just put down the minefield and let that go to work. I think Humanoid was on form. He was really focused today, and of course clearly was able to get Oppo player of the series off of that performance.
Amazing performance on this side. On his side, Razork as well. I do want to have a bit more consistency. I want to see them being a bit more methodical in the way they approach the game, because we saw some mistakes against GAM this morning. That's not something that's going to work against Top Esports, sadly. But the same thing can say about Top Esports, actually. The mistakes they made today, they're going to have to be a bit more careful in the way they execute everything.
That's the thing. I think for both, every team that went up against the minor region, T1, Top Esports, and same with Fnatic, they were just trying to play a normal game. And a lot of the times, some of the games got really messy. So I think when they play up against tougher competition, we'll see some of the better play from them.
We got a chance to talk to Meiko, actually, after the series today. So let's check out with Jisun and hear what he had to say. Take it away.
Welcome back to MSI 2024. I am here joined by Meiko from Top Esports. Congratulations on the win, and thank you so much for joining the interview, and also thank you, Wendy, for helping us out today.
那非常的恭喜你们今天取得了首胜，也是开门红嘛，也感谢你来接受我们的采访，谢谢。
It's been 9 years since you actually performed and participated in the MSI, and last time you were the champion of the tournament. How does it feel to be back here finally?
其实这也是 Meiko 选手时隔9年以后再次的重返 MSI 这样国际大赛的舞台之上，而且同时呢，其实上一次你来到 MSI 也是拿走了最后的冠军的奖杯嘛，获得了最后的冠军，所以说也想问一下这一次的话有什么样的一个感受吗？
这一次的话是从入围赛开始打嘛，就是可以体验就是和不同的赛区的队伍的一些对抗，然后包括这次也是在中国嘛，也是感觉成都也是个非常好的地方。
Yeah, for this tournament, we started our journey from the play in the very beginning, and also we got the opportunity to play against the players from different regions. So I feel this amazing. And also for this year's MSI is held in China as well, and in Chengdu, it's definitely a very beautiful city. Yeah, I enjoy it.
Absolutely. We were able to see so many fan signs supporting Top Esports and Meiko today as well. So because it's been such a long time, is there any specific bottom duo that you are looking forward to face up against?
那确实可能距离上一次的 MSI Meiko 选手的舞台已经比较远了嘛，那这一次来到 MSI 有没有特别想交手的下路的双人组呢？
最近看了很多就是欧洲队伍的比赛嘛，我觉得 G2 的下路也是打得挺好的，然后包括在现在比赛换线的那个套路，他们也是玩得很好。
Because I've watched really a lot of LEC matches, LEC games, and also I like to play against G2 Baldu maybe on stage someday. And also they're quite good at the lane swap, and also I believe in this meta, lane swap is really popular, so we're going to see that.
Speaking of lane swaps and meta, I think not only this series, but also entire playing matches, there were so many kills and the game was a little bit longer. So do you think it's because of the meta, or do you think it's mostly because it's playing stage and a lot more teams are aggressive relatively?
那其实你也提到了换线这个点嘛，确实我们感觉整个好像入围赛的比赛有非常多场都出现了，比如说换线这样的一些操作。同时呢，我们感觉可能整体比赛的时长很多时候可能也是稍微长一点点。你觉得这可能是当前版本的一个问题，还是说可能是因为大家在入围赛的队伍大家可能都比较具有进攻性？你觉得原因会是什么？
我感觉是现在可能有一些太强势的下路组合嘛，所以说对方想要化解这个东西，其实就是比较换路比较重要这个点，然后这个东西可能会延长比赛时间吧，我觉得就是可能很容易会拖到中后期这样。
I believe why we have the longer game durations, I think it's because there are some kind of very strong bot lane champions can be appeared on stage to have a very good deal with that. You really need to make some lane swap, make some new strategies to face against that. Because of that, so sometimes the games will just like play around the mid to late game. So I believe that's the reason why we have the longer game duration.
And you just mentioned that you watch a lot of LEC games, and your next opponent is Fnatic, and you and Jackula will take on Noah and June on the bottom lane. Experience-wise, I want to say these two bottom duos are completely different. So is there anything you want to say to the young bloods that's going to face up against you?
那其实你刚才也提到了嘛，看了很多欧洲他们的一些比赛。那接下来你们下一场面对的对手也是来自 LEC 的 Fnatic。那其实就经验层面来讲，其实你们两个队的下路组还是比较不一样的。对面可能是更多的是新人小将、新鲜血液，所以说面对到他们有什么样的一些想法吗？
他们下路其实我们还是蛮了解的，因为之前就是韩国选手嘛，所以说我们在韩服的时候经常会遇到他们。然后比赛我也看了他们挺多比赛，就觉得他们。配合的挺好的，然后我觉得下一次遇到他们的话，感觉我们下路进攻性强一点的话，都打得比较好。
Yeah, to be honest, we're quite familiar with the Fnatic body because definitely they're Korean players. We have met against each other a couple of times in the Korean server. And also, I feels like if we just play quite aggressively together with Jackie Love, we'll have the higher potential to show you guys a very good game. So we'll see.
I cannot wait to see that matchup as well. Well, thank you so much, Meiko, and thank you, Wendy, for the help.
Amazing to hear from Meiko here. And thank you, Jisun, of course, for the fantastic interview. I love the preview of this match. We expect blood, we expect aggressivity.
Yes.
And that's what we want to see, of course, for this match.
Yes, we do. We saw a lot of blood already, so I'm expecting that to be a lot more. So I love the fact that we were talking about the bot lane duo.
Yeah.
Noah and Jun are going to get the resources. They're going to take any fight they see. I cannot wait for that series.
I cannot wait either. And let's, yeah, that's what we have on the menu tomorrow. FlyQuest versus T1 is going to be our first game. Of course, we've talked about Fnatic versus TES. Expectations for T1 FlyQuest, Emily, as we've talked about this yesterday, right?
It's going to be a tough one for FlyQuest. I mean, I think, again, we have talked about the lane swap meta evolving. When you talk about why you'd want a lane swap, it is typically to not go into a really, really strong 2v2 bot lane. T1 and I would say BLG at this tournament have the strongest 2v2s, I think, in terms of like how they like to play the lane. They really, really want to bash your head in super, super early. And Masu played really well the other day. I thought he played great.
He did.
In team fights.
Yes, he did. That's why I don't want to hear that negativity. Not from you.
2v2.
Not from you nor my North American producer in my ear. There's no pain.
Swap.
I have faith.
They got this.
All right.
They got this. And they want to prove themselves against the likes of Kumayoshi and Kaio. I think it's going to be a game that you want to watch. Of course, that's all for us here on the side of MSI 2024. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. CST and 4 a.m. EDT with T1 versus FlyQuest and TES Fnatic. Until now, take care. And welcome everyone to MSI 2024 live from Chengdu, China. Yesterday we got a glimpse of what's ahead of us here. And as you can see on screen right now, we got to meet Team Group B today.
Maybe you can kill off. Oh, nice. Okay, oh, that's so close.
Extra fast here. Not any parkour left. Humanoid, can he connect? Yeah, that's the spiraling despair. Goodbye, Easy Love. There's nowhere left to run.
I can ult, look on Tristana. Look, Tristana, one tweet. Okay, Tristana, go on, Brandman. Nice.
And honestly, deserving that recall is big for 10 point favor of Fnatic. Remember, at 5 minutes, the topside tower plating falls away, and Emo getting the face full of rocks. It's a Talia montage as Noah wants to go for the 1v1 versus Easy Love. Whips the chains a little bit. Easy Love lightning crash a bit late, and Noah on a killing spree. Game 1, Fnatic were winning. Game 2, Fnatic are styling on GAM.
I guess this was a mega clean game.
Grieve! Again, he lives. First it was the Devour for Meiko, but Tinones is not done. Managed to make it work, but this is Psycho from Tinones. It doesn't work. Grieve, the backstep is clutch. The body taken for TN finds the Wukong, and this is going to be the end of Game 1. TES, calm and composed, loud. So many great angles, but not enough to find the win. Fantastic Game 1. TES coming out on top.
Can I shoot up? Don't die insta.
You can go?
Yeah, look, Kalista no flash. No flash, no flash. They 3-0, no flash.
You can play again. Ulti hitting on a Jackie Love, immediate cleanse. Sidestep on the hostile takeover is big. They're isolating Jackie Love. Croc going in, trying to find the solo kill. Jackie Love, though, has the bailout. Croc needs to walk away. If this man dies, Jackie Love stands supreme, baby. Keeps on living. But in the meantime, it's Teno's off to the side, trying to take down TN2 fight. TES taking the series 2-0.
A confident win from Top Esports in the series.